Spellcraft Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 1. I love magic. Ever since I was little, I thought of nothing more than the sublime art of the supernatural. Isn't it amazing? With a mere invocation, one could cut down trees or cause flames to appear. With the mere sleight of one's hands, storms could appear and rain descend from the heavens. A mere illumination in the dark or the lovely melodies from charming spells were enough to make my skin tingle as I would beam excitedly in wonder and awe. Every time I saw the wondrous use of magic, I had only one thought on my mind. I can't wait. I can't wait. After all, once a child turns 10 years old, they would be taken to the magic tower to undergo the awakening. Once it was my turn, I would also go through that process and become a magic user. However, my ambition did not stop there. I was going to keep rising until I become a fully fledged mage and grow to become a grand mage of the kingdom. Yes. I, Lewis Griffith, would achieve great exploits in the realm of magic. Of course, I knew mere words and dreams would not take me to my goal, so I decided to do everything it took to guarantee my ideal future. Most children who were yet to awaken would rather spend their time goofing off and playing silly games. But nope, not me. I was different from the silly ones around me. Ever since I was young, I knew for a fact that I was special. No one loved magic more than me, therefore no one could achieve the heights I would be able to. I spent most of my time in the public library, reading up on various magic theories and spell structures. The small village I grew up in was a rural town mostly based on agriculture and food processing. Books were rare. However, as was the policy of the kingdom, public libraries were provided for in every town, no matter how small the town was. Being the only one my age who frequented the library, and one of the few within the village who used it, everyone already knew me to be a genius. This is only the beginning. Soon, the whole kingdom, no, the whole world will know the name of Lewis Griffith, Grand Mage of the Eastern Kingdom. I often said aloud. Of course, most of the children couldn't associate with me, since I would rather spend my time reading books or watching the little magic users in my village perform spells, rather than play silly games with them. And as a result of this, I had no friends. Not one. But who cares? After all, I had my love and passion for magic. Years went by, and before I knew it I had turned 10 years old. It was finally time for me to leave my little village and take a trip to the kingdom's capital to undergo the awakening. The people of my village shouted out words of encouragement as I was about to leave, like, "Show 'em who's boss, Lewis." Of course, I would. It was only natural. Yet, even a child from out here in the boonies can be a mage, you know? Let those noble bastards know that. Ha, that's Grand Mage to you. I wasn't going to settle for anything less. Good luck, Lewis. You were a jerk, but I hope you at least awaken successfully. What the hell? Why wouldn't I? As if there was any other choice for me other than that. The possibility of failure was non-existent. And so, with the cheers of the villagers who saw me off, I ventured out of the village with my parents. Yet, my loving mother and rough father. Both of them supported me in my venture and pursuit of magic, allowing me to overlook the fact that none of them possessed magic. In fact, I kind of felt bad for them. It took a few days for us to reach the East Kingdom capital, Zurich. During those moments, I passed time by reading a couple of books that I borrowed from the library. I stared at the pages with boredom clearly displayed on my face. It had been a few years now since I exhausted every single material within our public library. I made requests to the capital for more stocks, however, since I was the only one who desired this, not much heed was made to my plea. Just you wait. Once I'm done awakening, no one will be able to ignore me. I fantasized about how the event would go, playing it over in my head many times. What level of talent would I have? What Monocore grade would I possess? My body throbbed excitedly as I simply couldn't wait for the moment to arrive. And finally it did. I underwent several procedures. I was made to place my hand on a special type of crystal ball, I was placed within a circle with special markings within it. A strand of my hair was taken for analysis, etc. Of course, I expected all this. After all, I had read about them a lot and even asked some of the people in the village who went through the same process. Finally, we were done with the tests. All that remained were the results. My parents sat beside me in the analyst's room as we all waited for him to finish collating my result. The magic analyst compiled the results and wrote a few things on a sheet of paper. I stared hard at him as he evaluated everything I had done so far with a straight face. What's going on? Isn't this the part where he exclaims and declares what magnificent talent I possess? Or is he still confused? Oh, great analyst, you're confused, right? My talent is so shocking that you're simply at a loss for words, right? My mind teased as I played around with my thoughts. Hee, I knew it. There's no way that he would be. I'm very sorry, but it appears your son, Lewis Griffith, is inept. The words kept on ringing in my head as I took in every single syllable, yet they made no sense to me. Yet. Chapter 2. The bombshell landed, but my unprepared mind could not process what the man said. What do you mean, inept? I stuttered, looking at the analyst in shock. He is unable to form a mana core since he has no potential mana within him at all. Simply put, he can never use magic. What the hell was this idiotic man saying? Me? Inept? No way. The concept of inept individuals was not uncommon among the people of the kingdom, even my parents didn't have any capacity to use magic. However, I was different. There was no way such a concept could apply to me, right? I'm sorry, Lewis. It's all our fault. We told you several times, but you wouldn't listen, my mother said, trying to console me, while I struggled to grasp the reality that was dawning on me. Most times, magic power is inherited. However, both of us come from a lineage that never possessed magic power. We're from a line of inepts, and you're our son, Lewis. My father tried, in his own way, to add salt to my wounds. It was only natural, that you wouldn't have any magic power too. And so, with those words, everything I dreamed and hoped of crashed into the ground. Lewis Griffith, the Grand Mage, died in that room. The only thing grand about my life was the pathetic line I came from, the inescapable cage of destiny I was entrapped in. I was never going to be able to snap my fingers to produce flames or generate winds or even a single drop of water. I was inept. My family and I returned to the village that very day. Throughout the journey, I dreaded going back to the town I left with pride. I would return to the very people I insulted and looked down on. This has to be my punishment, I laughed sadly at myself. My pathetic state would be the new object of ridicule, and my name was merely going to be used as a tool for mockery. But then, who could have possibly expected that it would happen? Oh that, yeah, we kind of always knew. What? They did? But how? Your parents are both inept, same with most of us folks here. So yeah, it was a given. They all knew that the likelihood of me being unable to be a magician was guaranteed. Then why did they encourage me so much? Why did they egg me on? Did you want to see me humiliated that badly? I yelled at the villagers who looked at me innocently. I knew I was being harsh, as usual, my conceited and arrogant nature had yet to leave me. Well, it was a shame you didn't end up being the genius magic user you proclaimed you would become, but, why would we make fun of you for not achieving something we couldn't either? Those words pierced deep within me as the wall I built for myself began to crumble. It would have been nice, you know? To see you become the grand mage you always wanted to be. That was what we all thought. My heart throbbed and I felt a deep warmth permeate in my insides. Just what was this feeling? Lewis, at least you tried. That isn't something any one of us can fault you for. In fact, even if you did end up being inept, you're still our pride and joy. Finally, the floodgates opened. Tears that I tried to hold in burst out as I wept uncontrollably. The prim and proper boy who refused to display any form of childishness finally broke down and gave in to his immature tendencies. I have no idea how much I wept, but by the time I was done, I opened my eyes and looked at the villagers around me. Their reassuring smiles and optimistic eyes filled me up with a strange new emotion. Lewis Griffith, now that you can no longer be a grand mage, don't tell me that this is the end. Mr. Librarian said to me with a wide grin. Oi, don't tell me you're going to let all those magic spells I showed you go to waste, Mr. Farm Irrigator added. There's no way, right? The name of Lewis Griffith will be made known throughout the world. That hasn't changed, right? Hearing all these words, I finally understood the warm feeling within my heart. Giving a smile, I reignited my confident demeanor and smiled with pride at the villagers who surrounded me. Of course not. My loud voice shook everyone. They all stared at me expectantly, waiting for the next grand dream I would utter. If I cannot be a grand mage, then I will simply be something else. I won't let all I have learned go to waste. They all nodded as I said this. I still love magic, and I will still devote myself to it. More and more knowledge of this art will be engraved within me, and even if I am unable to practice it, I will make sure no one knows magic more than I do. From that point on, my dream changed. Lewis Griffith will be known throughout the land as the great sage. And now, several years after that statement, I have achieved everything I said I would. I excelled in the academic field of magic, becoming a scholar in the art. Eventually, no one in the kingdom could say they didn't know my name. I developed countless magic theories, taught various lessons, and postulated immeasurable schools of thought. Some of my works that I deemed fit to publish were made known to the public, however, I did not give out all of my knowledge. The world was nowhere near ready to receive some of the groundbreaking discoveries I made, so I hid them away. In the likelihood that one who was worthy found them, it would change everything they knew about magic entirely. Even though I had achieved one of the highest level of greatness, thereby surpassing the childish dream I had, I still had a lingering regret. If only I could make a ball of flames appear on my fingertip, or cause a tiny drop of water to materialize. Even a soft wind would do, or a slight tremor on the earth. If I was able to do any of those things, I would have enjoyed magic even more. Laying on my deathbed, with members of my family, old friends, colleagues, the kings and royalty of various kingdoms, even grand mages which I looked up to all around me. Everyone present in the room were of the highest caliber. I had truly achieved greatness. Yet, I could feel the void within me. An empty feeling which lay forgotten for decades. I was never truly interested in greatness or fame. There was only one thing I truly wanted and chased after my whole life. Even now that my existence was on the verge of ending, it was still the only thing I could think of. Magic. Chapter 3 Darkness. That was all I could feel. A seemingly endless void of nothingness enveloped me as I floated in it, wondering what had happened to me after I closed my eyes in death. Is this what death is like? Suddenly, cutting through the darkness was an inexplicable light. The glowing illumination slowly covered everything, filling the void space with beauty. As I feasted my eyes on the sparkles all around me, I found myself fading away into unconsciousness, something I didn't think would be possible since I was already dead. What is happening? Push milady. A voice startled me, causing me to try opening my eyes. I tried, but I felt something heavy surround me, making me shut it back tightly. Where am I? A muffled scream sounded, making me startled and confused still. Suddenly, I felt myself being pulled toward something. It seemed like a bright light at the end of a dark tunnel. Just what is happening to me? The pain screams continued as I gravitated more to the light point. The entire area around me felt like a tight space, warm and soft. I felt squishy liquid around me, making me ponder on what I could actually be experiencing. I knew I was dead just a few moments ago, so how could I be here? Could this be? This powerful scream propelled me further to the light, and I felt something grab me and pull me even further away from the squishy room I was in. The light became brighter until I left the darkness entirely behind and was brought into a new world. I winced, due to the intensely bright surrounding. It was as though I was seeing it for the first time. Not only that, but my skin felt very irritable, because of the feel of the cool wind touching me when I had been used to the warmth and squishiness of my previous abode. One thing was sure. I wasn't dead. Hold on, what is this? Could it be? Now opening my eyes slowly, I looked around me to better understand the situation. My blurry eyes became clearer with time and I could see distorted images of a woman clothed in white, carrying me gently. Congratulations, it's a baby boy. What was she talking about? I glanced by my side and saw another woman clad in white. She looked at me adorably, making my disoriented mind begin to draw conclusions. The white-clothed woman passed me on to someone who lay on a bed. I saw her weak face and tired smile as she looked at me with the greatest expression of affection I could ever remember. My baby boy," she spoke, taking me from the previous woman. As I was wrapped around in her arms, covered with neatly woven fabrics which kept me warm, I finally understood. This woman was my mother. The women clothed in white were her handmaidens who helped her in her childbirth. And I? Well, I was the child. That's right. Even though I never thought such a thing was possible, especially for someone like me who couldn't use magic, it appeared I had been proven wrong. Right here and now, in this room. I have been reincarnated as a baby. A few days passed since I was given birth to. My mother never ceased to amaze me, always cuddling me and being by my side for as long as I was awake. Even when I slept, her handmaidens watched me. Even though I didn't quite understand the language everyone used, by observing their gestures and expressions, I got a rough idea. It's slightly different from what I'm used to, but it's close, I reasoned. It wouldn't take me too long to fully internalize the changes made, especially with Mother's sweet bedtime stories. I was unable to step foot outside the room I usually stayed in though. Trapped and with nothing else to do, boredom became my new friend. Due to my lack of mobility in my immature form, I could only endure the humiliating confinement. Well, it wasn't all bad. My cradle looked luxurious enough. Laying on my back in the large cot, I felt very comfortable. It was different from the wooden contraption made by my previous parents. The room also looked elegantly designed, and large. My family must be well off, I thought to myself. My mother, who watched me with dedication, finally fell asleep, allowing me to open my eyes and cease my pretense. The handmaidens had left us alone as per the orders of my mother, who wanted some alone time with her cute and adorable baby, aka me. Wearing a soft cotton dress, I stared at the ceiling and thought deeply. What could have caused such a thing? I had been reborn with my memories intact. This was something I never deemed possible. If it was something that happened to others, surely it would have been discovered by now. After all, they would have applied their past knowledge in phenomenal ways. However, such a thing never happened. Despite how hard I tried, all my thoughts ended in futility, as I couldn't decipher the cause of my reincarnation. As an intelligent mind who pursued knowledge, I could never be satisfied with a convenient answer like coincidence, but seeing as I couldn't figure out the reason for the strange occurrence, I decided to shelf the thought and focus on another important factor. Magic. In this life, am I inept as well? A small smile formed on my face as my body throbbed nervously. Whether or not I could actually practice magic and once again dedicate myself to it, I had to find out now. Phew, I heaved, closing my eyes in concentration. In the past, one awakened when they turned 10 years old. I went through the same process as well. However, thanks to my research and contributions to the world of magic, I found a way to figure out the power hidden within an individual, even if it was a day after birth. Using a process similar to awakening, a person could quicken the latent mana within them by injecting external mana into their body. Of course, it would take some time for the mana core to form. But, if one used this procedure at an early age, by the age of 5, a mana core would have been formed already. This made the effort half of what it took in the past, and I was highly praised for this discovery in the past. The problem was that this method only applied to those who had latent mana within them. Inepts, such as me, were unable to use this procedure to form a mana core. In the end, it all depends on whether a person is born with the potential to wield magic or not. That's enough of that. I won't know until I try. Meditating within my cot, I tried becoming one with my body, feeling every breath I made and my little movements. Slowly, I could feel something move within me. Blood vessels, internal organs, what else? My pores opened up and sweat came out. This is harder than I thought. Of course, it would be. I only postulated this in theory. Since I was inept, I never used this method on myself, to begin with. Still, no one knew of the process more than me. I wasn't going to give in now. Gasp. My eyes sprang open as I breathed heavily. I tried controlling the sounds of my gasps so I wouldn't wake my mother. My body ached slightly, and I knew why. The method was a little painful, especially since I was performing it on myself. But, I did it. After undergoing the process myself, I knew the results. So that's it, I am. Chapter 4 Magic, the ability to bend the laws of the world and perform supernatural feats. Using the energy which flows within one's body called mana, an individual could create certain things and cause amazing occurrences. However, in this world, not everyone can use magic. This is because a person needs to have a mana core to control the mana within. This mana becomes activated and transformed into magic by using spells. Mana cores are made by condensing the little fragments of mana within a person. The more a person grows, the higher the mana becomes. That is why a child had to turn 10 before they could awaken and form their cores. But, what happens to those with no mana, to begin with? They can never hope to make a mana core and are labeled inepts. I was one of those in my past life. But now, it looks like that has changed, I mumbled to myself in my babyish language. The good news was that I was not inept in this life. I had mana, therefore I would be able to form a mana core and use magic. Then why wasn't I overjoyed and immensely excited by this development? Well, that was because of the not so good news. I had barely enough mana to qualify as a non-inept, or even become a potential magic user. What's with this low amount? Are these actually all the mana particles I have? I know I'm barely a week old, but this is just too low. I had a low mana count and it was too low. This wouldn't even be up to 1/10 of an average baby. Wrong. 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 I groaned internally. Since I reincarnated, wasn't I supposed to be blessed with some sort of special power or cheat ability? I was meant to possess nearly limitless mana, yet here I was again getting the short end of the straw. Well, there's no use complaining now. At least I have some mana. With even this, practicing magic should be doable. A wide smile slowly formed on my face. Even though I was a little disappointed, no, greatly disappointed in my very little talent, I was still very happy. I have mana now. Yes. In my past life, I had wished for even the tiniest amount of mana to perform magic just once. It appeared my prayers were finally answered. That's right. Even with this, I should finally be able to do it. I became a great sage that revolutionized the world of magic, yet I never used any for myself. This time, all the knowledge I stacked up and built, I would finally be able to apply them myself. I was no longer interested in being a grand mage or whatever. I had enough fame and prestige to last me 2 lifetimes. What I desired at the moment was to simply enjoy the practice of the magic I had immersed myself in. Perhaps this was my reward for the diligent effort I put in magic. I can't wait until I'm older. The night quickly fell, and the darkness crept in. I lay in my cot, directly stationed at the bedside of my mother. Apparently, she was the only parent at home. I had not seen my dad or even heard anyone talk about him since I was born. I could never escape her watchful gaze. While everyone was asleep, I remained awake, contemplating various things excitedly. What should I try first? This, or that? Maybe that other one, or could I just do that instead? Creak. Suddenly, I heard a creaking sound. It appears the door to our room was being opened slightly. Who could it be? My mom had clearly forbidden anyone from entering our private space unless she called for them. I have a bad feeling about this. I quickly shut my eyes and pretended to be fast asleep. Thanks to the darkness, the intruder couldn't see my partly opened eyes, watching them as they slowly approached our location. Crap! I can't see them well. I grumbled, the effects of the darkness hindered me too. Suddenly, I noticed something the stranger held which made my eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The object had a slight glow in the darkness, reflecting on its surface with a shiny glint. That's a knife. He picked up his knife, still maintaining decorum as he nearly reached my mother's bedside. It was well hidden, and not too large. This person, whoever he was a professional. Who is he after? My mother? Or, judging from the trajectory of his movements since he entered and the direction his face pointed in, he appeared to be coming toward me. The knife he held was also small, and from the glint it had, it was extremely sharp. It finally dawned on me that I was the target. Why? I was only born a few days ago. What could I have possibly done to incur the attention of a killer? Nothing came to mind. Perhaps someone discovered I had reincarnated and wanted me dead. Or perhaps this was why no one who reincarnated ever appeared. Maybe they were killed before they had a chance to grow up. I have to stop with all these thoughts. I quickly snapped back to reality. Having useless theories wouldn't solve anything at the moment. There was only the certainty that he wanted to do me in. Whatever reasons he had were merely secondary. There's no way I'm going to die here. I was trapped in my cot, unable to do anything as the harmful baby I am. Or so you would think. Phew, this will be my first time doing this, but, I suppose I have no choice. Using one of the secret discoveries I never revealed to the rest of the world, this was the only way I could stand even the tiniest chance in this desperate situation. Spellcraft, Stage 1. This was going to take quite a toll on me, but there was no other way to do this. Chapter 5 Spellcraft, one of the secret discoveries I made without revealing its mechanics to people. Just as it would take a person's mana core to regulate mana which could be manifested as magic through spells, so also this method allowed a person to cast spells, but not necessarily with a mana core. Humans have limited mana, and so the casting of spells as well as its quality would be heavily limited to their level of mana. But, what if I told you that there was another way? And that method is the only way I can survive this night if I pull this off. Stage 1. Dispersal. My skin tingled as I concentrated on dispersing the little amounts of mana floating within my body. It felt like countless needles poked my skin as mana leaked out of my pores, a strange new sensation I had never experienced in my past life. Endure it, Lewis, endure it. I gritted my imaginary teeth. The pain was unbearable for my little frame, and I felt like I would pass out from the strain, but I endured it, because if I didn't, I was going to die. My focus was no longer on the assassin, and I couldn't afford to open my eyes lest distraction befall me and I lose concentration. That would be fatal in this case. From my calculations, it will take another 10 seconds before he concluded his act. If that was the case, I still had little time to complete the spell. After dispersing my frugal amount of mana outside of my body, the next stage followed. Stage 2, Attraction. The surrounding mana slowly began to gravitate toward me. It was no easy task since the quality of my mana was very small and unrefined, but through concentration, I was able to draw a small quantity to my small frame. Stage 3. Convergence. The two different types of mana slowly mixed, becoming one in an instant. They were very small particles, therefore invisible to the ordinary eyes. Even the assassin wouldn't be able to sense what was happening unless he used magic as well. Seeing as he brought a blade, instead of using magic to conclude the job, he was avoiding its use. That made my work easier. From this point on, I have to hurry. Because there were only 5 seconds left. Stage 4. Transformation. This was when the magic truly happened, and since I needed a spell to activate it, I had the perfect one to use. A spell that didn't use up much mana, was fast and efficient, able to incapacitate my killer in an instant and ensure my safety. A spell such as that, would have to be customized by me. Imagine it, Lewis. Imagine. My thoughts instantly produced the perfect spell to use. 3 seconds left. I molded my mana which was mixed with that of the surrounding. Drawing all my mana particles together, they shone dimly as they became evident. 2 seconds left. The assassin must have noticed it by now, so I couldn't give him any more time to react. Using the moisture of the air, I created ice, freezing it with the little mana I had dispersed while utilizing the force of the wind to serve as a propeller. 1 second left. Mini ice bullet. I opened my eyes instantly to see the killer's knife nearing my throat. Due to my magic, there was a slight glow in the room, allowing me to see the man a little more clearly. He had a hood on, preventing me from knowing his identity. However, I didn't need that at the moment. All that mattered was my survival. Aiming for the point that would deal the most damage, I pinpointed his temple and launched my highly condensed ice bullet which was strengthened with all the mana I could muster and collect from the surrounding. Stage 5. Activate. Whoosh. In an instant, the bullet was sent flying, rotating due to the influence of the wind as it darted straight for the man's forehead. I heard the squishy sound of tearing flesh and the cracking sound of a bone as the killer's forehead was pierced. Within a moment, the bullet drilled through the stranger's forehead and passed out of his head in a decisive hit. The knife he held so tightly fell to my side as his body staggered and flailed about before collapsing on the ground. My eyes grew tired at this point, and I could not confirm his death. If he was still miraculously alive after that attack, then I was screwed. After all, I had used up the last of my strength. My eyes were forcefully shut by waves of nausea and exhaustion that permeated my childish body. Lingering sensations of pain remained. However, even as I drifted off to unconsciousness, a bottomless feeling of happiness and fulfillment rushed through me. After all, at that moment, I had done what I always dreamt of my whole life. I did it. I used magic. And then everything went dark. Chapter 6. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have unlimited power? The endless potential a person could have if they weren't limited by their bodies. I thought about it every day in my previous life. I was born inept, with no aptitude for the thing I craved the most, so as a researcher, I tried looking for ways to combat the very injustice that was dealt to me. It was impossible though. Just like the law of gravity and motion, it is trite that for magic to occur, there must be mana. To use mana, one must possess a degree of it. As such, no inept person could ever use magic, nor even activate a magic tool or artifact, since they required the injection of mana to work. But, I discovered the next best thing. If one had even the tiniest fraction of mana, they could achieve even far greater feats than their current limits. By using the surrounding mana through the attraction of your own mana, you could make even more powerful and efficient magic than normal. I dubbed this technique Spellcraft, one of my most coveted and prized magic inventions. Urgh! I groaned as my eyes slowly opened. I felt my ears ringing loudly, and my entire body aching. I could hardly move my body, making me wonder what caused such an absurdity. He's awake, milady! I heard someone yell. Their voices sounded feminine, making me even more confused. I never got married or had any women in my home, plus, my mind was so sharp that I would recognize the voice if I knew the owner. Yet, I didn't know who was speaking. What's going on? My baby, my baby. I heard another woman say. My eyes were still blurry, so I couldn't see her face clearly. In fact, my entire head was buzzing and foggy. It felt like I was forgetting something important, but I couldn't point it out clearly. I blinked and struggled to try regaining my sight and stop the loud ringing in my ears. Even though my body wasn't moving as I wanted it to, I had to focus and get a grip. Upon opening my eyes, I could see clearer. From my position, it appeared I was lying on a bed and the strange woman who called me her baby was looking at me with tears in her eyes. She looked awfully attractive, but her sad face nearly ached my heart. Why is she looking at me with those eyes? Who is this beauty? I asked myself. Instantly I felt a little shame wash over me. If I had married, she was young enough to be my daughter, yet what was I thinking? Suddenly, the woman stretched forth her hands toward me in an attempt to lift me. I felt puzzled, seeing such an action. I tried protesting, but my lips wouldn't respond. No, it felt like I was not even capable of speech yet. Instead of hearing my voice, I heard a baby mumbling. Who the hell is that? As her hands touched my back, I felt a warm tingle on my skin. It felt good. But, the strange thing about this was that her hands seemed to touch a wide area in my back, but before I fully grasped the situation, I slowly felt myself being pulled up. What the hell? My mind rang. Ah, you're safe, my beautiful baby boy. The woman cried in laughter as she drew me close to her bosom. Upon hearing those words, a sharp sensation seared through my brain, and slowly all the confusion I had vanished instantly. The truth sunk in, as well as the memories of the past couple of days I had spent in my new form. A smile formed on my face when I thought of the events of the previous night, as well as the absolute truth that governed my life at the moment. I had been reincarnated. A few days passed after the incident, and to be honest, my time after that was very eventful. Even though I realized that my family was important and rich, I didn't know to what extent, until after the deed had been done. Apparently, my parents are high-ranking nobles in this empire, wherever this was, making me a very important figure, even as a baby. The reason I hadn't yet seen my father was due to his busy life in the capital, and it appeared he wasn't going to be coming home anytime soon. As for the most puzzling part, the assassin, it turned out had disguised himself as a servant and was able to blend in for weeks unnoticed, waiting for the household to let their guards down before making his move. I often wondered why the assassin didn't use magic to finish me off, but after spending the rest of my days actively investigating from my baby's cot or my mother's very comfortable laps, I discovered a mechanism in the house. A magic detection artifact. I hadn't noticed it when I first reincarnated, since I was occupied with more important things, plus the model looked very different from the one I was used to. However, when I started my active investigation, I found it. Anti-magic is only a theory, since all magic comes from mana and involves various formulas to cast. Therefore, to protect their household from dangerous magic users, magic detection artifacts were made. Simply put, they allowed the user to detect the use of magic within their immediate vicinity. Think of it like a fire alarm. So, if anyone were to use magic in the vicinity, it had to be sanctioned. Unauthorized use of magic would be instantly detected and the culprit would be apprehended instantly. The assassin approached me with a knife to finish his job in order to avoid the detection of magic. However, the alarm still rang, and that was because of me. I remember using magic to kill that man, and while the rush and thrill remained with me even till this moment, I couldn't possibly replicate it again. Doing so recklessly would cause the alarm to ring and I would be found out. Even now, the maids and servants look at me with peculiar and curious expressions. My mother often mentioned how it was a miracle that they found the dead body of the assassin right next to my cot and wondered what could have happened. I could only imagine the shock on their faces if they realized that it was a seemingly harmless, barely a week-old baby that drilled the hole they found in the corpse of the man. But that would never happen. So far, I had escaped suspicion because it wasn't reasonable that I could do such a thing in the first place. So, everyone chalked it down to an act of God. Plus, ever since that night I had been put under 24/7 surveillance. My freedom had ended up being further restricted. However, that was no issue for me. Why? Because, being stationary was exactly what I needed at the moment. It's time to begin forming my core. Chapter 7. On this day, I hereby name thee Jared of the house of Leonard Alphonse Sereth. Yep, you heard that right. At this moment, I'm currently at the cathedral within my family's estate. The pews are well arranged, and my dearest mother, being the only parent around to witness this historic day, is standing on the altar, holding me in her bosom. The priest was facing me directly, wearing his blindingly white robe and golden scarf. Two of his assistants, who bore an uncanny resemblance with each other, stood a couple of distance behind him, while staring at the clergyman with hope and adoration in their eyes. As for the audience, many strangers were currently piercing me with their gaze. One would think that I would be used to attention, given the nature of my past life. However, as a baby who was just 2 weeks old, it was a little nerve-wracking. Why? Because, in the presence of so many witnesses, this priest was about to perform something known as the quickening ceremony, where he would inject his mana into me and activate my latent mana. Yes, it's a method I developed in the past to help form a mana core early. It has received a lot of popularity, and even in this age, it appeared that they still used this method, though it has now become an elaborate event. Still, the reason I'm so nervous is because of one crucial fact. I have already quickened myself. Let's rewind a bit. I began forming my mana core 10 days after I was born, some days after the whole attempted assassination issue. Of course, since I was stuck and constantly watched, I had to pass the time. Usually, after a child receives a quickening, it takes them a few years for their mana core to develop. This is because, though the latent mana has become active, they automatically begin to converge in a single spot to become a core within a magic user's body. Babies, and even little children, who have no experience in sensing their mana or directing the flow, have to wait for years while things take their natural course, and after this occurs, they awaken. The usual time for a core to fully form is 5 years, though I have heard cases of geniuses who formed theirs at 4, even 3 years old. How scary! I envied those lucky chumps. He, but now, it's my turn to shine. I grinned internally. You see, I had already awakened mere days after my birth, way faster than most children, and I also possessed the ability to sense my mana and direct the flow since I had my awareness intact. Plus, I am crazy smart. Though my mana capacity seemed to barely qualify, there didn't seem to be too much of a problem. If I began guiding my mana particles to form a core myself, without waiting for them to gather on their own, that meant my speed would be way more than others. I might not have talent, but by using this method, I won't be left behind. So, at 10 days old, I began my first trial. It was difficult. It was hard enough sensing the little fragments of mana that dwelled within my body, but gathering them in a single spot was another thing entirely. For a child, whose mental strength was incomparable to an adult's, it took quite a monstrous amount of concentration to gather 10 particles in an hour. When considering the fact that there are nearly infinite number of particles within a person's body, and it takes a minimum of 100,000 to form a stable core, 10 particles an hour was a far cry from what I had in mind. Even in this new life, it appeared that life would not be easy for me. Still, I persevered. On my first day, I managed to gather 50 particles before losing strength and drifting to sleep. My second day was better since I had somewhat gotten the hang of things. 70, not bad, not bad. I thought to myself, smiling excitedly. It seemed the more I practiced gathering daily, the more I improved. By the third day, I was already able to gather 120 particles, nearly 2 times the amount of the previous day. At this rate, maybe. However, my hopeful thoughts were dashed by the sudden realization I had after hearing the conversation my mother had with her handmaidens. Is everything set for tomorrow? Tomorrow? I had no idea there was anything special going on during that time. Yes, milady. The guests will be arriving very early, as stated in their letters, but we are nearly done with all the preparations. One of the maids answered her. Guests? Now I was even more confused. What in the blazes is going on? Why doesn't anyone tell me anything? Oh, wait, I grumbled internally, hoping someone would shed more light on the commotion. Tomorrow is my baby's naming ceremony. Ah, I can't wait till I hear my sweet child's name for the first time. My mother finally said, beaming with pride and excitement. Yet. I let out with my baby voice. Apparently, a baby was supposed to undergo a naming ceremony 2 weeks after birth. I didn't know anything of the sort prior to my mother mentioning it. Perhaps it was because of my commoner heritage in my past life, where no such practices were held. Noble culture differed from that of the masses, after all. But, if that was the case, wouldn't I have noticed it at later points in my life? I had many noble friends, after all. And a lot of them had children, yet I never saw anything of the sort. Welp, it could have been as a result of my fixation on magic that I failed to notice such details. I laughed in embarrassment. Or, the more reasonable option would be that it was a new trend in whatever era I was reincarnated into. Of course, based on the slight difference in the language everyone spoke, plus the dates I saw around, as well as the books my mother read to me, I already deduced that quite a few hundred years had passed since my death. 528 years to be exact. During that time, quite a lot had changed, such as the magic detecting tool I saw in my parents' room. It looked more advanced than what I knew of in the past. Since many things weren't the same as what I knew, the naming ceremony was no exception. Now that I think of it, I don't even have a name yet. Everyone just calls me the young master, and my mom calls me her baby. It won't be bad getting a proper name, I had thought to myself with a bit of anticipation. How could I have known things would turn out this way? A quickening ceremony after hearing my name, how was I to get out of this predicament? Chapter 8 This boy shall be the pride and joy of the Duke household of Leonard Alphonse Sereth. Thus, as the child, Jared, is brought forth, I shall perform the quickening ceremony. The priest said. Crap! Oh crap! My mother smiled, giggling excitedly under her breath as she took a few steps forward. As her body swerved elegantly while approaching the priest, my mind went into overdrive as I began to think of ways in which I could escape from my predicament. If he finds out I have already been quickened, what's going to happen then? Most likely, I would be labeled as a genius or something, and the news would eventually reach far and wide. As one who nearly got assassinated a while back, such attention was not something I desired at the moment. Until I'm old enough to protect myself. I can't let anyone know about my secrets. The priest brought his hands closer to me while giving me a happy smile. He must have had good intentions, but from my perspective, he appeared to be a personification of evil. No, stay away, stop it! I wailed internally. Don't worry, young Jared. It won't hurt at all. The priest spoke in a soothing tone, stretching his hands towards me. He must have sensed my unease and thought of what to say in order to console me. This man was a liar. As one who invented the technique, I know it is painful. Why would such an esteemed man of such status tell a lie? I don't trust him. Of course, I knew this was just my irrational mind speaking. He didn't seem in any way malevolent. Plus, my parents would never employ someone with suspicious intentions to perform such an important ceremony, especially after my attempted assassination. I felt a vibrating sensation as the priest placed his hands on my body. My skin tingled, and I could somewhat sense the faint mana on his palm. Gulp. There was nothing I could do, so I merely waited while accepting my fate. Suddenly, an idea sparked into my head. Yes. That's it. As the priest began materializing his mana, preparing to insert it into my body, a small smile formed on my face. I closed my eyes and became in touch with my body, as well as the little mana particles within it. Once he inserts his mana, my particles will be in a state of excitement for a moment. This will allow me to absorb more particles and form my core faster. I beamed. There was nothing I could do to hide the fact that I had already been quickened, but at least I could obtain some benefits from this priest inserting his mana into me. Be quickened, little one, and obtain the power of mana. Zzzzzzzzzz. My body buzzed as I felt the strange mana entering my very being. As expected, my particles glowed brighter and became larger in mass. Thanks for the meal. Instantly, I began attracting the excited particles into the spot where my core was forming. The tiny light fragments rapidly rushed toward the spot, nearly flustering me. Incredible. To think it would be this effective. I beamed internally. I kept doing the best I could to concentrate the particles and draw all the particles into the position of my forming core. 50 particles. 70 particles. 130 particles. 200 particles. 300. 450. 540. 650. The particles kept rushing toward my core, all within minutes. I surpassed what I would normally be able to achieve in an entire day within mere minutes. As expected, the merits of meditation even during this ceremony were worth it. The priest's faint glow of mana suddenly ceased, and he removed his hands from my body. I could feel his eyes looking at me with surprise, but I kept mine shut to avoid any scary gaze I would find. Ah, here it comes. I'm busted. The quickening is successful. The priest suddenly remarked. Your child has mana. Congratulations, milady. Yet. I was stunned by the statement of the priest, but before I had any chance to think this through, my head was bombarded with deafening sounds of hands clapping. The noise was so much that I was forced to open my eyes. What I saw was amazing. The whole guests present were standing, clapping their hands together and looking at me with wonder and pride in their eyes. I did see some disgruntled faces and some stoic ones, but the majority expressed genuine happiness about what had just occurred. Is the quickening ceremony that special? I asked myself. Sniff. Sniff. A sudden sound came from above me. No way. Is that? I raised my head and saw my mother's face. She had tears rolling down her cheeks as she looked at me with pride. Her joy was overflowing, appearing to be boundless. Why was she looking so excited and happy? Wasn't this just a normal ceremony among nobles? Was there something significant in this? The priest didn't even seem to notice that I had already been quickened, so there should be nothing special about this. My child, you have magic. Finally, we have a magic user in our household. My mother smiled at me, drawing me even closer to her as she hugged me. I felt a light tap on my face as her tears dropped on me. Her body trembled, and I heard more sniffs coming from her. Oh boy! I wasn't expecting this. Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth has successfully been quickened, thus marks the birth of the first magic user of the Duke household in over 2 centuries. Truly, a star has been born. At this point, silence filled the hall, and the priest stepped back from the stage, leaving the middle area vacant. My mother began walking to the center, carrying me with elegance. Since I wasn't used to the new customs of these people, I merely went with the flow as a baby should. Once she reached the center of the stage, my mother tightly grasped me and raised my tiny body up, showing me to everyone present. It felt weird, looking at everyone present from a high pedestal and being lifted by my mother's slender arms. I was a little embarrassed. Cheers to my beloved son, the pride and joy of the Leonard household. Cheers to Jared Leonard, she declared. Instantly, the audience gave a roaring response, nearly blowing my eardrums. Cheers to Jared Leonard. And so, held up in the air by my mother, watched by the guests, maids, and priest, even I became overwhelmed with emotion. Even though I knew it was impossible, my body moved without prior thoughts in order to render my gratitude to everyone present. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy you came. Thanks, priest. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Thank you, Mom, for always being with me. Thank you, maids, for making life easy for me. And thank you, universe, for allowing me to be reborn. Things will definitely be different this time. With quivering lips, my mouth flung open, and words came out to address everyone that had moved my heart. Gweng gu gwijiwan. Thank you everyone. My loud baby voice echoed across the cathedral, and for a moment everyone was stunned by my unintelligible words, myself included. Oof, what did I expect to sound like? My face turned red with embarrassment as I wished the earth could swallow me at that moment. However, the response of everyone made me feel the shame even more. Yep, that's right. They all said. Chapter 9 7 years later. I'm nearly there, just a little more. My body shook a little more than expected, vibrating at every turn. Sweat covered my skin as I winced and groaned while maintaining my meditative stance. As I absorbed and condensed the last portion of the essential particles I needed, I was already beginning to feel it. I was close. Shwayu. White colors were lifting off of me, and I began to feel a warm aura envelop me. My stomach felt hot, and my body was in an excited state, ready to change forever. It's here. My eyes widened as I doubled my diligent concentration on the formation that was nearly complete. 5 more. 3 more, 1 more. Finally, the final portion of energy entered the cluster of particles, and a monocore was born. Hey. I finally wheezed in relief, crashing to the ground. My exhausted body could hardly move, but I realized that this was only temporary. After all, I had been going about this for nearly 5 hours non-stop. I needed to form it today. He, ha 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 ha. My laughter echoed throughout the large room where I was in. While I was lying on the ground, with nothing better to do than recover my strength, I glanced across my chambers. It was big, too big for a 7-year-old. Even in my past life, I didn't use such a large space for sleeping purposes. Well, to be fair, I was never a materialist, since I was so devoted to my studies and passion. My acquaintances often pushed me to enjoy more of life, perhaps I should have listened. Well, it looks like whether I like it or not, that's the reality I live in now. I was literally swimming in luxury. Since years past, the paranoia of my mother had slowly died down. I couldn't still be found sleeping in my mother's chambers at 7, so this had to be arranged. Of course, this room was directly beside hers, so she was fond of dropping by time and time again. Fortunately, she's on a trip today, that's why I could meditate for so long. My mother, Annabelle, was quite the lively woman. While I found her strange at first, I grew to accept her warmth, kindness, and overwhelming personality. I shall not make any comments concerning my earlier days as a baby. I did some things I am not proud of. As for my father, I had only seen him on a few occasions, nothing too special or fancy. Unlike my mother, Damien had a more intimidating aura surrounding him. Since he was a duke, one of the only 4 nobles granted titles of such rank, his presence had much relevance. Apparently, my mother was from a magic user household, which was why he married her in the first place, also he could birth an heir who possessed magic. How amusing! It appeared that arranged marriages based on the importance of magic and political standings had still not changed after so long had passed. I totally felt indifferent about him, though he showed me his undivided attention whenever he visited home, asking about my studies and affairs. I could tell that it was only because I had mana coursing through my body. Still, I didn't despise him for it. In such a world where magic was vastly important, it was a given that nobles possessed it. For a duke household not to have any magic users for over 2 centuries, it amazed me how they could still maintain their standing. Their contribution to the empire must be indispensable. That must be why Damien doesn't stay at home often, he's working quite hard. I thought, forgiving him for neglecting his family. Family matters aside, there was one thing that bothered me the most: it took me 7 years to form a core. A whole 7 years. Unbelievable. I whispered. I knew my talent in magic was nearly 0, and my mana was one that barely qualified me to practice magic, but I wasn't expecting it to be this bad. An average child formed their mana core at 5 years old after using the quickening technique. Yet, I even started much earlier than anyone in forming my mana core, and dedicated so much time to condensing the mana particles myself. This should have increased my speed by 3-fold at least. Yet, to think I would be a late awakened. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I didn't personally converge my mana particles and just waited for the core to form on its own, I muttered. I would already be an adult by the time I awakened. That's how bad it was. It got to a point where my parents were worried about me, and rumors even went around about how my quickening ceremony was false. People thought the priest made an error in thinking I had mana, since my core hadn't formed. But, since the priest was very reliable, and my mother's faith in me didn't waver, the household persevered. My father became impatient at a point, but refused to give up faith in me, since I was his only child, though I wonder why he could just make another one. Don't tell me, he, pfft, no way. And no way. Jared, You've formed your magic core. Annabelle, my mother marveled as she watched me bring out a spark of fire from my palm. The surprised look on her face, coupled with the tears of joy and relief that flowed out of her eyes, made everything worthwhile. I had been waiting for her to return, hoping to welcome her with this. So, as soon as I heard the clacking sounds of the horse's hooves, and the wheels of the carriage approaching the house, I rushed down to meet her. My, it seems young Master Jared missed the Duchess so much, the maids giggled as I ran past them. They were wrong though, there were only 2 things on my mind, one of which was to show off. As soon as Annabelle got down from the carriage, I greeted her with a simple fire spell, causing her to make the expression I wanted to see. Jared, my sweet baby boy! She cried, lunging toward me excitedly. Ah, I knew this would come. My mother grabbed me and hugged me tightly, caressing her large bosoms on my chest. Well, at this point I was pretty much used to it. Ah, I knew it. You're our pride and joy. Mother is so happy. Yet. I got it. Now let's quickly move on to the next stage. I grumbled internally. That's right, it was finally time for the second reason I rushed down. After finally obtaining the ability to use magic by normal standards, the next thing was only natural: start practice. And, since I was the child of a noble family, having access to countless books and materials, there was one thing I needed more than those things, one thing my mother promised she would give me should I completely form my mana core. A magic tutor. Chapter 10. Magic is a very complicated concept. Not only is it highly volatile, but it is also progressive. Having been gone for over 500 years, this concept has taken leaps and bounds from where I left off, making me stranded with only old information. But, this would all change in a few days. As a 7-year-old child, I wasn't granted access to the main household library, since I was always watched. Since my mother realized I loved books, she made a separate library for me, filling it with easy-to-understand books that were deemed fit for my age. Of course, I easily exhausted these and demanded more tasking materials, but my stubborn mother insisted on sticking to the childish pieces of paper she called books. It was thanks to this that I couldn't progress much in my study of modern-day magic. Still, I wasn't too frustrated since I had still not formed my mana core. However, that time is over. The deal I made with my mother was finally going to take effect. Books were important, however, this deal was something that would be even better than literature. A magic user who had experience in both practice and education, capable of imparting their knowledge into others. A magic tutor. Finally, I was going to have one. Clack! 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 I heard the sounds of horse hooves marching on the hard ground in my family's compound. This sound distracted my reading, but awakened the curiosity I had. Are they finally here? I thought to myself. I looked down from my study, which I intentionally requested to be close to the window, and saw a carriage making a turn at the flower garden, close to the main gate. A broad smile formed on my face, and I closed the book I was engrossed in just seconds ago. I should go welcome them, no. Jumping from my seat, I hurriedly dashed from the room and charged straight for the main door downstairs. I didn't need to change the attire I wore, since it was already a perfectly decent one. Since a few days ago, after Annabelle sent a letter, requesting for my tutor, I have been wearing presentable attires in anticipation for when they would come. I saw a few maids rushing to inform my mother of the presence of whoever descended from the carriage, but I totally ignored them. In a flash, even before my Annabelle could be told of my tutor's arrival, I was already behind the door. Let's see who it'll be. A grin formed on my face as I clasped the doorknob. Welcome to the Leonor, I spoke while opening the door to see our dear guest. Suddenly, a sharp surge coursed through my body, causing it to nearly go numb. This is. My eyes bulged and every hair of my skin stood as I felt the intense pressure emanating from a single location. With all of my strength, I raised my head and looked in the direction of the person who stood before me, directly in front of the main entrance. Why, you are? I managed to whisper, staring at the overwhelming figure. The man, appearing to be in his late 50s, stared at me blankly. His body was limp, and he had a somewhat skinny outlook, yet the presence he emitted was that of a well-seasoned expert. The pressure felt enough to crush me. Incredible, what a dense mana signature! I thought to myself while sweating profusely. Are you Jared Leonard? The man suddenly spoke, causing me to stiffen in response. His eyes were fixated on me, narrowing them as though he was intrigued by something I wasn't aware of. Why yes, I stuttered. However, I wasn't done. No matter how incredible this person was, what he was currently doing was wrong. For him to carelessly release his magic pressure, what was he hoping to achieve? If you don't mind, could you retract your magic pressure? His eyes narrowed even more as I asked this, causing me to gulp. The man suddenly moved closer, 1 foot already past the door, and drew his face closer to me. Interesting, he mumbled, stroking his short, white beard. Eek, I squeaked, feeling like an ant before him. Are you sure you're Jared Leonard? He asked me once again. I could smell his breath from our distance. It wasn't terrible, just very musty, like a combination of spicy herbs and alcohol. This time, I didn't answer. I had had enough of this man's insolence. Perhaps I had forgotten earlier, but as the son of a duke, and his employer, he had no right to treat me in such a manner. Magic pressure was something magic users used to greet each other, displaying their level of power. For him to do such a thing before a 7-year-old like me, who just awakened, was extremely inappropriate. Still, I was done with words. If his language was going to be magic pressure, I was just going to give him the response he wanted. Shoo-oo-oo-oo. I instantly opened my magic veins, causing my mana to leak out and generated my own magic pressure. Boo-ah-um. Our distinct energies clashed with each other, causing a quake across the room. I winced a little, noticing that my pressure was nothing compared to his. Still, I wasn't about to give up due to this little setback. I pushed more of my mana out to compensate, gritting my teeth as I glared at him. The man didn't even seem fazed by my pressure. From his demeanor, he wasn't even serious from what he emitted. TCH, don't look down on me. Even if I was weaker in terms of the quality of mana, it wasn't everything. The room was currently brimming with mana thanks to both of our pressures, and mine was directly clashing with his, as well as touching the surrounding mana. The conditions were perfect for spellcraft. Hold it right there. A voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. My eyes bulged as I recognized who it was. I looked back and saw an annoyed glare on her face. Annabelle. The man standing before me quickly withdrew his magic pressure for some reason, leaving mine the only one evident. I turned to look at him, only to be shocked by what I saw. His intimidating aura had gone, instead, his eyes were exhibiting an emotion that I had not long ago. Fear. What the hell was happening here? You've crossed the line this time, Alphonse. Annabelle, my mother growled, moving closer. Anna, hold on, I can explain. Before the man could finish speaking, my mother vanished from her location, appearing behind the man she called Alphonse. Amazing. I couldn't even see her move. My thoughts rang as I witnessed her standing in front of me, but behind the man in our midst. Wait. He pleaded. However, before he could struggle or move, my mother interlocked her arms around his, dragging him up with her might and bent backward, crashing him into the ground. A mighty suplex. Chapter 11. Bam! Were my eyes deceiving me? Absolutely not. I had no idea how my prim and proper mother was able to achieve such a feat, even with the long gown she wore and her seemingly slender arms. She had never displayed such monstrous strength and agility the whole time I have known her. Dragging the stranger she called Alphonse, she bent backward and flung him to the ground in a mighty suplex, causing a loud noise to reverberate in my ears. Wah! I could only mutter, seeing as my eyes barely followed her movements. The man's head was planted to the ground, and his eyes had turned white while his mouth foamed. It appeared that her sudden action had sent him into a state of unconsciousness instantly. My mother, sure is scary. Ah, it still hurts, did you really have to go that far, Anna? Alphonse grumbled while cracking his sore neck. After the incident, Mother ordered the maids to carry the unconscious man to the guest lounge, where she told me to come as well. Of course, she had paused to ask how I was doing and if it hurt anywhere, but I was more concerned about her proximity to me than any other thing. Don't try feigning affection to me now, you brute. My mind rang, unable to separate the current image I had of my mother at the moment. Still, as a master of acting, an art I had cultivated for the 7 years of my life, I reverted to my childish nature and gave her a sweet and warm smile. I'm okay, Mum. Of course, this did the trick as she tightly embraced me, suffocating me with her enormous chest. Just break all my bones, will you? After the maids began taking Alphonse up, Mother followed behind them, while I followed behind her. I swear, I was gulping the whole time. It wasn't a pleasant experience. After we settled in the lounge, a veranda-like area, with an open view of the garden, which was filled with lush breeze and a pleasant aura, I was unable to enjoy any of these thanks to the woman I called my mother. Alphonse, you can wake up now. My mother spoke calmly, lightly tapping the unconscious man who was already placed on the chair. For a man appearing to be in his 50s, he sure looked miserable now. He should have known who he was messing with. He, I guess he has learned his lesson now. Alphonse did not budge, most likely due to being immersed in the unconscious state my mother had put him in. It hadn't been very long since her assault, so patience was a given in situations like this, or so I thought. Oi, Alphonse! Don't keep me waiting! My mother yelled, using her elbow to hit his stomach. Guark. The man sprung back to life and recoiled to that attack. Ah! Even though I wasn't the one that was hit, I tightly gripped my guts in reaction to the display of violence exhibited by my mother. Annabelle, take it easy. The man groaned, mumbling some curses to himself. Oh, what was that? He instantly froze the instant my mother asked, drawing her face near his. Her scary smile and chilly aura made even me tremble. What happened to the warm and kind mother I know and love? A kid is here, Alphonse. No swearing. She stared firmly. All right, all right. Geez, he mumbled, rubbing his neck which appeared to be sore from the suplex he received. Sorry about that. It appeared that he had just made an apology, but I was confused about who it was directed to. Me, or my mother? Ahem. She coughed, sending him into another state of shock. It was amazing how my mother, who was barely even 25 years old, was able to command the actions of a man over twice her age. I mean, Jared. I would like to apologize for my earlier behavior, that was uncalled for. He smiled, finally looking in my direction. A small smile formed on my face since he was paying attention to me at long last. It's fine. I'm just curious as to why you did that. Magic pressure is dangerous, sir. I made sure to speak in a respectful tone, showing the etiquettes I had grown to learn. It appeared learning it in my past life as well as my new one would not be a waste, after all. Oh? You're a fine young lad, aren't you? Polite as well, are you sure you're Anna's son? Before he could complete his sentence, my mother jerked him in the gut once again, causing him to bowl over and groan while holding his stomach. Ah, you never change, do you? Shut it, Alphonse. At this point, I was getting curious. Just what was the relationship between my mother and this weirdo? Answer the kid. I'm also curious, my mother gave a menacing smile. A bead of sweat fell from his forehead as he slightly coughed, pretending to clear his throat. Well, simply put, it was a test. A test? Now that was somewhat unexpected, but at the same time, it started to make sense to me. So that's what it was. Sigh, why did I even call for you? Anna groaned, shaking her head. It appeared my mother knew what this man's test was all about. Even I was already having a faint guess. Haha. Well, I had to make sure. After getting a letter from you, requesting me to be his tutor, I still had to confirm if he was worth teaching. Alphonse answered. Ouch, that hurt. You mean, my words weren't enough for you? My mother responded almost immediately. I am bound to my personal code, you know? Besides, he's your son. Of course, there would be bias in your words. He spoke back, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. I could understand his perspective. I only awakened at the age of 7, way behind by normal standards. Plus, it wasn't as though I had a high aptitude, to begin with. I don't know what the content of Annabelle's letter stated, but she being my mother, might have somewhat embellished my capabilities. And? After your test, what do you think now? My mother's voice suddenly cut into my thoughts. I looked at the man, Alphonse, and at my mother, who gave a somewhat knowing smile. Not only was he able to withstand my magic pressure, but he also made his own to counter it. I have never seen such an exceptional magic user at such a young age. I have no doubt about it now. Your letter was spot on. Oh? I was somewhat happy to hear him say that. It appeared I wasn't as bad as I thought. Plus, rationally speaking, an immature awakened couldn't learn how to create magic pressure instantly. But I had my years of experience and practice in mana manipulation to thank for that. Alphonse looked at me, nodding his head in approval. Jared is definitely worth teaching. Chapter 12 Jared is definitely worth teaching. Alphonse declared, smiling at me. I beamed in response. That was definitely a close call. If I hadn't resorted to using my magic pressure, I wonder what his decision would have been. So, let me ask you a question, Jared. I looked at the old man, our eyes interlocked, and I didn't turn away. Instead I boldly stared at him. Why do you want to study magic? Why do you pursue it? Your mother mentioned to me in her letter that you've always been enthusiastic about it as a kid. Why? Mr. Tutor, those are already 3 questions. Didn't you say you wanted to ask me one? I thought to myself. Still, those 3 only required one answer from me. There has only ever been one reason for any endeavor in magic, ever since my last life and even now. It was so simple, that anyone could say it. But, to me, it was reason enough. I love magic. That's all there is to it. Silence pervaded our midst, as both Annabelle and Alphonse smiled at me. They looked at each other and nodded. Very well, Jared. I respect your resolve. Alphonse stood to his feet and approached me. I wondered if I was supposed to stand in situations like this, but before I could come to a decision, he was already before me. Placing his hand on my shoulder, this man spoke. Now, I shall officially take the position of tutor, training and guiding you in the way of magic. I shall be your tutor, and you shall be my pupil. I hope you have no problem with that. I shook my head, standing up as well. I wouldn't have it any other way. My mother, who was still seated, watched the 2 of us. She seemed pleased by the newfound bond between me and my new tutor. Meanwhile, I was still confused about the relationship she had with Alphonse. Now then, let us begin. His voice cut through my thoughts, and my eyes bulged. Hold up, you mean now? I was definitely caught by surprise. Of course. Or would you prefer another time? Is that what all your love for magic amounts to? He grinned in a teasing fashion. This old man, he dares to look down on me and question my love for magic. I gritted my teeth. From my perspective, he was my junior. The only reason I accorded him with respect was due to the knowledge he possessed, as well as his ability to use magic to a degree I never could. Still, he was my teacher. So I would have to endure the humiliation I was going to be receiving, hoping to surpass him one day and then give him a taste of his medicine. Bring it on. I grinned. What do you know about magic? Alphonse and I were on the massive field of our manor when he asked me this question. Annabelle excused herself, saying she had other matters to attend to, and left me all alone with Alphonse. Of course, she whispered some words of warning to his ears before leaving. I couldn't hear anything she said since her tone was hushed, but from the paled expression Alphonse gave, it couldn't be good. The field was located in the backyard, filled with nothing but mowed grass. I remember there used to be quite a number of beautiful flowers, a garden for butterflies and pretty insects. Mother must have had them removed in preparation for my training. Now, with nothing but short grass which served as warm cushions for our feet, the vast field was empty. Magic is the ability to cause supernatural phenomena by using the laws of the world, I answered. What fuels magic? He further asked. Mana. I responded. Where is mana found? The correct answer would be everywhere. Since mana existed in everything and everyone, it could be said that the whole world was filled with mana. But, I had to restrict how I answered his questions since I wasn't a scholar, but a 7-year-old. Mana is found in our bodies. Upon hearing this, Alphonse let out a huge amount of laughter. Ha 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 ha. His voice echoed through the field. I felt embarrassed, like the man was mocking me. It sucked being a kid, but as a patient man with the wisdom of many years stacked up, humiliation was something that I could endure. What a funny kid. Well, I can't fault you. You're still only a brat, after all. He said, still letting out small bursts of laughter. Keep laughing. We'll see who the brat is. Well, you're only half right. Mana exists all around us. In the air, the waters, the lands, this entire world is brimming with mana. I already knew that, genius. My eyes rolled. But, I still had to act my age and give my dear teacher the respect and awe he expected. Wow. Really? That's amazing. Alphonse made a proud expression as soon as I beamed. Bathing himself in the words of a child, just how petty was this guy? Hee, of course. Mana is all around us. However, even though it's all around us, as magic users, we can only use the mana that's inside of us to cast spells. Of course, he was wrong. However, I wasn't going to expose the results of my research to him. That's why we have to form our mana core before we become able to use magic. Drawing power from the core, we emit mana and transform them to magic through the use of spells. He explained. Wow! Amazing! Was what I replied with. Everything this man was saying were already things I knew. I was impatient, wanting to be thrust into the advanced realm of magic I had no clue about. Still, it was unavoidable that as a kid, I would need to be taught the basics. Now then, it's time to tell you more about the relationship between magic, mana, and spells. Pay attention, okay? I'm only going to say this once. My mind was already zoning out. It wasn't even up to an hour and I was bored already. My tutor's voice faded little by little, vanishing into the background. Ah, how much more do I have to endure? When do we get to the interesting part? And thus, day 1 of magic training with my tutor kicked off in such a manner. My expectations were not met, at least not yet. Still, I had hope. It might take a while, but I wasn't giving up. Magic, everything there was to know about it, would be mine. And now, with my ability to use mana, I would be able to rise above anything I ever achieved in my past life. Chapter 13. It has been a few months since I started my lessons with my tutor, Alphonse, and now, at long last, I will be having my first actual fight. It was boring for the first couple of weeks when Alphonse began teaching me the basics of magic. They were stuff I already knew, so I just had to endure and hope for a more thrilling curriculum as time passed. Fortunately, my expectations were met. Upon seeing that I caught on quick to his words, and my knowledge was far beyond what he taught me since I made use of my house library, Alphonse acknowledged me and decided to take things to the next level. He began by teaching me to cast staple spells, the basics of spells. While it was still a far cry from the experience I wanted, having practical classes was far better than just sitting and hearing a bunch of stuff I already knew. When it came to knowledge, I was certainly better than Alphonse. However, what he had that I desperately sought, was the experience of using magic. And I finally got it. Fireball, I chanted. Imagining what I wanted to bring forth, as well as channeling the power from within my mana core, I emitted mana and produced the desired result in the palm of my hand, a stable ball of flames. Amazing, you got it on your first try. Alphonse beamed. I was certain that from his perspective, he viewed me as a genius, however that was far from it. It was only easy for me to display such a result since I had a very in-depth idea of how it worked. Plus, even before our practical magic lessons began, I had been practicing on my own while reading various books on basic magic in order to refresh the knowledge I had of them. Of course, things would have been a lot simpler if I used spellcraft, but I wasn't going to give away my trump card for some petty trick like a fireball. Can we do something more complex? I asked him. The faster we progressed with the basics, the closer I would be to performing truly incredible spells. Although, everything that was going on, was pretty exciting. Ah, fire on the palm of my hand, just like I wanted in the past. This is so wild, so amazing. I'm doing magic. He. I laughed internally. As much as I wanted to do so much more, the little magic I had been able to do was enough to send me into shivers of excitement. Truly, learning and practicing magic are two different things. And so, months after our time together began, it was time to take another drastic step in my magic training. This time, it would be a combination of knowledge and practice, a point where they intersected, a magic battle. Earth Golem summon, Alphonse chanted. Immediately, mana particles flowed from his body and affected the ground where we stood. It was no longer covered in little grasses, unlike when we had started. Because of all the time I practiced my magic, the ground had now become bare, having only soil as a covering. From the brown soil emerged rock formations that joined together rapidly. They had the faint glow of mana, clearly being affected by my tutor's spell. The rocks were coming, and by the time they were completely joined together, they formed a golem. The golem was humanoid in shape, though having none of our features and possessing somewhat beefed-up arms and legs. It had no face, but the small rock that signified its head dangled atop its broad shoulders. In size, one could say it was about my height, perfect for sparring. My first battle at 7 years old, let's see how it goes. I beamed, as my body trembled slightly in excitement. My mother was also present, a small distance from the field as she watched what would happen. From the corner of my eyes, I also spotted multiple maids and servants staring excitedly as their young master fought his first opponent. Most of them had worried expressions, though it seemed my excited throbbing got misinterpreted to be quivers of fear. I wasn't scared, though. So long as I stuck to what I knew, this golem wouldn't be a challenge. "Are you ready, Jared?" Alphonse asked, ready to activate the golem to fight me. I stood uprightly, calming my overexcited body, and took a deep breath. "Yeah. Let's do this." He smiled, snapping his fingers. The golem whirred to life as the small rock on its head suddenly developed 2 glowing eyes to see. I wasn't surprised. I had seen my fair share of golems and knew how they functioned. Not to brag, but in my past life, I developed many golem designs as well. Whoosh! The rock contraption dashed toward me, moving its quick body very nimbly. I smiled, instantly opening up my palms as I focused mana on them. Fireball! Throwing the orb of flames at the golem, I leaped backward, preventing it from drawing too close to me. Boom! My magic exploded on the golem's body. Smoke emanated from its body as it continued approaching me, seemingly unharmed by my attack. Alphonse sure made it durable. "Ha!" as expected. I grinned. I expected this much. Magic Ball was a weak spell, it wouldn't even cause much damage to a sturdy object. Its main strength was in the heat it generated, so when it came to power and impact it was lacking greatly. "Fireballs!" I chanted, creating 2 spheres of flames on both my hands and throwing them at my opponent. As they were launched, I ensured to take constant steps backward, creating an even greater distance between us. Boom! Boom! The flames hit the golem at multiple angles, causing smoke to emanate from its body. Its body temperature should have risen to a considerable degree. I smiled. The spectators weren't too convinced of my victory. Is he panicking? Fireball won't do much good against that golem though. Can't he use something else? Hearing them whisper amongst themselves made me nearly burst out in laughter. Of course, I could easily overpower it with a higher spell, but what would be the point in that? I wanted to savor and enjoy my first battle properly. Plus, there was something I wanted to try. It's about time to wrap things up. Chapter 14. It's about time to wrap things up. I smiled. I made 3 backflips, creating an even greater distance between myself and the steaming mechanism. "Water balls!" I chanted. Instantly, blue spheres of liquid hovered on both my palms. I launched them at the golem, excited to see the reaction. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo! A burst of steam suddenly surged from the golem. Immediately the water balls came into contact with it. The white steam covered its immediate area, blinding the sight of the mechanism, while also shrouding it in thick smoke. Not only have I impeded its sight, but one of the weaknesses of rock is water. By increasing the temperature of the rock and pouring water on it, I've allowed the steam to permeate its entire body. Steam is just water in gaseous form, so by allowing the water to cover its whole body, the rock golem will become severely weakened and will slow down. However, I didn't intend on stopping there. Ice ball, I chanted the final time. As I created a single orb of freezing particles, a smile formed on my face while watching the steam that was already dissipating. Flinging my arms at my target, I sent the ice ball to the golem, making sure to time when my attack would explode, or rather, disperse. And so, as soon as it came into contact with the mist, I initiated its eruption. And so, in the eyes of everyone present, a surprising sight presented itself. How? Amazing! Simply incredible! I ignored the words of the maids and servants while looking in the direction of my mother. She had a stunned look, certainly not expecting something like this to be the conclusion of my battle with the golem. My tutor, Alphonse, also had a similar look on his face. Their reactions made all of this worth it. A distance from me, where the golem used to be, was a great cluster of ice, a glacier that was frozen and extended to as wide as the mist covered, while also spreading around like roots. The golem was covered in the ice, entirely immobilized. Though I didn't destroy it, there was no way it could attack anymore. It was easily my victory. As expected, the reactions all added up. How did you do it? Alphonse asked me. The look on his face told me that he was still hung up over the golem I had defeated and the bizarre way I won. So, while we were having lunch, he finally asked the question. I'm also curious, Jared. Won't you tell us? My mother added, flashing me her sweet smile. I suppose I ought to enlighten them. I used the various reactions of the elements to create the final result you saw, I revealed. You did? Annabelle repeated, clearly not grasping what I said. Yeah, it's simple, really. Fireball lacks power and impact, so it can't damage a rock golem, but the heat it produces makes the golem hot. By launching multiple fireballs at it, the golem reached a satisfactory temperature, which made me use water ball. I continued. They were both amazed by what I did, but continued to listen in silence. The water ball turned into vapor upon coming into contact with the extremely hot golem, and so it covered the golem in steam. As you know, water is a rock golem's weakness. Steam is water in its gaseous form, so I allowed the water to seep into the inner recesses of the golem, while also causing it to spread around its surrounding. Then, by using my final spell, the ice ball, I caused the ice to explode as soon as it touched the steam, sending the frost effect into the water that was already around the area. By freezing the moisture, it turned into a big ice structure, and the water that had seeped into the golem froze as well, making it to entirely turn into ice from the inside and also outside. Most people do not know this, but hot water turns cold quicker than lukewarm water. Using this logic, and speeding up the process with magic, the hot steam created by the impact of my water ball with the burning rock golem was frozen at a fast rate. And so, that's how I won. Pretty interesting, right? I grinned, taking a bite of the salad I had left unattended. Annabelle looked at Alphonse as they exchanged amazed expressions. The two were incredibly astonished by my resourcefulness and unorthodox methods. They had initially thought I was being random in my attacks, perhaps due to it being my first battle. In fact, it would have been more understandable and natural if that was the case. It was only natural that a person who had no combat experience would panic when faced with the unexpected and make mistakes. However, I did the exact opposite. I correctly analyzed the situation and rightly compensated. But why? Why go through such a roundabout way to defeat the golem? Alphonse suddenly asked. I could indeed have used a much simpler approach, yet I chose the complicated route. Well, the answer was simple. I just wanted to experiment. It was fun seeing such a reaction, don't you think? Rather than being straightforward with magic, it's also good to not be bound by strict spells. It's fun making your own by experimenting with various methods," I said. This stunned my mother and tutor. They couldn't believe I would be so open-minded and broad with my perception of magic. And so, from that moment on, they both decided not to take the usual approach with me. My master stopped using the basics to teach me and went more complex. As for my mother, she allowed me full access to our house's library, giving me full access to all the materials I needed to learn and grow. Just as I planned. I wowed the adults, and now they were pretty much under a different kind of spell. My genius spell. Perfect. Now my real magic training begins. Chapter 15. 3 years later. Jared, there are things you need to understand. My tutor, Alphonse, said at the start of one of our lessons. Based on his tone, I knew it was serious, so I paid rapt attention. It was rare to see him so resolved. Maybe he wants to teach me a more advanced spell. I beamed. Who wouldn't like the sound of that? Jared. You have a lot of potential. Truly. I've never seen anyone advance through this amount of knowledge and practice of magic throughout my years. Oh, don't flatter me. Let's just be done with the formalities and fork over the special magic you want to teach me. I grinned internally, eyeing my tutor greedily. You're smart too. So far, in the 3 years since I've been your tutor, you've surpassed my expectations. Every time, you end up using unconventional means to combine low-level spells and use them in creative ways. Truly, you are exceptional. Hee, of course. I'm a great sage with countless magic theories in my head. With the opportunity to practice magic, of course, I would end up creating many combinations. So, old man, hand over my special magic. I've earned it. So, Jeremy, what do you think about? Alphonse's voice trailed. He appeared hesitant on whether or not to tell me what was on his mind. Come on, old man. You can trust me. What do you think about becoming a scholar, instead of a mage? As soon as he asked the question, it took a while before I was able to comprehend his words. The bombshell was certainly unexpected. A scholar? I asked, a little shaken. Alphonse appeared flustered upon seeing my disappointed face. As one who had overseen my training for so long and knew of my passion for practicing magic, asking me to be a scholar now was a difficult task for him. Jared, this is the... Why? Why do you think I should be a scholar? I cut his words short with my whisper. After showing him so much of what I could do, training like hell, and even eating up knowledge faster than anyone my age. This old man still thought such a path suited me more than my goal? Jared, the thing is, it's because I'm your tutor that I know, you have no talent in magic. Alphonse sighed. Yet. My heart ached the moment he said that. For some reason, those words hit a core within me that I had long thought was numb. Why, oh why did this feel familiar to the first time I was told that I was inept? You managed to form a monocore at 7 when others succeeded at age 5. However, even though you finally have a monocore, advancing beyond this stage is difficult. In a few years after training with magic, your core should have started experiencing some changes, Alphonse explained. I knew what he was talking about. Monocores have various colors depending on grade, and as a magic user, it is one of your duties to advance your core to the highest possible grade. There are limits to how far one can go based on talent. So, that's what this is all about. Jared, you're already 10 years old. Even though you got a late awakening, by now a yellow color should have begun to form in your monocore. Yet. Alphonse stated, looking worried. Ah, I understand now. It appeared I was too entrapped in magic that I failed to notice the worries of my tutor. Truly, my case was something anyone would be worried about. Normally, at 5 I would have had a white monocore, then by my current age, I should have partially developed a yellow core. For geniuses, it wasn't impossible to have fully advanced to the yellow core stage. Yet, I hadn't even shown the slightest sign of improvement. I know you've always wanted to be a mage, utilizing magic actively, but that journey will be cut short due to the unfairness of the situation. You should have realized it yourself. Your mana core, your mana capacity, they're below normal standards. Alphonse clenched his fist as he spoke. I could tell that it was hard for him to tell me these things. The expression on his face and the way his voice quivered all showed that he was truly sorry for doing this. To him, he's bashing the dreams and hopes of a child. I understood all his points perfectly. But I know you might be skeptical, but the scholar profession is highly revered. It used to be discriminated against, but after Lewis Griffith, the great sage, emerged with his countless theories that revolutionized magic, they have become more revered and influential. This guy, he doesn't know that he's using myself as an example. Jared, I somehow see the great sage in you. It appears that both of you think alike. Do you know what you told me one time? I can't forget it, since it was exactly the line I read from one of the great sage's treatises. Crap! This guy is catching on. He said, magic is more than just a set of strict laws. It can be tweaked and altered to suit any purpose. That is the very meaning of evolution. Gulp. I messed up. Why did I have to say the exact words I wrote down? I was just speaking normally at that time. To be honest, I have always admired that great man, Jared. And for me to see him in you is something you can take as an achievement. That's why I know you can do it, you'll succeed greatly as a scholar. He is me, dumbass. I know I can succeed as a scholar. I already did so in my past life. Still, Alphonse made a lot of sense. If I were to pursue the scholar path, there would be little need to practice magic, but more emphasis on study, research, and discovery. With just my spellcraft, I would be able to change the world once again. My success was already pretty much guaranteed. However. So, what do you say, Jared? Don't you want to? Nope. I sharply responded. Just think about it a little. Nope. I repeated. What this man was asking of me, even though it was the logical thing to do, I was never going to choose that path. Why? Because I was already one in my past life. I had even reached the summit, the pinnacle of any scholar, and achieved the great sage title. Still, at the end of my life, I felt empty. It was the regret that made me wish for magic, and miraculously I ended up being given a second chance at it. There was no way I would choose to relive my past. Thank you, tutor, for your counsel. However, I know what I want. So, instead of trying to look for an alternative. Alphonse was looking flustered, trying to decipher what I, the usually logical one, was thinking. A wide grin formed on my face as I stared at him with my own resolve. Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 16. Why don't we make a bet? I asked, grinning at the flustered mage. He must be thinking that I'm making a desperate attempt here, but let's see if he'll bite. What kind of bet? He asked. Perfect. He took the bait. Set a standard. You said I'm way behind my peers, correct? Why yet? Your magic capacity and growth are too. Then, set a standard. In 2 years, I should conclude my training with you. Tell me a spell that anyone by that age will be able to cast, and if I don't meet up to that standard when I turn 12, I'll become a scholar. My declaration stunned Alphonse. The expression he made actually hurt me a little. I'm not crazy, old fart. My mind rang. Come on, there's nothing to lose. I'll keep practicing magic, you'll keep teaching me, and I'll keep learning as much as I can. Even as a scholar, it's good to have deep roots in the knowledge of magic, as well as basic magic usage. Don't you think so? I smiled, trying to convince him. Welp, I didn't have magic usage in the past, but I managed to reach the top. Let's hope he doesn't bring that up. But, didn't the great sage not have any? Ah. He did. I'm not the great sage, okay? I have mana, at least. It'll be a waste if I don't train it to an extent. Plus, we've already started my magic training. It's been 3 years now. What's 2 more years? Alphonse seemed to see some reason in my words, which was a good thing. If he had proved to be thick-skulled, I don't know what else I could have said in order to convince him to keep teaching a hopeless case like myself. Okay, so if you don't produce the result I want in 2 years, you'll become a scholar. Yab. And a badass one at that. I grinned confidently in response. That won't happen though. But, let's give him hope. Alphonse smiled at my confidence, a little relieved that I hadn't broken down from having my dream shattered before me. Alright then. Fair enough. Buyoot, if I win, if I do manage to reach the target in 2 years, you'll teach me a rare spell. I declared, pointing at him with seriousness written all over my face. There's no way I'm missing out on some extra goodness. Alphonse burst out in laughter the moment I said this. Was it perhaps the amusement gained from watching an immature boy speak? This old man was looking down on me again. Fine, then. Deal. He smiled, stretching his hand toward me. Deal. I grinned, I stretched mine too, and we shook our hands. A moment of silence enveloped the area as master and pupil looked into each other's eyes, determined to win. Knowing Alphonse, he would raise the standard pretty high, but that didn't matter, no matter what he threw at me, I was going to succeed. Well, then, what do I tell your mother? Alphonse sighed, suddenly breaking the silence. I knew it. So Annabelle was an accomplice too. It all made sense now. This traitorous tutor. So he sided with my doting mother in the end. No one really thinks I can pull it off, Well, they were in for a surprise. After all, tonight, I would finally form my second mana core. Everywhere finally got darkened as night crept in, the perfect moment for a peaceful meditation. I remembered Alphonse's words, how concerned he was about my aptitude. What everyone around me failed to grasp was that no one was more concerned about my growth than I was. I already realized that no matter how many innovative combinations I made to a basic spell, even if it ended up mimicking the effects of a more powerful spell, it was still not powerful enough to rival advanced spells. To become truly powerful, I not only needed great combinations, but also great power and skills to go along with it. Not counting my spellcraft technique, which I was saving as a trump card, my magic usage was really on the poor side. My mana pool was below average, and just as my tutor said, there appeared to be no growth within my core. However, these effects weren't unforeseen, nope, they were caused by me. Phew, it's a lovely night. I should begin. I took a deep breath, carefully inhaling and exhaling fresh, cool air. I activated the mana core within me, causing my body to faintly glow. Many people think that a white mana core is only the beginning of a magic user's journey, and one should progress as fast as possible to the next stage. However, they're wrong. The white core stage is a foundation. As such, others are built from it. The mistake everyone makes is assuming they need to advance to the yellow stage as soon as possible. I thought this perception would change, but even now in the future, it remained the same. There was one thing everyone overlooked, and now it would be the basis for another card that I will exclusively have under my sleeve. And that is, possessing multiple mana cores. It's almost done, just a few more particles, and I'll be done with my second mana core. Chapter 17. It started as suspicion, then after a while, it became much more. Even in my past life, I often pondered on the subject. However, it seemed that my line of thought was so unconventional that no one else seemed to reason that way. Everyone had a set pattern, and the people I could reason with were already down that path. Is it possible to have more than one magic core? It was a simple question that kept ringing in my head. Unfortunately, I could not prove or test this theory since the elements needed for it to succeed were non-existent. In essence, the theory was fated to fail before it even started. However, upon my rebirth and after forming my mana core, everything became perfectly clear. It was indeed possible. The white core grade is the basic foundation, and from it, other grades are formed, as they are layered over it, like onions. The white core remains the innermost layer, while others flow from around it. As multiple layers form, concepts such as specialties begin to exist in the mana of a magic user. Magic users become more attuned to a particular specialty or field as they advance in their core grade. As a result, they're unable to practice advanced magic in other fields. I felt that was wrong. If I was to become a true magic user, I wanted to be able to use any and all forms of magic at my disposal, and not be bound by my own core, which was a restriction. Then, in order to achieve this, there was only one option, one path to take. Forming many mana cores. By forming multiple cores, a person would be able to have more than one specialty. The possibilities were endless. That was when I started researching. That's right. My 3 years of magic training weren't merely restricted to Alphonse's teachings. I conducted personal sessions and finally, after so much time invested in research and personal discovery, I found it. With this, I finally proved my theory. I grinned widely. White mana core grade is the foundation. Other core grades form the layers. However, as other core grades start to form, even though power drastically increases, specialties arise. These 3 factors were immutable truths when it came to the concept of magic. However, a loophole existed, and I was fortunate enough to discover it after tireless efforts in research. If I establish my white core grade, then I no longer need to taint or advance it with another grade. Instead, by leaving the foundation as it is, pure, I can begin forming another magic core somewhere else. White grade is the accumulation of mana particles in the body. It is pure, without any special elements. As time goes on, the mana becomes mixed in with other elements, which results in specialties. By separating the two, I discovered that there was no point in tainting my first mana core with any element, since it was meant to remain a pure core while I formed others. The reason I was never able to succeed in proving the multiple mana core theory in my past life was that the magic users who were competent at the time all had at least a yellow mana core, already tainted with another element. What I actually required was a pure white core in order to produce another independent mana core. Since the only ones who had such cores were little children, there was no way I was ever going to succeed. Because, after the culmination of my research concerning this topic, one fact was absolute. Only white core grades can ensure the effective creation of another mana core. Why? Because, mana particles in the body naturally flow toward the core and expand it, making it grow over time. To create another core, one has to redirect the flow. I was able to intentionally speed up my awakening process since I knew how to direct the flow of my mana, but it would be even more difficult to do so for a second core while already possessing a first, since the core would draw in the mana particles like a magnet and try to expand. I have to admit, I reached a block when I realized this, and nearly gave up on my endeavor. But, in my slump, a memory returned to me, an experience that had occurred 2 weeks after my birth. The priest who was in charge of my naming ceremony and quickening ritual had sent a pure wave of mana into me which resonated with my mana particles and quickened them, allowing for a faster absorption rate at the time. Bingo! I screamed the moment I grasped what this meant for me. I felt nearly foolish for letting months slip by me, yet failing to realize something so simple. Using my already formed core, I could quicken the mana particles in my body and use their energized state to form another core. While emitting mana, a core cannot absorb mana at the same time. It would be like pushing and pulling simultaneously, which isn't possible. Therefore, by constantly releasing pure mana throughout my body, I would constantly be quickening my mana particles, while increasing the formation rate of my second mana particle. The process was fast, unbelievably fast. I had actually made so much progress that it began to materialize. Yes. That was when I realized that it was absolutely possible. I can make more mana cores. Not just one or two, but as many as my body can handle. The best part about this was that the more mana cores I had, the easier it would be to make a new one, since the quickening process would be more effective and the formation rate would in turn be faster. That was how I started, and in barely 2 years, I formed my second mana core. It would have taken a lot less time, but since I had to focus a lot on training, as well as keep up my study, learn noble etiquette, and take many lessons for my education, I had barely enough time for myself. Still, I relentlessly kept at it. And so, here we are, the moment of truth. 200 more, 50 more, 1 more. Chapter 18. A warm, bright light enveloped me, similar to the sensation I felt the first time I awakened. I felt my entire body throb with a rush of power and pleasure. Unlike before, where my stomach was the point of formation, same with other magic users, I made my second mana core's location in my head. My brain, to be precise. The strategic use of such a position would be indispensable to my ambitions. Hey. I feel so refreshed and exhausted at the same time, I heaved, crumbling on my bed. My body was covered with perspiration, and even though I was nearly naked, my entire underwear was soaked with sweat. However, I ignored such petty details. This is amazing, I whispered. Feeling the 2 mana cores resonate within me gave off a different kind of vibe. It was a world apart from just having one. If I make more, I wonder how it would feel. The thought sent a smile to my face. That's right. I had succeeded in the impossible, however, this was only the beginning. To truly rise above the mediocre and surpass all my peers, I needed to form my third mana core. I won't settle for anything less. Since I managed to form my second mana core after 2 years, my third wasn't going to take that long. But, seeing as Alphonse was dead serious about my lack of talent, it was certain that he would be spending more time training me than usual, plus my lessons in other areas were becoming more complex and time-consuming as time went on. In only 2 years, would I really have enough time to make the third core? Hehe, sounds like a challenge. I grinned to myself, looking at the ceiling of my room. It was a risky venture, and the next 2 years would be the most hectic time of all, but the results were undeniably assured, and if I pulled through, when I pulled through, I would be in an entirely different class. I'm no natural genius, all right. But I can make myself into one. 2 years later. Are you ready, Jared? A smile formed on my face. The moment of truth, after my bet with Alphonse, was finally here. This will be our last session together. Therefore, as was our agreement back then, you will show me a feat worthy for a magic user your age if you want to advance further. Alphonse stated, sternly looking at me. And if I don't, I'll become a scholar instead, yet. I know. My voice sounded, echoing through the field of training designated for us. Somehow, a tinge of nostalgia wafted through me as I realized that we had been using this same spot for 5 years. Every day, continuously without fail, to think this was the last day. Jared, it's not too late to pull out now, Alphonse said. It felt insulting to hear that, but I understood. Alphonse most likely said that out of consideration for me. Since this would be the last training session I would be having, every member of the household was present. The servants, housekeepers, employees, heck, even my mother watched from her esteemed seat. Father can't make it this time because of his duties, but I'll do so well that the news reaches him. I smiled at my tutor and nodded, giving him my usual confident look. I wasn't about to let down this man who had painstakingly taught me for so long. Fine. Since you're determined, Jared. I'll have you engage in a magic duel. If you perform up to my expectations, I'll deem you fit to pursue the path of a magic user," he stated. That sounded good to me. What will you be conjuring this time? A golem? An elemental? I responded, excitement showing in my eyes. Alphonse shook his head while giving a mysterious, yet scheming grin. No, Jared. Your opponent this time, one who will end your training and cause you to graduate from your 5-year lesson, is none other than your tutor himself. Me. My eyes bulged in shock. This was unexpected. I'll be facing off against Alphonse himself. The grin he gave made me realize that this was planned, premeditated from the time we made our bet. I was also certain that my mother was in on this since the both of them wanted to ensure I became a scholar. Their smoldering love is too excessive. However, if they thought that something like this would break my spirit, they were dead wrong. Phew, now this is exciting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Alphonse was stunned to see me maintain my confidence and even looked forward to it. He gave me a nod and smiled proudly. You've not changed, Jared. Truly, you're one interesting kid. Now then, show me what you have. Of course, just give the signal. I answered almost immediately. We both smiled at each other, ready to begin the duel. Alphonse is strong, I know that much. The mana pressure he emitted ever since we first met is still burned into my memory. However, compared to the weak boy who had just awakened his mana core, I have changed exponentially. I had been worried that I wouldn't be able to fully test my new power no matter the final test Alphonse gave me, but this was the perfect opportunity. Let's see how much I've grown. Current status. Name, Jeremy Lewis. Age, 12 years old. Mana core grade, white. Number of mana cores, 3. Chapter 19 begin. Alphonse declared. Without wasting any time, I cast my spells silently, launching several fireballs at my tutor. Yab. Silent casting is a thing. A dozen balls of flames burned through the air as they approached him at a fast pace, but Alphonse was too quick for any to hit him. Enhancing his body with magic, the crazy old man glided away from all of them, swiftly avoiding them as he lunged at me. The fireballs exploded behind him, and in a few moments, he would reach my location. Usually, at this moment one would feel a sense of panic, since it was bad news for an opponent to close the distance on you when you're a mage. However, for me, it only proved to be more exciting. A wide smile formed on my face as I cast another spell. Instantly, I used magic to affect the earth surrounding me, except for where I stood, creating a quicksand in an instant. Sinking ground. Alphonse's legs got caught up in the sinking earth, but he didn't even appear fazed at all. This gave me a little window to create more distance between the two of us, though, so I jumped away from him, using wind magic to strengthen my leap. All of these were basic magic, possible for anyone who had formed a magic core. Chet, cheeky kid. Alphonse grinned, using wind magic as well to fly away from the ground and launch himself toward me. Ground spikes. Instantly, many earth structures came from all around me, creating sharp projections of the earth. Alphonse used wind magic, one which I suspected to be wind slice, to cut down the rocks in an instant, while he chased after me. He's holding back, I know, since he wants to simulate a realistic battle. After all, if he goes all out, I won't be able to stand a chance, or so he thinks. I decided to kick things up a notch. Creating about half a dozen fireballs and half a dozen water balls simultaneously, I launched them at Alphonse at once. That's pointless, he stated, dodging them with ease. I saw from his expression that he was amazed by my actions, though. After all, an amateur couldn't create spells of different elements at the same time. It's a good thing I have 3 separate mana cores working at the same time. Of course, I realized none of my spells were going to hit him, so they weren't exactly targeting him, to begin with. The opposing elements hit one another, causing an eruption of mist. I quickly leaped out of the area of impact since I was further from it and secured my landing while watching the outcome. Perfect! I grinned. Instantly, the mist cleared as Alphonse used wind magic to disperse everything around him. Did you really think your ice magic formation would be effective on me? He asked, referring to the trick I had used to defeat his golem in the past. I had perfected it already, and was able to use it more freely since I had more mana cores. However, that wasn't my goal. Who knows, maybe. I smiled. Alphonse shook his head and sighed. Even now, why do you appear to be having a good time? Well, that's because I was about to pull off something very exciting. It was only a matter of time. Our fight continued, with me avoiding a direct confrontation, while using basic magic to trap him for a short moment. Now then, let's try this. I grinned. I created over a dozen fireballs, and a score of water balls, ensuring the temperature of the resulting clash would be more attuned to the cold nature of water, and not heat. This again? I'll just dodge it and... I instantly launched them, not allowing Alphonse to finish his statement. However, unlike before, my aim was placed very high, sending the projectiles into the air. The elements crashed, creating a cloud of cold fog above our heads. What are you doing? Alphonse asked, partly curious and confused by my seemingly random and pointless moves. However, he had been with me for 5 years and oversaw a lot of my magic training, so he was already aware that I didn't do anything without a plan. Deciding that there was no use deliberating over the outcome of my spell, Alphonse appeared to have resolved to end the match before I could activate any more spells. Unfortunately, I had already prepared a large quicksand for him as a treat. While he was focused on my spectacle above, I made another sinking ground spell where he was, causing his movements to be hindered. "Wah!" he yelped. This gave me the perfect window to create my next barrage of spells. Mini ice balls. Instantly, tiny portions of ice were formed in multitudes. I launched them at the formation in the sky, further confusing Alphonse. What was my plan? The ice particles burst upon touching the fog, turning into tiny fragments of ice. The end result was a more solidified version of the mist above us, a cloud. This is just bizarre. Don't tell me you're experimenting on magic again when we're having a duel. Alphonse spoke, slightly annoyed. He broke out of the quicksand and lunged at me, this time with the intent to finish things entirely. However, it was too late. Bringing my fingers together, I rubbed my thumb with my middle one, making a snap. And then, the unbelievable happened. Wooham! The clouds instantly darkened, and a bright flash appeared from within it, causing Alphonse to look above him as a result of the shocking occurrence. Grinning at another window of hesitation he displayed, I cast binding spells on my dearest tutor to slow him down. Strong bind, earth bind, sinking ground. Many whips of white light wrapped themselves around him, and the earth brought forth many of its constraints to hold him. The ground began to sink beneath him once again, creating a triple-layered trap all at once. Alphonse was stunned by this trap, and as he tried breaking free, my little gift for him was prepared. Fall. Chapter 20. The flashes of light from the darkened cloud instantly descended in a rush, lunging at Alphonse rapidly. Cray-a-ok. The lightning strike finally connected, crashing into the ground as it made deafening sounds of thunder, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom! Right before my eyes, the destruction spread as I stood at a safe distance. The blinding ray of light, coupled with the cackles of electricity and the sizzling sound of heat melting the earth, made me smile happily. Looks like it's a success. However, I didn't account for one fatal error: the explosion kept spreading. "Jared, get out of there now!" I suddenly heard my mother yell at me. I looked at her with a stunned expression, initially not understanding what she meant. The servants all around, a considerably safe distance from where I was, all looked in horror, and I could see the frightened expression my mother made. Realizing something had gone terribly wrong, I turned my face back to the center of the explosion and saw the approaching danger. Shit! My mind rang. The burst of lightning didn't cease, as the charges kept ramming the earth, sending shockwaves and bursts of destructive light across the field. The devastating rushes began to approach me at a rapid rate. Seeing the explosion spread, I quickly created 3 layers of protective spells to protect myself from the assault. Earth Wall, Earth Wall, Earth Wall. Using earth magic was the most efficient way I could ground the lightning bursts directed at me. It was also the most useful defensive measure in this situation. Hopefully, the earth wall has enough capacity to absorb the electrical current. Apparently, they didn't. Boom! My defensive rock shields broke apart in the presence of an overwhelming might that was the lightning surge, and in only a few moments, I would be done for. As I watched the brilliantly destructive lightning currents near me, I instinctively knew it was the end. My remaining mana wasn't enough to escape, and I didn't have enough time to use Spellcraft. I could have pulled it off, probably, but, at that moment my mind drew a blank. In essence, I was too terrified to do anything. Jared! I heard my mother call out to me again. Her screams of concern, fear, and desperation rang in my ears. From her distance, there was no way she could reach me in time, though. Shit. Looks like, this is the end. Whoosh. Suddenly I heard a whooshing sound, coupled with a blinding light. In a flash, I felt myself being pulled by a force, and taken away from the destruction that ensued. The lightning explosion chased us, myself, and whoever was carrying me. Everything was too bright and fast for me to catch with my eyes. She-ink. A brighter light shone beyond whoever carried me, and suddenly, I saw something magnificent. A barrier, shaped like a massive field of light covered the lightning explosion, containing it. This is, my mind rang. I had only ever seen it in books, and once in my past life. It was considered to be one of the best defensive spells a mage could use. Safe haven. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. Finally trapped in the barrier, with no oxidizing element or air particles, the lightning sizzled, and finally ceased, leaving behind an entire field of devastation, charred grounds that emanated smoke, and burning layers of everything within a couple of acres. Jared, are you okay? I heard a voice rouse me from my deep thoughts. It was the same person who had saved me, and I was still locked in his arms. Looking up at him, I saw a distressed expression in his eyes. Why yes, Alphonse, I mumbled, frankly still shaken by the whole thing. This was the first time I had messed up in magic. That's good then. He heaved in relief, putting me on the ground. I planted my heels on the earth, making sure my wobbly legs remained firm in order not to appear weak. I looked at Alphonse. He was shrouded in a brilliant light that seemed to enhance his whole body. That must have been how he was fast enough to save me. As for the barrier. Jared. I heard another voice call out to me. It was my mother. Raising my head to the place my mother sat at a high estate, I saw her looking drained. Her face paled, and she seemed to be having difficulty breathing. Our servants quickly tried attending to her, but she stubbornly insisted on calling out to me and in order to verify my safety. She rushed toward me, even in her weakened state, nearly collapsing. What's going on? I was a little startled. Jared, what the hell was that just now? Alphonse asked suddenly, drawing my attention back to him. I didn't know how I would explain it to him. I suppose this type of magic was overkill, one a 12-year-old wouldn't be able to perform. Still, I must have impressed him with this. I won. Does that matter? You've lost the bet, so I smiled, trying to wave off the suspicion that seemed to be building up concerning my abilities. Who cares about that? Alphonse's voice suddenly got deeper and more menacing. The look in his eyes startled me. The usual playful and cheerful demeanor was gone. He had a deep glare, coupled with veins sticking out of his face as he clenched his fist. I could hear him gritting his teeth, making me feel an odd sense of unease around him. But I showed an impressive result. Alphonse should be dazzled and amazed right now. Yet, why does he look? Do you have any idea what you've done? He asked in rage. I was right, after all. My tutor, Alphonse, was angry. Chapter 21. Have you ever wondered how lightning is formed? Well, I have. It's a natural phenomenon that's caused by normal reactions in the surrounding, yet it appears so much like magic that I took an interest in it. Of course, lightning magic exists, but lightning itself is an amazing occurrence that piqued my interest during my past life. As ice crystals within a thunderstorm cloud flow up and down in the turbulent air, they crash into each other and small negatively charged particles are knocked off some of the ice and added to another ice as they crash past each other. These negatively charged electric particles are drawn toward the positively charged ones on the ground, and as the opposites attract, a stepping ladder is formed which results in lightning. I had calculated these and recreated the phenomena with magic, generating a cloud, while making countless ice particles clash with each other, as well as charging the dormant circuit in the earth. By snapping my fingers, I created the spark needed to spread the chain reaction, using Alphonse as the point of contact for the lightning strike. I thought I calculated everything. In theory, it would have worked perfectly, without spreading across the whole field or causing more mayhem as it did. However, who would have expected this? Do you have any idea what you've done? Alphonse asked me with a deep glare in his eyes. I know I made an error. Perhaps if I have more time, I can figure out what exactly the problem is. I messed up. Things went a little out of control, but at least I won, didn't I? Alphonse didn't even let me finish my statement of defense before raising his hands and giving me a hot slap across the cheek. Swat! The stinging sensation that I felt on my skin sent a confusing jolt down my body. I was enveloped in confusion. What just happened? Alphonse hit me on my face, a reaction I had not expected. Looking at him, he had a very enraged look. The old man's glare deepened, something I didn't know was possible. This is the first time I've been hit, since I was reborn, my mind trailed. Why? I muttered in confusion, giving my tutor an angry look. Alphonse, it's okay, you don't need to blame Jared. Annabelle, my mother protested in my defense, struggling to get close to us. That's right. I don't deserve any blame for this. It was an accident, an unforeseen error. Besides, it wasn't like anyone got hurt. Annabelle, I won't let this slide. He needs to learn the repercussions of his actions. What he did is unacceptable. Alphonse spoke back to my mother. It was the first time I had seen him respond so daringly to her. No, it was the first time I saw him so serious at all. What's his deal? Even after I worked my butt off to reach this level and won our bet, even after displaying such amazing magic, why was he treating me like this? My look intensified as I glared at him. He was my tutor and all, but that didn't give him the right to say such harsh words to me and my mother. It was only a little accident, and... Will you shut it, boy? That little accident has sent your mother into a state of mana shock. Alphonse glared at me, clenching his fists as though restraining himself from hitting me again. Mana shock? I repeated, confused about what he said. Mana shock is a condition within a person caused by the sudden use of a vast amount of mana from one's core. To prevent shock, spells are needed in order to ensure smooth the transitioning of the mana flow. However, if a person tries to bypass the spell's process or overtask themselves in a short period, they experience mana shock. My eyes darted to my mother. She did appear pale and weak, but I had only assumed that it was due to her worry for me. All through my years, she was always a worrywart, so I had chalked this down to the same issue. Don't you know the consequence of that? Depending on the level of the shock, a mana shock could lead to weakness and a state of unconsciousness, in worse cases, death. Of course, I knew of this. However, to think my mom was going through that currently, yet she was still standing here, worrying about me. Inconceivable. And no, you're wrong. Why would she even be under mana shock in the first place? I said with a quivering tone. Are you retarded? That spell just now, I don't know what you did, but if she hadn't acted quickly and used safe haven to contain it, you would have been caught up in it. Alphonse said, drawing closer to me with an intimidating aura. Okay, I messed up more than expected. Chapter 22. My mother must have quickly used the strongest defensive magic at her disposal to contain the lightning blast and protect me, while being careless and undergoing such a painful recoil. But the lightning attack wasn't too big a deal. A defensive spell of intermediate level to absorb its charge would have done the trick. You didn't need to resort to an advanced spell, I said to my mother. Annabelle had certainly acted very immature in the past, but even I knew that she had a lot of skill in magic. My mind rang. She must have known the basics of the elements and how to counteract an opposing element. Why did she recklessly throw away her life when there was an easier solution? She could have easily just. I wasn't thinking, Jared. You were in danger. I had to protect you at all cost. Annabelle said, coughing in the process. It appeared as though she was barely hanging on. Looking at the symptoms, I already knew her condition was real. She won't die, but she's going to be bedridden for a while. My mind was going blank. Conflicting thoughts ran through my head and I didn't know how to feel. I failed as a magic user and let my power get out of control. How? I thought I had everything all planned out. Even now you're still thinking of magic, aren't you? Alphonse's loud voice woke me from my inner turmoil. I was already upset at myself. What did this old man want from me again? Raising my head to look at him, I was stunned by the expression I saw. The same Alphonse who gave me a mad, intimidating look, was in tears as he spoke. Look at your mother, Jared. Look around you, what do you see? His deep voice was filled with emotion. My eyes darted everywhere, and I saw them. Servants and employees were all looking at me with worry and fear written on their faces. The destruction caused was one thing. However, no one cared about the damage caused. No, their attention was on me. My mother, everyone around, they kept looking at me with the same eyes of worry. Do you understand now, Jared? Do you see what you've caused? You nearly got yourself killed, as well as your mother. Even the maids and servants could have been caught in the disaster. Yet. I slowly grasped Alphonse's words, and as I did, my body quivered as I felt my foolishness. Yet, they're all worried about you. Your mother didn't even think and rushed in to save you. Do you not feel anything even after seeing all this? Is your mind still fixated on magic and magic alone? As I saw Alphonse's seething rage, I finally noticed something I had overlooked, probably because of my deep thoughts on my earlier spell. He's injured. My eyes bulged, noticing the blood spreading on his shoulder. The crimson-colored liquid dyed his clothes red, yet the old man didn't even bother about it. His eyes were fixated on me, expecting an answer. I felt an ache within me. My heart pounded, and it hurt a lot. Seeing his tears, watching my mother's caring, yet weak eyes, seeing the destruction I'd caused, and the expressions of all my spectators, it finally dawned on me, how selfish and insensitive I had been. I don't know how it started, or how someone like me could do it, but tears dropped from my eyes. My body shook, trembling due to the weight of emotions I was feeling. The sting of Alphonse's slap still hurt me a bit, but the thumping within my heart as well as my guilt far outweighed it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I cried, bursting out in tears. Was it because I had a child's body? Or perhaps it came from even the mature soul of a seasoned sage. It didn't matter either way. Nothing can change the fact that I bawled out, expressing my apologies in the most embarrassing way possible. I am so sorry, Hixie, I'm so sorry. I had finally come down from my high horse and broke down right then and there. Without saying any more harsh words, Alphonse pulled me into his grasp and embraced me. My mother also drew closer and joined in our hug. Just like a family, the hug drew me in and I felt the weight of my faults slowly dissipate. I'm such a fool, aren't I? I'm making the same mistakes I made back then, I smiled at myself, recollecting my past life. I was surrounded by good-natured people who supported me at every turn. In all fairness, I didn't deserve them. Yet, they stood up for me and believed in me. They helped me in many ways, and now that I think of it, I wouldn't have been the great sage, Lewis Griffith, without them. Even now, after being given a second chance at life, I was blinded by my pursuit of magic that I failed to truly consider the emotions of those around me. That was my true error. Chapter 23. It's a good thing you've learnt your lesson, Jared. I'm so proud of you, by the way. That spell of yours, it was amazing, my mother slurred, finally giving in to her exhaustion. Her eyes closed and she fell asleep. My tears, which had ceased, flowed once again. Somehow, what she said made me genuinely happy. Mother Annabelle, even though I'm an old man and this makes things a little awkward for me, you're such a great woman. I wept internally. The servants that held unto her, made sure to support my unconscious mother's weight and carried her away from us, taking her to her chambers. They nodded respectfully at us, and Alphonse gave them a wave of approval, dismissing them to do the needful. But, he's injured too. Alphonse, your shoulder is... He raised a finger, interrupting my protest. Shaking his head, he gave me a stern look, once again meaning business. I felt a resolute expression emanate from my tutor's demeanor. Jared. Indeed, you surpassed my expectations today, and it's no secret to say you won the bet. He began, kneeling down to meet my gaze at an even level. Even though I felt bad for the damage and destruction I had caused, as well as the harm I brought unto everyone, Alphonse's praises felt good. But, as your master, I'll have to tell you this. No matter how much magic you eventually possess, or the heights you reach in the art, without anyone by your side to share it with you, it's not but a vain pursuit. Those words hit me like a sledgehammer, resonating within my soul. They felt familiar. I had heard them before, in my past life. Yes, from one of my old acquaintances. He had told me the same thing. How does Alphonse know about that? Remember this, dear pupil. Magic is meaningless without people. That's your final lesson from me. Alphonse grabbed my hand and gave me a warm smile, then raised his second hand and rubbed my head, giving it a light pat. I was also impressed by your spell today, Jared. Well done. You have impressed me, not just as a tutor, but as a fellow magic user. My eyes bulged in shock as I received those words. I somewhat understood what Alphonse had just told me, as well as the words of my friend back then. No matter the height I would eventually reach in magic, it could never compare to the feeling of accomplishment I got from Alphonse that day. The warm sensation within me, and the tingly feeling welling up inside me. I felt really happy. So this is it, a true feeling of accomplishment. I beamed, returning Alphonse's smile. Such warm feelings of satisfaction would only be gotten from someone else. And as such, I needed others. What a valuable last lesson you gave me, Alphonse, I smiled. However, despite the bliss and fluffy magical bursts of joy flashing around, there was no way anything or anyone could make me forget. But, Alphonse, you haven't forgotten the deal we made, right? Yeah, I know that he was trying to pass a message across to me, and to be honest, he was really cool. I truly learned a great deal from his words and I had the resolution to change. However, Alphonse, you still haven't made good on the bet, you know? My special magic spell, where is it? What The old man gave me an unbelieving look as he stared at me. Am I being too impatient again? It's just that he said that's my last lesson, so I have to make things clear, that's not the wrong thing to do. You little rascal! Get the hint, will you? Alphonse said, knocking my head as he spoke. Ow, ow! Alphonse, when did you start resorting to violence? I asked, wincing at the slight beating he gave my head. As someone whose body wasn't used to pain, it was an odd sensation. But, it wasn't like I could complain. I had caused more pain to others, after all. The both of us burst out in laughter, filling the tense air with the friendly environment I had grown to love. Of course, I haven't forgotten our bet. Alphonse finally said, interrupting my thoughts. He stood from where he knelt and looked at the devastated training field. A small smile formed on his face. However, looking at what just happened, I doubt there's any magic in your level that I can teach you. What? Come on, man. Don't try to run away from this. Take responsibility. My mind rang. I wasn't being insensitive. This was my right. It was something I had been looking forward to for so long. As much as it was nice being commended by Alphonse and my mother, I needed something concrete as a trophy for my accomplishment. Don't worry, though. Before the end of today, I'll make sure to make good on my word. Upon hearing this, it finally dawned on me. Why hadn't I thought of it earlier? Alphonse had been staying with us for 5 years straight, not missing a single day in teaching me magic. As per the contract, today would be his last time here before heading back home. Wow, you're really leaving tomorrow, my voice trailed. I now felt a tinge of regret coupled with my emotion. He was a great man and an interesting magic tutor, but did I even get to know him more than that? Even after so long had passed, I didn't really know anything about Alphonse. Don't make that look. It's not like I'm going to die, or anything. Besides, since you passed, you'll soon be going to the Magic Academy, right? Our separation was inevitable. The old man smiled at me. Shame on you, Jared. You're being reprimanded and comforted by your junior. I smiled to myself. You're right. Thanks, Alphonse. Now then, why don't we go inside? They should have laid Annabelle on her bed. We should check her condition. Alphonse said. I nodded. While Anna wouldn't die, she would be in a state of weakness for some days. I'll offer some treatment, so she'll be able to get up before you leave for the academy. So you don't need to worry too much. Alphonse smiled, noticing my troubled expression. Am I so easy to read? Oh boy. And so, former master and pupil returned to the manor, after having reconciled with each other. Oh, by the way, what about my special? You little. I said I haven't forgotten. You know what? Come to the courtyard after dinner, and I'll show you before you sleep. Alphonse barked, already growing frustrated with my reminders. Haha, sorry. Thank you, I responded. I think I should shut up now. Chapter 24 Alphonse and I entered my mother's resting chambers, a very large and elaborate room. The scent-filled fragrance of roses and delicious nectar made me smile in pleasure as I walked in. There she was, Annabelle, laid on her bed in her sleeping state. She was so beautiful, and for the first time, she seemed fragile. Almost like a sleeping beauty. Get me some sage, Quitten potions, red lotus, Tiagong, and FYR. They should all be labeled in the greenhouse. Alphonse ordered the servants within the room. The two of them instantly nodded, rushing out to fetch the ingredients he mentioned. Using mana to help her won't help in this instance since mana is the problem. All we can do is feed her medicine so her body stabilizes on its own. Any insertion of foreign mana will only make things worse, Alphonse whispered, as though speaking to himself while analyzing everything. I just kept looking at him the whole time, not knowing what to say. The way he took charge of the situation, plus the maturity he displayed. I could chalk everything down to experience. My eyes, however, suddenly darted back to the injury he had, which made me a little worried. He was also in a bad shape. But, Alphonse, are you in any shape to do anything? Your shoulder is, I spoke out in concern. Alphonse's eyes lit up as he looked at the bloodied shoulder he had. He most likely got the injury from the sharp sparks of lightning running wild after he saved me. So, he prioritized speed over defense in order to rescue me, leaving himself wide open. I felt even more guilty now. Perhaps it was too much to have asked him to give me my final lesson at the time. However, to my surprise, Alphonse didn't express any concern about his injury. He placed his hand on his shoulder, and a green light hummed around it. The spreading blood ceased and the wound he had closed instantly. Healing magic. I beamed. How could I have forgotten? Alphonse was a seasoned mage. Of course, he knew how to use it. I forgot about that injury for a second there, thanks for reminding me. He said, shrugging it off as if the blood he shed was nothing. For him to have discarded such a blow as nothing, just what kind of man was Alphonse? I see, my lips curled awkwardly as I let out a short laugh. Alphonse used magic to create a bowl and grinder, using earth magic to mold the simple objects. He also prepared water, heated it with fire magic and steam began to form. The servants appeared and brought the ingredients, making him thank them as soon as he saw the items he requested. I watched from the side as he chopped down the lotus, burnt the sage, and prepared the other herbs in specialized ways. The Quidden potion was added to the boiling water, turning everything into powder. Amazing, so this is modern medicine, I beamed in surprise. Back in my day, once a person experienced mana shock, they were given time to rest so that their body would naturally restore itself. There was no medicine to speed up the process. This is incredible, I smiled, watching Alphonse's precision in combining the ingredients. At this point, the medicine was ready, having the form of a thick pink liquid. The red lotus must have contributed greatly to its color. I suppose this is the first time you've seen anyone make medicine, Alphonse said, upon noticing my smile. I nodded eagerly. Well, this is usually the job of a doctor or alchemist, but since I learned some while studying magic, I know a little about medicines in relation to it. I see, I blurted out, utterly amazed. Alphonse proceeded to my mother's bed, using wind magic to carry the liquid and give her the right dosage in tiny droplets so it would be easy for her to swallow. In a few seconds, he completed the dosage, leaving a good deal within the bowl. I'll tell you the dosage you'll constantly give to her before I leave. So, even after I'm gone she'll be on this medication and in a few days, she'll be perfectly normal. Alphonse said, looking at me as well as the other servants. Thank you, Alphonse. I beamed. The servants also thanked him profusely, bowing their heads in respect. That's all right then. Now that the worst has passed, you should all go and rest. He smiled kindly. But our madam is still, one of the maids voiced out in protest. That's fine. It's nothing, really. You can call in a new batch of servants to replace your post, so you can go freshen up. Realizing that they couldn't argue with Alphonse, the two servants nodded and excused themselves. Jared, you should also rest. You must have exerted yourself a great deal after using that spell, Alphonse said, looking at me with concern. I understood his perspective. I was only a little child with a white mana core. Not only had I spammed a bunch of spells with different elemental attributes, but I also created such a destructive phenomenon. It was only natural that I would be exhausted. However, I'm not really tired, Alphonse. I'm fine. Really? I replied. Alphonse seemed to distrust my words, so he narrowed his eyes to observe me closely. His eyes bulged in surprise, meaning he noticed that I wasn't in any poor shape. How is this? Wow, amazing. Once again, you've flustered me, Jared. Alphonse grinned. Hehe, I aim to please. Using 3 mana cores had its benefits, one of which is mana management. I can save up a lot of mana by using the cores to charge one another. Also, while I use a core for magic, the other core absorbs the mana particles within me. Since I can somewhat control the flow of mana in my body after years of practice, I can fill up my mana cores easier than others. Also, if I had used Spellcraft, mana wouldn't have even been an issue. Chapter 25 That lightning attack, it wasn't anything a young magic user should be able to use. Even yellow core users can't produce such an effect. Yet, with the white core, you did it, and you're not even exhausted. Fascinating, Alphonse muttered, rubbing his chin as he spoke. Pfft, the old man was playing coy. Who knew there was this side to him? I mused. He was speaking in circles, but I knew what Alphonse was getting to. Do you want to know how I did it? I asked with a sly grin. What are you? He burst out, trying to hide his curiosity by masking it with annoyance. He couldn't fool me, though. I might be a child now, but I was once an old man too. You can't use your tricks on me. Plus, I was a very curious fellow in my past life, and I still am, so I used many methods to extract information from people back then. Many of the means that I used were crafty strategies and acting. Compared to me, Alphonse's attempt to hide his motive was at the level of a noob. Never underestimate the power of shamelessness. I can tell you, though. It's not a big deal for me. I simply used basic magic spells and combined them in a way that produced that result. Alphonse was stunned, but he composed himself. If I was to tell him something so important, he would have to become the student. After all, he said it himself. He no longer considered me his pupil, but a fellow magic user. Please, tell me more, Alphonse asked with a resolute face. Why not? Of course, I didn't tell him about the fact that I had 3 mana cores, or any of my well-guarded secrets. The only thing I did was explain the concept of lightning, and how it was achievable through the right combinations. Though it helped that I had 3 mana cores, since I was able to complete the process much faster, anyone could recreate such a phenomenon if given enough time. Amazing! Alphonse kept beaming as I spoke. However, the more I explained it, the more I couldn't understand the hole in my theory. It should have been perfect, yet it went out of control. Am I missing something? I had thought to myself. Well, if that was the case, I simply had to dig deeper. There was no way I would settle for anything less than perfection. And so, with this resolve, I went to my room and got enough rest, preparing for the spectacular show I would be seeing this night. To pass the time, I practiced a little and went over some of the things I had learned, while also writing down the process of making the mana shock medicine. It could come in useful, I thought to myself. Before I knew it, night fell, and it was time for my appointment with Alphonse. I left my room and went to the destroyed courtyard, anticipating the show. Apparently, Alphonse was more excited since I met him there already waiting for me. Oh, you're here. Just in time. Alphonse grinned upon noticing my presence. Good evening. It's nice to see you're keeping your promise. I smiled at the wry old man. Look at this brat. What do you take me for? Alphonse laughed. I also joined in the merry laughter, grateful that the little awkwardness of the past had vanished entirely. Well, since we don't have much time, we might as well get started now. I nodded, moving close to him. We were standing at the center of the crater my berserk spell had caused, making me wonder what Alphonse had in mind. Remember what I told you this afternoon? I doubt there's any basic magic that I can teach you at your level. Alphonse began. I knew it would come to this, my mind trailed. I had far surpassed any basic magic regiment he could think of. Plus, he also couldn't teach me more advanced magic since I didn't have enough mana capacity to handle them. At this point, he was at an impasse. Your growth rate is phenomenal, so I thought of something different entirely. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened as I looked at his face. Why don't I bypass all the levels you need to reach and go to the very pinnacle of magic? The highest level mage can achieve, since that is the place you desire to stand. Alphonse smiled at me. He must have sensed my impatience and eagerness. To have come up with something like this, my ex-tutor, Alphonse, was simply amazing. Pinnacle of magic, this is. I instantly forgot about all the worries and anxiety that enveloped me. If he was talking about what I thought he was, then I was about to see something truly amazing. It's too much for someone at your level, and we don't even have enough time for you to learn it. As you know, our period of training is officially over. Finally, it is something exclusive to me alone, so this isn't what anyone else can perform. However, so it's exactly what I'm thinking about. Perfect. My mind rang. This was even more than I expected. It was the highest level of magic a mage could achieve. It signaled the maturity and growth of a magic user, as well as their resourcefulness. The combination of both mana capacity and research. Original magic. If it's you, Jared, then surely you'll be able to learn something from my little demonstration. Alphonse smiled. Of course. At my level, it would be impossible to make my own original magic, plus, I couldn't imitate his since the magic he would show me was something he had developed from scratch. However, the point of this demonstration was something else entirely. To see original magic up close, and to learn how it is made, something like that will boost my knowledge of magic principles even more and allow me to see how far this world has progressed compared to the past. Now then, let us begin, Alphonse smiled. Watch and listen closely, Jared. I'll only show this to you once, so burn it into your memory. I hope it will help in your own research and the creation of your original magic. You don't have to tell me twice, old man. I stared in absolute concentration. My true, final lesson was about to begin. Chapter 26. Take very good care of yourself and your mother, Jared, Alphonse said, already in the carriage. It was the next day already, and Alphonse was leaving the manor. He had very few belongings, to begin with. Perhaps there was some sort of magic tool in his possession that allowed him to stuff many of his properties in one large traveling bag since that was all he brought, and it lasted him 5 years. I will. I loudly responded, smiling at the old man as he stuck his head out of the carriage window. He gave me a slight nod, and I nodded back, remembering the promise we made the night before. Shoo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The many waves of darkness that filled the area dispersed and finally, a semblance of normalcy returned. Wow, I managed to stutter after experiencing original magic for the first time in this life. Words couldn't describe the sensation that coursed through me at the sight of Alphonse's beautifully dangerous power. I was right in believing him to be strong. Original magic sure takes a lot out of me, Alphonse huffed as beads of sweat appeared on his face. It was understandable since one needed an immense amount of mana pool, mana knowledge, and mana control in order to pull something like that off. Alphonse saw my stunned gaze and suddenly felt proud of his achievement. He was always so petty. So, what do you think? I glanced at the grinning face of the old man as he expected an answer from me. I didn't even know where to begin. The concept, the execution, the conclusion, they were all impressive. I certainly learned a great deal from this. Thank you for showing me, Alphonse. I'll be sure to put what I have seen to good use. I responded with a mature, good-willed smile. I see. Is that so? Well, don't be too impressed. There are way better original magic out there, and I'm yet to perfect mine too. It takes a lifetime to fully hone one's original magic, you know. In my mind, I could tell how shameless Alphonse was being. For real. Just take the praise and be satisfied already. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Alphonse's magic wasn't the best I had seen. In the past, I had encountered many mages and had researched their skills. I was even acquaintances with a few grand mages, and close friends with one in particular. Compared to theirs, Alphonse's was a little lacking. However, all magic is beautiful to me. I don't discriminate. Jared, can you promise me one thing? Alphonse's voice suddenly cut into my thoughts. I looked at him with curiosity and became a little stunned upon seeing his serious demeanor. It reminded me of earlier this afternoon. What is it? Promise me you'll keep yourself safe, no matter what. It doesn't matter when or what the circumstances are. It doesn't matter what needs to be forfeited. Keep yourself safe. Can you promise me that? Alphonse asked sincerely. Sure, I responded a little awkwardly. Shouldn't you say something like protect your mother and keep her safe, though? Upon hearing this, Alphonse burst out laughing. I stared at him weirdly, waiting for him to finally stop and fill me in on what was so funny. The old man placed his hand on my shoulder and his smile vanished instantly. A serious, well-shaded expression formed on his face. Jared, your mother, can take care of herself. Suddenly, memories of the past came rushing in. I recollected all the suplexes she had given Alphonse, and the violent nature she exhibited. Instantly my body stiffened, and I nodded mechanically to the equally terrified man. It appeared we had both been traumatized by that mother. There was also the fact that she was able to make the strongest advanced barrier magic so quickly, even though it resulted in mana shock. Understood. I gave him a thumbs up, and he responded with his as well. Finally removing his hand from my shoulder, Alphonse smiled and nodded proudly. You'll be leaving for the academy a week from now. While it's regrettable that I won't be around for your farewell party, I'll be sure to send my gift to you before your departure. My eyes beamed proudly at my master as I gratefully offered him my thanks. A gift from a magic user of his caliber, one who also served as my magic tutor, could only mean it was something magic related. Maybe a magic tool. Suddenly drool appeared on my face as I obsessively considered what I would receive from my master. You're making that scary expression again. Alphonse yelped, drawing away from me. Come on, master. Come and hug your cute pupil. I beamed, moving closer to him with my hands spread wide. Stay away from me. And that's ex-pupil to you. He replied, stepping back more desperately. Due to the power he exerted earlier in using his original magic, he was most likely exhausted. There was no way such an old man could fight back against the power of youth. Meaning, I can make good use of his weakness. Hee. Don't be shy, Alphonse. I grinned more widely, quickening my pace. Before we knew it, both of us were dashing across the destroyed field in a game of tag. We did this until we were exhausted and finally retreated to our separate rooms to get some rest. The next day came in the blink of an eye, and apparently, I had slept in. By the time I ran downstairs, Alphonse's luggage was already being loaded into the carriage. We said our final goodbyes, and he gave me the recipe and dosage for the mana shock curative medicine he used for my mom. This made me a little surprised since he only mentioned giving us the dosage. You seemed interested in the medicine itself, and I was making it too fast for your eyes to take note of every single process at the time, so I wrote them down for you, instead. He kindly remarked. I was grateful for this, happily thanking him. Take care of yourself, Jared. I'm sure we will meet again soon. He smiled, nodding knowingly. I did the same, waving at him as the carriage started moving and his head retracted from the window. Goodbye, Alphonse, and thank you. I smiled. As I watched the carriage slowly vanish from sight, the reality dawned on me that I was finally a step closer to actualizing my dreams, and while there was a lot to be taken care of before then, it was still worth celebrating. Now then, I should start getting ready to take care of some loose ends. Chapter 27. It was a rough week for every member of the household. With my mother in a comatose state, and my father currently absent, it was obvious that the manor was in a vulnerable state at that point. Realizing this, the chief butler and head maid made sure to compartmentalize information, making sure nothing was leaked to the outside world. More patrol duties were added to the guard's schedule, and I was guarded using an airtight formation. My room was surrounded by guards and magic barriers when I slept at night. It was the same for my mother. They weren't taking any chances. I suppose it's a good thing in its own way. The maids kept giving my mother the medicine based on the prescriptions given by Alphonse, and I made sure to supervise every step of it. One could call me a doting child, but I made sure to check up on Annabelle once in a while. The remaining time was spent mostly studying and meditating. There was no point in practicing magic at this point since I had a lot of burning questions that only research could solve. My mother regained consciousness after 2 days of using the medicine, and finally, after 5 days following the incident, my mother was completely cured of mana shock. Of course, the first thing she did was to Jared. Annabelle screamed my name, plunging into me as she gave me a tight hug. My body was enveloped in her embrace as my face became buried in her massive boobs. Come on, woman. I'm a growing child. My mind rang as I struggled to maintain control. Due to my small size, she was able to easily overpower and carry me as if I was still a baby. Well, in all honesty, even if I was grown up she would still be able to achieve that. After all, that time with Alphonse, I smiled nervously. I was relieved to see her up and well though, and so we engaged in heartwarming discussions. It was more of her asking me tons of questions, including what I had been doing during the time she was out of commission and how excited I was for the party holding soon. That's right. My send-off party. I had come of age and even passed my magic training with Alphonse. The other classes I had on etiquette and basic education had also been completed, so I was ready for the next step in my career. The Empire's Academy, in Zlark. In 2 days I would be leaving for this educational institute to start a new life and further the depths of my knowledge and experience in magic and advanced studies. I was looking forward to it. Still, before then, a party was due. After all, the only child of the Leonard household would be heading to the academy. It was a thing of celebration and I was the central figure. When will it be held? I asked my excited mother. Tomorrow night, before the morning when you leave for Innslark. She replied, giggling. Oh, I can't believe I'll be leaving so soon. This still feels so unreal. My mother sensed my excitement and patted my head with a proud smile. You know, due to your low aptitude and talent, Alphonse and I thought you should register as a scholar in the academy. She smiled. Of course, I knew that. Those two were scheming behind me with good intentions to ensure I at least put my high amount of knowledge and smarts to good use. However. But, you've proven yourself more than good enough to attend as a magic user. I'm so proud of you, my child. She proceeded to once again hug me, something I was already used to at this point. Surprisingly, this time, it wasn't the usual tight embrace. Annabelle's hug was light and warm. I could feel her tremble slightly and break into a silent sob. I'm so proud of you, Jared, she whispered. It made me remember my former parents. I did nothing but cause trouble for them and even looked down on them as a kid, since they had no magic. Yet, they always stuck by me. It was unfortunate that by the time I became a great sage and finally became acknowledged by the whole world, those two had already died. I often wondered to myself, what they would have said if they were alive to see all I had achieved. My heart still aches thinking about it. I loved them so much, and it was clear that they loved me more. Would they have told me they were proud of me? Would they embrace me the same way my new mother did? Thank you, for everything. I'm so happy I made you proud. I burst into tears as I said those words, hugging my mom back with my shaky hands. I didn't know if my words were wholly directed at just Annabelle, or also my dead parents in my past life. No, they were for both of them. This warm feeling I had within me, I was never going to forget it. Just watch, Annabelle. I'll make sure to become the greatest mage ever before you die. My mind rang as my hands rightly gripped her more. So, don't die before then, okay, Mum? Before I knew it, the night of the following day had arrived. I was shocked beyond words by the sight before me. When I heard it was a farewell party, I had thought it would be one where my mom and the rest of the household ate and shared the night. To think it was something like this. Cheers to Jared Leonard, first son of the Leonard family. A thunderous multitude of voices boomed across the large hall where the party was being held. Countless people raised their glasses in cheers, many smiled and laughed. The number of people were more than I could count, some faces I recognized and others I had no idea of who they were. Was this my farewell party? No, it was a freaking. Chapter 28 Strange faces, endless chatter, stifling air, such were the things that permeated the environment I found myself in. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. This is, I mumbled, not knowing how to address what was meant to be my party. Do you like it, Jared? I made sure to invite everyone from our territory, at least, those who could make it. Annabelle, my diabolical mother asked me. I wanted to give her a crude face and question her decision, but upon meeting her excited gaze and innocent smile, I decided against it. This woman, I gritted my teeth powerlessly. Of course, Mom. I love it. A kind, cheerful voice leaked out of my lips. Embarrassing as it was, I had to play the part. We had guests, after all. The guests we had numbered hundreds, but our large hall was more than enough to accommodate them. It took the shape of a ball, or a standing party, where no chairs were in sight. Light meals such as cakes, sweets, and cookies were served. The sweet scent of their milky flavor wafted in the air, coupled with the strong and bold whiff of wine. Yes, alcohol. Of course, there was no way I would be given any since I was a child, but the temptation remained in my eyes. How long has it been? I licked my lips as I enviously eyed the geezers who fully enjoyed themselves in the sweet goodness of booze. I loved magic, but wine was also very close to my heart. Come now, Jared. We need to greet the guests. My mom dragged me along with her, moving toward some exquisitely dressed personalities. Ha, here we go. Moving from one place to another, without rest, my mother and I showed our courtesy to the very important guests at the event. Nobles from other families, important stakeholders in my family's business, merchants, and several others. It was mentally exhausting to do the same thing over and over again. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Whatever your name is. I'm overjoyed that you could make it to this event. My facial muscles were already tired of the false smiles and repetitive greetings I gave strangers whom I hardly knew. Are you tired, Jared? My mother suddenly asked, snapping me out of my exhausted daze. Of course, I couldn't show weakness in front of her, so I stiffened up and gave her a warm smile, hurting my face even more. No way, I'm fine mo. You don't have to pretend when it's just you and me, Jared. She interrupted my words. Her response stunned me. Want me to tell you a secret? Annabelle asked. Still stunned by her response, but curious about what she wanted to say, I nodded. She smiled, beckoning me to draw closer to her as she brought her face to my ears. To be honest, I'm tired too. Quickly retracting her face from my ears, I saw her wince and yawn, stretching her hands playfully. This made me burst into little snickers, turning into laughter in no time. Really? Mother too? Yep, I'd rather be in my room reading or cuddling you in my arms. She pinched my cheeks as she smiled. If this is so exhausting, why do we do it, then? I asked, still chuckling while rubbing my reddened cheeks. It's unavoidable. Nobles' etiquette and whatnot. But if you ask me, it's just an excuse for false interactions and building connections. I don't even know half of the people here. Annabelle told me. Ah, for real. I was surprised by this. I was no noble in my past life, so I didn't know anything much about their internal affairs. I had many noble acquaintances, but it wasn't like I was really interested in politics or the kind of life they lived. Yet. It's all pretense, you know? Many of them are here to size us up, spy on us, or even try to curry our favor and build connections. It's all hypocrisy. She said, sighing. Welp, this is news to me. However, for this custom to have been passed down for generations, even back when I was still alive, it meant that no noble could avoid the shackles of pretense. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Annabelle asked with a warm smile. If I had to guess, it would have had to do with the fact that I was a growing noble, and was soon going to go through something so exhausting in the future. It's so that you won't imitate your father and leave your wife all alone to handle things like this when you grow up. Yet. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Looking at Annabelle's face, she appeared to be pouting. Did she miss my father? Perhaps she was upset at him. No matter what case it happened to be, it was still so very cute. Ah, I need some air. I think I'll be off to take a break somewhere. You should do the same. Let's meet up here in 5 minutes to resume the greetings. Annabelle said, quickly rushing away. I knew she was tired, but knowing how old and mature Annabelle was, she could put up with something like this for the entire night. She's most likely doing this in consideration of me. How sweet of her, I mused. I turned to the several high-standing tables and saw a couple of glasses of wine seated on them. A grin formed on my face as I swiftly blended with my surroundings and stole myself a glass. Perfect. I whispered. With no adult supervision, I was free to do what I wanted for a while. It's time to leave this place for a while. Chapter 29. Stealing away from the crowd, I was certain no one noticed my exit. In a place with hundreds of people who had different motives, they were certain to miss a young boy holding a glass of wine. No, make that 2 glasses of wine, leaving the hall. I made my way downstairs, through the auxiliary passageway that only members of the household knew of. The main passageway was crawling with annoying adults, even the stairs, and I wasn't in the mood to greet them. Descending the stairs and making my way to the backyard, I made sure no one followed me. Upon getting there, I found that my spot had already been occupied by someone. She stood in a corner, also making an effort to be inconspicuous. A young-looking woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. However, that wasn't the most noticeable trait about her. It was the uniform she wore. She was a maid of my household, and I knew her. I waited a while since she appeared to be talking to herself for a few moments. I thought the wait would last forever. Finally, I couldn't wait anymore, so I decided to intentionally recreate loud footsteps in order to notify her of my presence. Instantly, she ceased her mumblings and stiffened as I made my appearance. "Why, young master?" she remarked in surprise. I smiled, nodding at her, with both glasses of wine held in each of my hands. She looked at my face with shock, her eyes fell to the 2 glasses I held, then turned to me again. "You won't tell on me, will you?" I grinned mischievously. "And no way, but, young master. I don't think milady will approve of you doing this. You're still underage, you know," she said in her sweet and flustered tone. "No, duh. You think I don't know that?" I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Liliana. I'm a growing man, this much is to be expected. Magic isn't my only passion, you know," I responded, trying to use my smooth words to convince her. But," she muttered, looking away, as though considering what to do. Liliana, or as most of the maids called her, Lily, was one of the youngest member of the servants in our household. Not just when it came to years, but also in terms of service. Most servants had spent at least a dozen years in the household, but she had only spent about 5. She was still new and inexperienced compared to most, which made her personality easy to manipulate. "I hope you do not think of defying this young master," I said, suddenly switching my tone into something more aggressive tone. "Wah." She was now flustered, appearing a little scared. My lips curled up in an evil grin and I licked my lips, staring at her with degenerate eyes. "Eek! Oh, of course not, young master. I promise not to tell anyone." She squeaked powerlessly. "Of course, you won't," I said in a low tone, drawing closer to her. She attempted to take a step back the moment I was drawing near, but the intense gaze I gave her caused her body to tremble as she was rooted to the ground. "Here. Have this." Liliana looked surprised by my gesture. I gave her a cup of wine out of the 2 I held. "Why, young master, I..." One extra glare from my eyes shut her up as she nervously collected the glass cup and looked at it in surprise. Her body was still trembling, indicating she wasn't comfortable with this. "Now, the both of us are with glass cups. This way, you can't tell on me or I'll also tell on you. Sounds fair, no?" I smiled. Liliana widened her eyes in shock. The maid was apparently surprised by my diabolical means. "Young master, you're so mean," she whispered, looking at the contents of the wine cup. "Hee, of course not. I'm just playing it safe. Besides, this will also make you feel good, Liliana." I winked. As long as she didn't tell on me, her secret was safe. Plus, she would also get to enjoy the rare wine being served to the important guests we had. Wouldn't anyone call that a win? "Now then, Liliana. Let's drink to our little secret." She nodded hesitantly, taking the glass of wine and sniffing it, testing it out with her tongue, swirling it around as it mixed with her tongue, and taking it down her throat in a refreshing manner. As I downed my glass, I curiously stared at her method of consuming the wine and smiled. "Liliana, you sure are an expert at drinking wine. Are you sure this is your first glass?" I grinned. Upon hearing this, the young maid became even more flustered and her cheeks reddened. Please, young master, don't tease me so. I just heard that this was how to take wine, and I let out a snicker, amused by Liliana's reaction. "Why, young master, what's so funny?" she asked, innocently gazing at me. I kept laughing, while restraining my voice from peaking since I didn't want to gather any attention. It's nothing. You're just a very funny character." I smiled, still chuckling a little. "Me? Funny? Young master is so mean," she pouted in a mock-angry fashion. Apparently, it was a rude thing to call a woman funny, and it appeared as though I was making fun of her nervousness. All things considered, she was still a maid, and I was the young master of this noble family. She was certainly in the right to be nervous in our entire discourse. "It's not that I'm mean, Liliana. You're just too nice." I smiled. She was surprised by me saying this, and a slight blush appeared on her face. She was such a charming young lady. Beautiful, shy, mild, and extremely naive. Any man would want her just by her looks and personality alone, yet she worked as a maid. "Why, young master, your praise is too much. I am not that nice. I'm just inexperienced, and..." My grin became wider as she said this. "No, you're really nice, Liliana," I repeated, interrupting her words. I stared at her with narrowed eyes, while having a dark smile on my face. The young maid looked stunned by my sudden change in expression, now looking more nervous. "That is, when you're not trying to kill me." Chapter 30. What are you talking about, young master? Liliana, the maid stared at me with confusion clearly written on her face. This act of hers nearly made me burst out in laughter, but I controlled myself. Now wasn't the time to be cheery. Oh? You're going to keep pretending, are you? I asked with a sly grin. Her eyes broadened in fear and shock at the sudden accusation I was rendering. The looks she gave could have easily won me over if I wasn't certain. Still, Liliana appeared determined to keep up the farce and pretend to be none the wiser. Unfortunately for the maid, no act could save her now. That was quite an interesting conversation you were having just now before I arrived, I muttered. This caused her eyes to bulge. I was having a wonderful time listening in. You didn't have to stop when I walked in, you know. I could sense a form of unease suddenly descend upon her. Even if I had accidentally accused her of attempting to kill me, the mere mention of her earlier conversation had already set it in stone. Why, you heard? Her hushed voice sounded as she bowed her head. Yeah, I did, your conversation with your employer. I heard it all. Moments earlier. Report your progress on the mission. A deep voice came out of a magic crystal that Liliana held. The young maid placed it close to her ears so she could listen in well, and also made sure it was close to her mouth to ensure she could respond with a low tone. There has been a slight change in plans. Due to an event that occurred 5 days ago, I saw an opportunity and took action. Liliana responded in a hushed tone. Oh? For you to have acted without receiving an order, that's very unlike of you, the voice responded. Liliana gave a dark smile. It was unavoidable. He surprised me, as well as everyone else who watched him on that occasion. I determined that it was in our best interest to eliminate him on the spot. Surprised you? In what way? His magic prowess and abilities are beyond normal. If left on his own for a few more years, that child will pose a major threat to us. He grows even more powerful daily, and that makes him unpredictable and dangerous. Liliana said, now frowning a little. I see. How far is his current growth? He should currently still possess a white monocore grade. However, he has cast multiple spells at once that includes different elements simultaneously. That's impossible, the man on the other end exclaimed. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it myself. He was also able to combine his basic spells to create an intermediate level lightning magic. Lightning magic? That's one of the most difficult aspects of elemental magic, and you're telling me he pulled off an intermediate level one? Yes. Liliana aptly replied. It appeared her employer was just as bewildered as her. This gave her enough justification for her actions. You are right. His growth is indeed scary. I understand your actions. Still, it was a bit risky, don't you think? What can I say? It was a good opportunity, and a nice excuse to kill the target. If it meant completing the mission and making it look like an accident, then I had to take it. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, the crystal hummed a little and the voice of whoever was on the other end resumed his speech. And? How did it turn out? Did you succeed? Liliana gritted her teeth and clenched her fist a little. No, I did not. The pesky tutor and mother interrupted everything. It was a close call, though. You fool! You took such a huge risk and didn't even get the job done. The strange man's voice rose a little in annoyance. There's no need for concern. It was dismissed as an accident, and no suspicion fell on me. Liliana responded instantly. She was a professional. Of course, she knew the appropriate time to take action and also how to plan ahead so that in an unlikely situation where her plan failed, she could escape any blame. I see, then I won't question you any further on the matter. However, you do remember what your mission still is, don't you? The man's voice had calmed down now. Of course, I am to integrate myself very deeply into his family, carefully watch over his growth, and then assassinate the target, when the time is ripe, Liliana said, as though reciting a rhyme. It appears there will need to be a change of plans, then. From your statement, I take it the target won the bet with his tutor and will now be heading to the academy, correct? Correct. TCH. That can't happen. I had hoped there would be more time, but it can't be helped. A broad smile formed on Liliana's face as she knew what would come next from her employer's mouth. Your mission has been altered. The execution date has been shortened. You are to kill the target before he leaves for the academy, use whatever means necessary. Her lips curled, displaying a sadistic grin. The whites of Liliana's teeth were openly shown as her eyes expressed eagerness to complete the mission. Understood. She said, licking her lips. After such a long time, playing maid, it's finally time to kill. I've been itching for this for so long. Now then, I suppose it's time to. Before her employer could conclude his statement, Liliana heard sounds of incoming footsteps and quickly deactivated her communication tool. Hiding it within her maid outfit, she looked to see who it was, feigning surprise. And to her genuine surprise, the one who appeared was none other than her target himself, the young Master Jared. Chapter 31 The Present. I heard it all, Liliana, if that's even your real name. I smiled, watching the maid's drooped head slowly rise. That's too bad, then, her voice sounded, slowly morphing from the kind and gentle tone she was using to a more twisted one. She lifted her head and smiled obsessively at me, widening her eyes to make a sick expression. I was going to make your death as sweet and painless as possible since you have been such a nice kid. But it appears I'll have to change my plans. Liliana licked her lips. Who was she kidding? This was probably more preferable to her since she could kill me in the most gruesome way allowed by her mission. I know her type, and they are all crazy. Liliana, who was taking steps back in retreat, now slowly started advancing toward me. As she did so, I took slow steps backward too. Obviously, I didn't want her any close to me. You're not as nice as I thought, Jared. Sneaking up on people, overhearing them, teasing this kind maid with wine and threats, and now running away from me. How mean you are, young master. I'm truly hurt. She said in a mocking tone. Her intense gaze told me otherwise though. She was clearly enjoying the thrill. Haha, is that so? I answered, showing a little nervousness. You fool. You should have just kept quiet about the whole thing. If you had done that, instead of acting all cocky and running your mouth, then maybe you could live to see the night. Okay, that was too much. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Pfft. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. I bust out laughing, halting my backward movement. My sudden reaction to her words puzzled Liliana as she stared at me with surprise. What's so funny, brat? You're going to die now, you know. She gave a smile, most likely wondering if I had gone insane from the idea of losing my life at such a young age. Oh, no, it's not that. It's just, you said something funny just now, I said, still chuckling. My amusement was clearly not funny to Liliana as she gave me a deep glare, emitting bloodlust. I endured the murderous aura she gave off, ceasing my laughter instantly. What are you talking about? She asked, her widened eyes staring at me condescendingly. My lips curled in a wide grin as I defiantly looked into the maid, now turned assassin's eyes. It's funny that you think I merely stumbled on your conversation with that employer of yours. Upon hearing this, Liliana froze in her approach to me and stared suspiciously. What the hell are you saying? She asked with an intimidating tone. It's so simple, really. I have been watching you for some time, Liliana. Ever since the party started, no, even before then. You were always a suspect in my book. My words were already pissing her off, I could see it. She clenched her teeth and glared at me. I've had enough of your nonsense. You're just stalling for time, so it's best you just die right now. Making her move to rush and kill me off, Liliana strengthened her legs. Judging from the cracks that appeared on the ground, she was building up phenomenal speed that would be enough to kill me off before I could manage a reaction. Just die. As I heard this, my already wide grin grew wider. Fwoosh. She dashed toward me, blending with the wind as a needle appeared on her finger to deal a fatal hit to me. Unfortunately for my assassin though, it was the end of the line. Her body suddenly stopped moving, mere inches from me. The needle she stretched toward me was a close distance from piercing my skin. It was a good thing she had stopped. What is this? The maid asked, suddenly feeling a strange sensation course through her. It's about time, it appears my calculations were spot on, I muttered, moving from her front and to the side. I can't move. She stuttered, even struggling to speak. Her eyes glared hatefully at me, with both suspicion and a hint of fear. Of course. And that's a good thing. I would be dead otherwise. I answered. Why you did this, what did you do? Finally, she was asking the right question. Welp, now the answer to that is quite interesting. But first, let's put this away, I said, taking a hold of the needle she gripped tightly. Her fingers became loose at the touch of my hand and without any resistance, I was able to obtain her killing instrument. I'm certain you have more on you, but there's no need to strip you of any other weapon. You won't be able to use them, anyway, I stated. Why you? Liliana growled. The answer can be found in the wine you just consumed, I answered, taking the cup she held in her second hand. I placed both needle and wine glass on the ground while staring at her amusedly. The expression of shock on her face was second to none. That's right. I already drugged it. Did you really think I would confront you without a countermeasure? The chemicals in the wine induce paralysis, though they only take effect when rapid action is taken and your muscles are in a state of excitement. This would make the muscles tense up, causing the drugs to harden said muscles and ensure the one who consumed it becomes numb. How did you get such a drug? You didn't even know I was an assassin until moments ago. There's no way to procure a paralytic drug from anywhere around here. I checked, Liliana said, still not believing my words. You're right. There's no way to get a paralytic drug around. Plus, with my age and the constant supervision of everyone around, it's not like I can make shady deals to obtain a drug. That's why I didn't get it. The drug that's currently taking effect within you. I made it. My voice rang in her ears as I condescendingly smiled at her. Impossible. She spat in disdain. It's true though. It took some time, but the efforts were well worth it, I grinned. But, that is, you couldn't, Liliana still failed to grasp what I was getting at. And there's one final thing you're wrong about, your plans to assassinate me, I've known about it for some time now. You and your employer, both played directly into my hands. A dark gleam showed in my eyes. Chapter 32. No matter how hard I thought of it, no matter the research I made to correct my errors, I still couldn't see how my lightning spell could have malfunctioned and caused such a disaster. It was only meant to be an intermediate spell. I calculated everything. The terrain, the energy consumption, the efficiency and speed, the power. It shouldn't have gone berserk like that. My mind rang. I went back to the drawing board to be certain, and I still ended up with the same conclusion. And that was because I had not failed in my lightning spell, I never had. For a scholar like me to make such a fundamental error in something as little as an intermediate spell was absurd, to begin with. Therefore, if I had not made a mistake, there was only one option left. Sabotage. Someone interfered with the lightning spell and intentionally caused that havoc. I concluded. But why would they do such a thing and risk my life? Well, the answer was something I was very familiar with. Whoever the culprit was, they intended to kill me. It looks like I was a little careless. I didn't think they would make their move yet. I smiled to myself. After I was nearly killed by an assassin at merely a few days old, I was barely saved by the little magic cast in my desperate state. Since then, I hadn't forgotten for a second, that there were some people out there who were after my life. My parents took active stances, and conducted a thorough investigation, even laying off some staff that they deemed suspects, and were simply grateful for the miracle that saved their child. How lax! I thought to myself, wondering why they never bothered to investigate further. Realizing that no one around me was competent enough to ensure my safety, I took matters into my hands. Ever since I was a child, I analyzed the assassination attempt, the motives behind it, and tried reading into whoever the malefactor was. About 5 years ago, my mother employed a new set of staff, since laying off so many people at once put a strain on the remaining members of our household. This was when the fun truly began. My parents laying off our servants must have also been part of the mastermind's plan, since they would ultimately need to find new workers. With the matter of my assassination dying off, there was bound to be a lowered guard on the part of my parents. Of course, they only selected trustworthy individuals to work as maids, but it wasn't impossible for the enemy to blend into the new batch of servants. I made sure to memorize the faces, names, and identities of every new member of our household. I also took deep cognizance of their positions within the house. Of the several who were employed, my suspicion fell on 3. One was a tutor of mine who taught me basic ethics and manners. He was way too nice and forgiving, so I assumed he had ulterior motives. Plus, he had such a sensitive role in my life. The proximity was frightening. The second was a cook. He was added to the chefs responsible for the meals to be eaten by my mother and me. That was also quite a sensitive role. Finally, my last suspect was Liliana. She was merely a cleaning maid. Her role was not too conspicuous, and her proximity to me and my mother was fairly average. However, that was exactly what made her suspicious. She doesn't stand out, she never gets into any trouble, and everyone around her likes her. She was often flustered when I spoke to her, clumsy in duties as a result of her shy nature, and was the most subservient and sweetest servant in the house, with no flaws at all. However, those charms couldn't fool me. She's merely acting flustered to cover up her inexperience in her maid duties. She acts nice and aims for perfection because she must be a professional at pretense. Her face and body are the very definitions of beauty. It's questionable how someone like her became a maid, to begin with. Men would have taken her as their wife long ago, and it wouldn't be difficult finding a suitor with her personality. Even if he's a lowly noble, her life would be far better than this. Of course, I showed no bias and investigated every one of my suspects to the most of my abilities. Whenever I wasn't training with Alphonse or engaged in my personal activities, I made sure to analyze their movements and mannerisms. Using the elimination game, I struck them out one at a time. My etiquette teacher left after I was done with my training, not making any move on me. This left only the Jez, the cook, and Liliana, the cleaning maid. What made Liliana the prime suspect, and my assassin, was that she gave herself away during my last match with Alphonse. The lightning strike incident, where almost all the servants gathered to watch, the servants with exception to the personal cooks who were tasked with preparing our meals so we wouldn't be hungry after my fight with Alphonse, was over. Jez was in the kitchen, and since I kept close tabs on him, I was certain he didn't witness my fight with Alphonse. The only one among my prime suspects who did, was Liliana. She's the next assassin. I smiled. However, discovering someone is a killer, and turning the tables on them are two different things entirely. Chapter 33. Her record is flawless, so there's no real evidence that she's an assassin. Even if I were to report her to my mum, without any evidence, it would just be dismissed. Annabelle would probably think I didn't like Liliana or something, and since my mother was so kind, she wouldn't throw a kind girl like her out of our household. Plus, I'm still only a child. There's a limit to how credible I am. Using this rationale, I realized that I needed to take matters into my hands. However, even that posed another problem. Liliana is a magic user, and judging from the fact that she was able to interfere with my spell, it means she must be a high-level one. During magic training with Alphonse, the magic sensors are deactivated, since magic would be used in the courtyard. All the spectating servants were in the courtyard's borders, so if one of them used magic, no alarm would go off. It was a perfect stage. I have to admit, I was careless. I didn't foresee them making a move back then. But, with the benefit of hindsight, it all makes sense. With my current magic power, directly facing a very skilled magic user who was intent on killing me would be very risky and suicidal. I wasn't going to take any chances. Fortunately, the whole disaster brought a solution to my grasp. Alphonse's use of herbs to cure my mom of her mana shock. That's it. I beamed. Alphonse left the next day after the incident, giving me the recipe for the mana shock cure. I also went to the library and took several books on herbs and their uses, spending some time in our family's greenhouse, and familiarized myself with the wonders of nature. It took me 5 days, but I finally figured out the perfect concoction to use. It left no traces, was perfectly odorless, tasteless, and would get the job done. Of course, I tweaked the effects a little to ensure the herbs produced the results I wanted. They're all comprised of chemicals, and ultimately, it's the chemicals that are needed to complete the job. Using distillation techniques, I separated the unnecessary parts of the herbs and relied solely on the chemical extracts to produce my end result. With this, there was only one thing left to do: wait for the appointed time, and execute the mission. The party was more perfect than I could have imagined. It made everything so much easier, and I was extremely happy about Annabelle's thoughtlessness, though I showed the opposite. With so many people present, it posed the perfect opportunity for the deed to be done. Unfortunately, my mother dragged me along to greet the guests, taking away any free time I had to execute my plans. It wasn't all bad though, since by mingling, I could still keep tabs on Liliana. As the party furthered, I noticed that our dear maid was displaying subtle, yet suspicious signs and would soon leave the party. There was no way I could miss this chance. I began to express exhaustion and moved sluggishly while making my facial expression appear tired. Of course, my mom, being who she was, noticed this in no time. Annabelle was too considerate for her own good, and there was no way she would let me keep greeting people when I was tired. "Let's meet up in 5 minutes to resume the greetings." Annabelle smiled at me. I was glad the plan worked well, spotting that Liliana was already exiting through the secret path. Taking 2 glasses of wine, which I deemed fit for the potion I made, I took my leave from the party as well. On my way, I drugged the appropriate wine glass and made my way to the inconspicuous part of the backyard garden where Liliana had decided to communicate with her employer. It seemed like she was only talking to herself, but I knew better. A grin formed on my face as I listened into their conversation. As I overheard them, I went over what I learned in the past week. Liliana only spoke to her employer once in a while. After her failed attempts at assassinating me, I knew she would try speaking to him as soon as possible. However, if she did so, it was sure that Liliana would be ordered to speed up the assassination and would kill me before I completed the drug I was in the process of making. Therefore, the perfect solution for that was the consequences brought about by Annabelle's mana shock. The entire household became busy, and patrols were held more often. With security and surveillance now tighter than ever, Liliana couldn't speak to her boss at all. The preparations for my party were also something that consumed everyone's time. With the maids being busier than usual, Liliana hardly had a moment to herself. It only made sense that my farewell party was the perfect moment for her to sneak out and talk to whoever was in charge. Upon hearing enough of their conversation, I was happy that the mastermind was indeed what I predicted. "Okay, that's enough. I don't have all day," I reasoned, feigning footsteps. This caught Liliana's attention, bringing us to the situation we found ourselves in now. "Do you understand, now?" I asked, smiling playfully at the petrified young lady. Her eyes bulged in shock as she absorbed everything I told her. "You thought of all that?" Her lips moved slowly. Of course, a mere child couldn't think so far ahead and plan things so meticulously. I relied on this fact in the execution of my plans. Even if the drug was undetectable, it wasn't completely so. If Liliana, as an assassin, was wary of me, I was certain she could be able to figure out my intentions to poison her. However, since I was a child, she let her guard down. She gratefully took the wine and swallowed it in such a refined way, confirming my suspicions once again that she was no mere maid. So, any further questions? I asked, leaning close to Liliana's face. With her glare and my grin directly opposite each other, it was checkmate. Chapter 34 You, brat, Liliana muttered, straining her voice. It was no use, yet the captured woman still seemed not to have given in to the situation. Suddenly, I saw her face stretch and her lips curl up in a disgusting grin. Her eyes widened as she gave me a distorted evil grin. What they? I exclaimed, noticing something strange about her. I instantly sensed danger and leaped away from her body, suddenly feeling a great amount of pressure well up within her. Vroom! The tension in the atmosphere suddenly shifted and an ominous aura started leaking out of Liliana. The paralyzed body of hers slowly began moving, and before I knew it, she stood upright, now flexing her hands and looking at me. The fierce expression on her face made me gulp, and the intense pressure she emitted caused a few beads of sweat to appear on my cheeks and forehead. "You little shit, you got too cocky," she said, cracking her stiff neck. Somehow she had gained the ability to move, despite the drug I gave her. This situation was the worst possible outcome, something that guaranteed a total disadvantage for someone like me who wanted to avoid a direct confrontation, to begin with. "You're one hell of a smart bastard, I'll give you that. I didn't think you planned that far ahead and played me for a fool," she began speaking, digging her hands into her maid uniform to bring out several more needles from within it. "However, it seems you've overlooked one simple factor. Magic." Her demented grin grew wider. Instantly, her body became coated with mana, shining in a faint color in the darkness that surrounded us. Why are you using magic?" "The alarms will be sure to," I said, showing nervousness. "Don't bother. No one will be coming to your aid and no alarm will be set off," Liliana stated, clearly enjoying how my eyes darted all around me. What did you do?" I burst out, glaring at the devilish assassin. "You really didn't think this through, did you?" "I was using magic to communicate with my employer, yet the magic detector never picked up the mana being used to transmit our sounds." She smiled. "Ah!" My eyes bulged as more sweat ran down my cheeks. "That's right. For a few minutes, I can disable the magic detector with a counter-magic tool, a jammer to be precise," she replied, bringing out a tiny object from her maid outfit. Just how many things does she have hidden underneath that garment? My mind rang. It's a good thing you blabbed away like a fool while I slowly used my magic to cure myself of the paralytic effects of the drug you gave me, undoing its effects, Liliana remarked. "My body still feels weak, and my nerves aren't in their top form, but with enhancement magic, that poses no problem. It appears your plan has failed, you lose." Apparently, it wasn't checkmate. Was I being in too much of a hurry? Did I rush things too much? Had I underestimated my opponent? Liliana began advancing slowly, filling the needles she had with magic. This caused the tiny, sharp spikes of death to glow light blue. "You had me flustered for a second, but this is truly the end. I'll wrap things up quickly since I can't use the jammer for very long. It's a shame. I really would have enjoyed making you suffer." With this final statement, and a cruel smile clearly written on her face, Liliana lunged at me, having 3 needles on each hand, interlocked between her fingers. A single hit would prove fatal since she was targeting compromising spots in my body. I'm too slow to dodge her enhanced movements. The magically strengthened needles will easily tear through my skin like butter and pierce even my most inner recesses. As her pace quickened and dust flew from the contact her feet made with the ground, it appeared as though I neared my death. I should have known that she would be able to use magic. Since Liliana was able to interfere with my lightning magic, she had to be a skilled mage. Using healing magic and enhancements were not beyond her. Now die, brat! She yelled excitedly. If only I had thought of it. I would have made a countermeasure. Why didn't I think of a scenario like this? A smile formed on my face as I closed my eyes. It looks like this is the end. Liliana's mana slowly faded the closer she got to me, and her enhanced body suddenly trembled, causing it to grow stiff once again. The woman's eyes bulged as she noticed the changes that were occurring, and without her volition, her body came to an abrupt halt. I opened my eyes to find her needles once again close to my body, merely inches apart. Her body trembled and it was clear the young lady had lost control. She suddenly lost her ability to speak, and her face depicted severe pain and shock. My smile grew wider and the scared, shocked, and flustered look I had feigned vanished. Instead, my expression was replaced with a condescending one. With a stoic face and dead, cold eyes, I stared at the suffering woman. Her eyes depicted that she had tons of questions, which was totally understandable. Anyone who witnessed the scene would be confused. You stalled for time by letting me waste my time explaining the details of my plans to you. You healed yourself with magic and enhanced your body so it would be in an optimal state. You killed me and completed your mission. The end, I mumbled, walking past her while observing her frozen body. She seemed to be trying to say something, struggling to form words, but it was of no use. At least, that was how it was supposed to go. Right, Liliana? However, this sudden situation has occurred, and you have no idea what has happened. I circled the poor maid, like a shark revolving around its prey, finally arriving once again in front of her. You must be utterly confused right now. I should enlighten you, shouldn't I? Chapter 35. You must be utterly confused right now. I should enlighten you, shouldn't I? I said, stroking Liliana's cheeks lightly as I watched her glare stiffen, relax, and stiffen once more. The assassin had made two errors in her judgment. They both stemmed from the fact that once again, she underestimated me. Who could blame her? I was but a trifling child. The events that had occurred thus far were surprising enough. She was certain to think that was the limit of my capabilities. Unfortunately for the poor miss, she was wrong. You were clever, young lady, stalling for time while circulating your mana throughout your body. A most impressive strategy. It's too bad, you failed to notice, I began calmly. She should have suspected that it was unlike me, someone so meticulous, to reveal my plans in such details. I was being a chatterbox and conveniently bought her enough time to fully utilize magic. The reason for that was simple. I was stalling for time too. I smiled devilishly. Her eyes bulged, but she couldn't make any other reactions or expressions. Her body still throbbed painfully, and I knew why. As for the second error in judgment she made, or rather, the oversight she assumed on my part, was concerning her use of magic. Liliana was a skilled mage to have been able to nearly kill me with my own spell at first glance. She must have calculated the technique and amplified it accordingly to give her the results she required. A truly frightening woman. Why didn't I think of the fact that she could easily use magic to free herself from my paralysis and turn the tables in moments? The answer was simple. I did. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the circulation of your mana? Or did you think I didn't predict the outcome where you would use magic? In fact, I counted on it. I said, taking a few steps back while looking at the sky. I inhaled slowly, enjoying the night breeze. Now that things had progressed so far, there was no need to be tense anymore. Liliana, or whatever your name is, do you know what is happening to you right now? I asked, narrowing my gaze as I still observed the bright streaks of stars in the sky. Suddenly, I felt a burst of mana surge from the assassin. This made me lower my gaze, once again looking at her. The brilliant surge of mana covered her whole body, causing her to move once more. Her vengeful eyes were locked onto mine, full of hatred toward me for shaming her to this state. You, how dare you? Forget the contract, this is personal now. I'll make sure to rip you to shreds. She growled, increasing the tempo of her mana. Her body now had an ominous blue glow as she clenched her fist. A single blow would tear my body apart, I was well aware. Liliana was very strong. However, I wouldn't do that if I were you, I slowly remarked. Ignoring my words, Liliana made to move at me, but froze once again. This time it wasn't just tremblings that shook her. Arg. Gah. Gah. She screamed out in pain, stiffly moving her hands to touch her body, and then her neck. You erk. Ah. Arg. Liliana's voice slowly faded and her body slowed down, but her lips moved nonetheless. Even with her voice gone, they displayed pain unimaginable. Her eyes bulged, nearly out of their sockets, and her body trembled violently, swerving uncontrollably. I watched the erratic dance Liliana displayed before me, leaping a little away from her so I could watch everything from a distance. This is... Her voice returned, but was quickly drowned in screams of pain and faded again. That's right, I proceeded to complete her words. It's mana shock, and an extreme one at that. Her body trembled more violently as she shrieked, swerving more uncontrollably. Veins began showing on her skin, as though wanting to pop out of her body, and her formerly clear and flawless skin began paling up and showing signs of emaciation. Impossible, how can this be? I moved closer to her, watching as her body danced, freezing at a certain moment, then continuing its frenzied state. It is. I made it possible, with the formula Alphonse gave me. I said, mercilessly gazing upon Liliana's suffering state. In medical treatment, there are concepts known as conflicting effects. This occurs when a deadly condition in the body is combated by another equally deadly one. Poisons are often cured with another type of poison. Both neutralize each other and cancel out their effects. It's the same with the mana shock cure, I revealed. I had no idea why this hadn't been discovered yet, but by altering the dosage slightly, I extracted the chemicals found within the cure ingredients, amplifying their effects. The results were as I suspected. I can now induce mana shock, and you're my first target. Although, this was no ordinary condition. Unlike the case with my mother, Liliana suffered one even worse. By increasing the dosage to a frightening degree, I made sure that the consequences for suffering my induced mana shock would be death. The moment you decided to use magic against me, it was all over. I merely waited until the effects of the mana shock solution had spread across your body and seeped into your mana core. The more you use your magic, the more complicated it gets for you, I shook my head. So tell me, Liliana, just how much magic have you used? The answer was simple. Guark. She coughed violently. Her eyes were turning bright red, the color of blood. Her body kept shriveling while her skin became even paler. Please, don't do this, I heard her whisper. At this point, the assassin was struggling to breathe. I watched her pitiful state, not flinching from where I stood. Don't you want to know who the mastermind is? I can tell you, so please, spare my life. Oh. So she's pleading for her life now. My mind rang in a little surprise. Moving closer to her stiff body which was too weak to make any more movement, my face drew closer to hers, directly staring into her red and bulging eyes. No. Chapter 36 Pale Skin. Trembling form. Emaciated body. Strained breaths. Bloodshot eyes. Uncontrollable itching. Shriveling muscles. Unimaginable pain, that was what Liliana was constantly experiencing. Her very cells popped and burst into tiny fireworks within her due to the uncontrollable mana that was running amok inside her body. I estimated that within a few minutes, she would die. Yet, here she was, begging for mercy. No. I flatly responded. The reason behind my judgment was simple. I couldn't trust her. Anyone would do whatever they could to get out of dying, she wasn't an exception. Besides, her employer was certainly a cautious and intelligent man. I doubt she had any valuable information about him, to begin with. You're merely a pawn, and I'm in this game for the long haul. I'm not ruining the whole game because of you, I said, now turning away from her. Her expression was hard to read since she no longer controlled a lot of her facial muscles, but Liliana was desperate to live. I could cure her if I wanted to. All that was necessary was for me to insert my mana and guide her rabid ones. Once I stabilized the berserk mana that was destroying her body, she would slowly recover. However, that was out of the question. You're a threat. Not only to me but my family, I stated point blank. That's right. I hadn't forgotten the part she played in my mother's mana shock experience. It was due to this very reason that I chose to finish Liliana off in this very manner. Now you know how my mother felt, after she stopped that lightning spell from hitting me. Die in painful silence, I whispered, picking the evidence on the scene. As I did so, the most interesting thing happened. As a last resort, the dying woman decided to muster the last of her strength in a final attempt to save her life. Help! I'm dying! Someone, please help me! Her hoarse voice screeched. After she was done with her loud cries, Liliana struggled once more as she felt millions of cells pop in tiny explosions within her. You. I looked at her for a moment with unfeeling eyes. To think she would do something like that, how utterly stupid. We have hundreds of guests, the music, chatter, and commotion being generated prevent anyone from being able to hear your voice. All you've done is nothing short of a meaningless bark of a powerless cur. You will die here, and no one will come to save you. With my final words, I picked up my glass cup and hers, departing to where I came from. Ascending the stairs, my face was too tired to display much emotion which I had pretended to have throughout the night, no, for far longer. In the few moments of solitude given to me, I had a stoic, cold look in my eyes as I climbed the stairs. It's a good thing mana shock is such an easy way to kill. Not only does it immobilize the target, but it also prevents them from utilizing their greatest assets, magic. Even the greatest of mages were powerless without magic. The potion also rapidly killed cells in the body and dried up the body. By the time Liliana would be found tomorrow, she was most likely going to be a husk. It takes too long, though. I should take that into account, my thoughts trailed. If I tweaked the formula a little, perhaps I could make a more efficient poison superior to the mana shock inducer. If that was indeed the case, then it would be a revolutionary discovery on my path. I returned to the party and was met with the unsuspecting gazes of our guests. At this point, I had already donned my kind and innocent smile, once again navigating my way around the large hall. There you are, Jared. I've been looking all over for you. Annabelle, my sweet mother called out. I looked to my far right and spotted her. In a few moments, we were reunited and I gave her an awkward smile. Gee. I really can't let you out of my sight, can I? You spent way more than the agreed upon time, she said, knocking my head a little. Ow! Ow! Mom, that's too violent for a noble, wouldn't you say? I said, sulking a little. I gave a teasing laugh which made Annabelle realize I was messing with her. However, since we were surrounded by so many witnesses, she was powerless against me. It's not like she'll give me a suplex in front of everyone here, I reasoned. I didn't want to push my luck though, so I didn't take the tease any further than that. Did you at least get some rest? She asked, not failing to give me her usual motherly stare. Yeah. I did. I feel better than ever now. I smiled broadly and energetically at Annabelle. She seemed relieved to hear this, and just as agreed, we decided to continue the hypocrisy of greeting our very important guests. As I exchanged pleasantries with the strangers, my mind analyzed the events that had just taken place, as well as my plans for the future. Did I feel regret or guilt for killing Liliana? No. While it was unpleasant that I had to take a life at such a young age, there was no need to feel regretful about it. Ultimately, I had to make a choice. It was me or her. I chose me. More pleasantries were made, and I gave the same sickening laughter and smile to the boring old men and women around, failing to enjoy another glass of wine. It was exhausting, but I persisted. It was my last night in my household, and I wouldn't be returning for a while. Fortunately, I had taken care of our little mole before departing, and the ripples of my actions were sure to keep our family on their toes. As for the mastermind, whoever he was, I hadn't given up on him, not by a long shot. I would find him and kill him, just as he tried to do to me. It's just as Alphonse made me promise, no matter what happens. Laughs and cheers drowned the atmosphere. More noises that seemed like intelligible chatter continued ringing in my ears. Yet, my resolute heart remained. It matters not how it's done. It matters not what ends up being sacrificed. I won't lose. In the end, the final victor of everything will be me. I was given a second chance for a reason. I wasn't going to let it end so soon. In this life, I was determined to live a wholesome, fulfilled life, alongside my family. I wasn't going to lose anyone close to me, and I was definitely not intent on losing my own life. Until I reached the very roots I sought after in my past life and become satisfied with my journey in magic, no one was allowed to kill me or anyone I loved. My mother, my tutor, my father, and the new friends I would be making soon, none of them were allowed to die. With an outward bright smile, yet a cold and unfeeling gaze on the inside, I perceived the entire room. Despite all that had happened, only one thought kept appearing in my mind, and it was never going to disappear. No matter what, I will survive. Chapter 37. It's finally time. Jared, I'll miss you. As Annabelle's sweet sobs rang in my ears, I stared lovingly at my mother. Somehow, why did it feel as though I was the father and she was the daughter who didn't want me to leave or something? I gave her my usual charming smile, the best a 12-year-old could come up with, and reassured my mother. I'll be fine, Mom. I promise. Besides, this is for the best, my voice trailed. As soon as I said this, my expression stiffened a little. She had to admit this was the best alternative, not just for my growth as a magic user, but for my safety. To know the reason for that, one would have to backtrack to the discovery the servants made early this morning. After the party ended late in the night, and our guests left, I was escorted to my room in order to get enough rest for my journey the next day. My mother also went to her room to relax, since she had exerted herself a great deal to accommodate guests. The servants took care of everything, making sure the cleaning and disposal of wastes were expertly taken care of. Since I was still mulling over the incidents of what happened during the party, I couldn't sleep. My mind was working, and I was studying various ways to alter the original poison I concocted to create a more potent dosage and reduce its circulation time. I could hear slight whispers across the hallway, excited sounds of servants concerning the party we just had, as well as the luxurious foods they got to enjoy as a result of the party. Out of all the things I overheard while in my study, something stood out. Who knows where Liliana is? I haven't seen her all evening. I have a brief sigh and continued studying, realizing that the truth was bound to be revealed sooner or later. And as I rightly guessed, it didn't really take very long before the servants found Liliana's corpse where she died. It happened early in the morning while they patrolled the area to ensure no single spot was overlooked. It was no understatement to say that everyone in the house was roused as a result of the loud shrieks brought about by the servants when they saw Liliana's shriveled-up body. I was told to remain in my room when the servants revealed the situation to my mom, but after insisting on seeing it for myself, my mother allowed me to witness the scene. When we saw her, she was like this. I don't know how it happened or what could have caused something like this, but... The servants spoke, clear emotions obvious from the tone they used. My body twitched when I finally saw Liliana after leaving her to die the previous night. It was just as I thought. Her body was dried up till the bone, and her bloodshot eyes were nearly popped from their sockets. To say she was just an empty husk of flesh and bones would still not do the terrible sight justice. As soon as Annabelle saw this for herself, she regretted bringing me to the scene, but as it was too late, all she could do was cover my eyes and whisper comforting words to me. I found her words a little ironic, considering the fact that Liliana's killer was none other than her. After covering her body up, the servants took Liliana to the morgue after my mother cast preservation magic on the corpse and told them to add spices and preservatives to ensure the body would be in perfect condition until it was analyzed. While Mana's shock caused Liliana's death, no one was aware of that fact yet. They never even considered it. Why? Because no one thought Liliana could use magic, to begin with. Not even my mother. The maids and servants were employed from lineages incapable of magic, i.e. inepts. In the first instance, magic users wouldn't be working as maids when one considered it well. That was why Liliana's death was bizarre. The mystery remained unsolved even as I entered the special carriage prepared for me. I'll make sure to investigate it thoroughly, Jared. So, don't worry about me or this household, okay? Just be safe. Annabelle smiled at me. I could tell that hidden behind that smile was the anxiety of a worrying mother. She was most likely scared to death for my well-being since another incident of murder had occurred within the Leonard estate, something that was rarely heard of among high-ranking nobles. My heart ached a little for Annabelle, but this was for the best. The autopsy and magic investigation will ultimately reveal her death to be from Mana's shock as a result of the lingering traces of mana in her dead cells. Once that happened, Annabelle would slowly come to realize their ploy, and even though she won't understand why Liliana died without completing her mission to kill me, she'll be extra careful. The next time I return home, I'll be sure to find a much more impressive state of security. This way, Annabelle will be more motivated to protect herself. My thoughts trailed. Before I forget, Annabelle said, her expression depicting thought suddenly appearing in her head. She dipped her hand into her long robe and brought out a book from within it. It was dark brown, most likely made from good leather, and the parchments would also be high quality. Alphonse's gift came very late last night. You were already asleep, so I decided to wait till today, my mother said, smiling a little. Welp, I'm pretty sure I was still awake, though, I mused. I would have given you earlier, but this whole thing happened, and then before I knew it, the carriage was ready for your departure, and... If I left her to herself, Annabelle was going to keep rambling and there was no way I could have that. There were better things the both of us could be doing. I get it, Mom, thanks. I flashed a smile, proceeding to receive the book from Annabelle. Well, it appears I've kept you waiting long enough. You should go before I hog you even more for myself. Annabelle laughed. I laughed as well, and for a brief moment, we stared passionately and lovingly at each other. The bond between myself and this woman, even though it was only for 12 years, was one I would forever cherish. Bye, Jared, my child. I love you. Embarrassing as it was, I pursed my lips and opened them, responding with the exact same words as my mom. I love you too, Mom. And I absolutely meant it. The carriage suddenly started moving slowly as the coachman stirred the horses into motion. Jerked by the propulsion of the vehicle, my thoughts shook a little, and a question that had been puzzling me for years suddenly appeared. Bonds. Love. Relationship. So far, I had made so many, but the most bizarre one was still with my magic tutor, who was still a stranger to me. And so, as I slowly moved away from the loving gaze of my mother, curiosity got the best of me and I had to speak. Mom. My voice called out to Annabelle. Her eyes lit up in surprise, wondering what else I wanted to say. Who exactly is Alphonse? The burning question within me, and one of the few mysteries I had yet to uncover in all my life, was now laid bare before the one who knew the answer. Upon hearing my question, my mother made a spurting sound of laughter as she remained standing amusedly. Pfft! To think you're just asking me this now. As the carriage drew further away, her voice grew fainter, replaced by the sounds of turning wheels and the clamping of horse hooves on the ground. Still, my eyes were fixated on Annabelle's face as she gave me the answer. My eyes bulged as soon as I read her lips and heard the faint whispers of the truth that was never told to me all this time. Alphonse was your grandfather, and my own father, Annabelle said. Chapter 38. She smiled lovingly at me, waving me goodbye. I was too stunned to reciprocate her energy, waving only in a stunned state. While her answer explained a lot of things, it caused even more questions. To think my own grandfather had been my tutor for so long, and I was left unaware. Mum calls him Alphonse. I called him that too. Other than the slight display of affection they displayed once in a while, I couldn't sense any kind of family bond. Still mumbling to myself, I looked at the book she had given me before I entered the carriage. Rubbing it slightly with my hand, I calmed myself. There had to be a reason for me not knowing of it. After I calmed down a little, I looked out the window and caught one final glimpse of Annabelle, as well as the few members of our household that saw me off. The rest of them were busy taking care of the mess that Liliana's death caused, as well as investigation if similar incidents had occurred in other areas. My farewell was not as exciting or emotional as expected, however, this much was enough. Soon, the manor began shrinking in size as I drifted further from it. Perspective made everything appear very little, and my mother vanished from sight. Smiling at myself, I retracted my head from the opening of the carriage window and gave a sigh. Phew! I've become quite emotional, Shrugging off the sentiments welling up within me, I refrained from taking unnecessary thoughts. The book, let's see what Alphonse's gift was, or should I call him grandfather now? I whispered. No, that would just feel too weird. Opening the brown leather book, I saw a letter on the first page. The envelope had a red seal affixed on it, making me slightly curious. Only nobles and distinguished families used such seals. If I remember correctly, Annabelle is from a very distinguished magic-based family. I suppose it's true that Alphonse is her father, I reasoned. I impatiently opened the envelope, curious about its contents. As expected, a letter was within. The parchment in my hands was made from a very exquisite material, and the texture was soft, as well as firm. I stretched it out so I could read the contents of the letter Alphonse sent. Looking through it, I smiled in nostalgia, reminded of my tutor. Underscore 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 underscore. Dear Jared, how have you been? I'm sure by now you're on your way to the academy, since my letter will arrive late. Knowing Annabelle, I'm sure she'll only give you in the morning, on your way to the academy. Sigh, that woman. I trust you've been well. It hasn't been very long since I left the Leonard household, but I already miss you and your mother. There are a few things I wish to tell you, so make sure you read attentively. Firstly, my gift to you is a book which contains several mixes of drugs, concoctions, and medicines. There are also poisons and harmful mixtures there, so be careful. You showed an interest in the formula for curing your mother's mana shock, and knowing you, it won't stop at that. To further assist in your research, I decided to give you this compilation of records that I made myself. I figured it would be better than just any old spell book. As for the second thing I have to reveal, It's something Annabelle might have addressed, but in case she hasn't, I should explain in length. Jared, I am the father of your mother, as well as your grandfather. It wasn't as though any of us intentionally tried hiding this fact from you, but you never asked. The reason you may not have noticed this is because of our family customs. Our relationships take on many forms, depending on achievement and circumstances. Annabelle once addressed me as father, and I called her daughter. However, that changed once she became a fully fledged magic user. And got my recognition to be a fellow comrade in the art. That's why we now use our names to address each other. As for why I never addressed you as my grandson and didn't demand for you to treat me as a grandfather is because I was brought in as a tutor, and had to act in such a manner. After your training elapsed, I recognized you as a fellow magic user, so there's no need for us to address ourselves in such a manner. It's funny how our family relationship never defined us throughout our stay together, and even after. If you take a good look at your name, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth, my name exists there. This is because my magic-oriented household's name is the Alphonse household, and my true name is Alphonse Gerald IV. We decided to hand over my daughter in marriage to your father as a result of an alliance between both households. As a symbol of our alliance, our family's name was incorporated into your family's name. I certainly hope this has answered some of the questions you may have concerning things. While I know all I have said may be too much for a child your age, I know you are a special child, Jared, and do not need to be treated like a normal boy. I certainly hope you act in a manner that makes both households you hail from proud. As a pupil who passed under my wing and as my beloved grandchild, I certainly hope to hear of your exploits in Inslark. Take care of yourself, Jared. Underscore 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 underscore. After reading everything Alphonse said, I had two thoughts. The first was that this was a darn long letter. He could have told me all this during one of the times we goofed off. This is a lot to take in so suddenly, damn it. My thoughts rang. After taking a few moments to sort through everything I read, a smile formed on my face. The second thought I had after reading his letter was that of gratitude. I'm happy for this, Alphonse. I'll be sure to do my best. I grinned, a deep fire of determination burning in my eyes. Chapter 39 There are countless stories passed down from the times of old. Tales of mysteries that have yet to be deciphered. Legends of beings that defy imagination, and existences that have long since existed. Of these many tales, one of them has always been embedded into the hearts of men. The Celestial War. In a world of magic and swords, natural and supernatural, there were also bound to be concepts of gods and demons. Where there is light, there is bound to be darkness lurking about, and the existence of good births a notion of evil. And so, now lost to humanity and civility, far beyond the lands inhabited by beings of light, exists a kingdom of eternal darkness. The demon realm. In this world of the vilest creatures with the most depraved natures, something spectacular was occurring. It was a battle, one among two creatures of darkness. The stage was set, the spectators present, and the high seat was erected. With everyone watching and the two standing on stage, there was only one thing the denizens expected. A fight. No notice was given before both creatures lunged at each other. Like shadows piercing through the night, their distorted bodies exchanged blows, moving fluidly according to the tempo of battle and clashing. This frenzied dance lasted for so long, yet none landed a solid blow on the other. They kept attacking and defending, using all manner of abilities to achieve a stalemate. Swish! One of the fighters turned their limbs into blades, sending of charging at the other fighter, desperate to win. If no action was taken by the latter, they could lose their lives. However, it appeared the one on the other end of the blade was faster than the shadow who lunged the piercing attack. The shadow dodged the fatal hit, and in an instant vanished, becoming one with darkness. Puzzlement filled the eyes of the assaulter, trying to figure out the location of their target. The moment they realized what was going on, it was too late. A large spike, big enough to tear anyone to pieces, while sharp enough to rend even the toughest of materials, appeared from the ground, materializing from a shadow. Squish! It pierced the other dark being in the chest. The sudden force raised the wounded one high, unable to do much but struggle and squirm as a result of its body being impaled. The being's powerless struggle didn't last for long, as they turned into a shadow too, vanishing from the spike and materializing away from danger. After reaching a considerable distance from the spike, they fell to their knees, clutching the white hole that appeared in their chest. Grunts of pain were heard, though the wounded one tried their best to stifle it. It still leaked out, and from the posture they made, it was clear to everyone who watched, that the one who landed the first hit was superior. Like clockwork, the successful one appeared, returning from the shadow from where he disappeared to. They walked toward the kneeling one, already assured of victory. After all, this match had one simple rule. In order not to waste the time of those who watched, the first to land a dead hit would be the winner. Following the rules of the bout, the champion had been decided. Now standing before the loser as the sole winner of their bout, the shadowy figure gave a very condescending look to the one beneath him. "I win, you lose. Just as I told you before this all began. If the loser had teeth, they would grit them. Unfortunately, for beings of their race, such parts of the body didn't exist." The kneeling one could only clench their fist in powerlessness, realizing the loss and shame incurred on their person. I can still." The loser could not complete the statement, though. Even they were aware of their weakness, and how much more powerful the adversary was. "That is enough." A voice echoed from the highly esteemed seat of the most revered among those who watched. 7 seats were present there, indicating the highest members of the Society of Darkness where the beings all resided. The highest seat, the one in the middle, was unoccupied. The supreme ruler of the realm of darkness was absent during such an occasion. However, no one thought it to be strange. No one could question the Demon King, after all. There was one other empty seat. It was the seat to the far left, the throne both shadow beings fought for. As for the voice that interrupted the fight, it belonged to none other than the second in command of the forces within the demon realm. The results of the battle are obvious. The next 6th seat has been decided. A hushed silence spread across the open arena. None of the spectators could move or even utter a single word. This was a sacred moment, one that could not be tainted by the slightest bit of sound other than the one who would make the declaration. "Khan, you are hereby stripped of your role as a demon lord. From now henceforth, the title Noir of Shadows shall be passed to the one who has bested you. He is now the new ruler of the Shadow Demon race, Noir of the 6 Demon Lords." Khan, the defeated, couldn't say a single word. He had lost, and in such a cruel world, it was only natural for the weaker one to lose everything to the strong. But, to think the one he lost to was none other than his previous subordinate and right-hand man. Khan's fury, bitterness, and shame knew no bounds. Thus, the ceremony and rite of succession shall now begin. The demon lords who sat rose from their thrones, and the spectators all instantly removed themselves from their seats and bowed in homage to the existing demon lords, and the one who would now be crowned one. The rite began, and time elapsed. Finally, it was done. At this point, Khan was excused, cast out of the sight of everyone, and the attention of the masses was on their new leader. "All hail Kiran, Noir of Shadows!" The deafening cry of the leader of the demon lords echoed throughout the vast lands. In response, everyone who heard, whether spectators around the arena or denizens who were in their abode, all bowed and paid homage. "Hail! Hail! Hail! Hail our demon lord, Noir of Shadows!" The voices of the demons roared, and all were in the process of homage and reverence to the victor. All except Khan, the loser. The former demon lord narrowed his eyes, tightened his fist, and swore to himself on that very occasion. Even as he heard the deafening cries and hails of his successor, he could not accept it. I swear. I shall regain my position as demon lord, no matter the cost. At this point, there was no way to do that. However, no matter how long it took what he needed to do to earn it, Khan was prepared. To kill, to destroy, to plunder, to wage war. If he could bring back an achievement great enough to be recognized by everyone, including his lord and master, the Demon King, then he would regain his position. In a land full of darkness and strife, there was hardly any hope for ambition. All he had left for him was shame and reproach. To achieve his goals, Khan's eyes went beyond the dark plains that surrounded him and saw what lay behind the horizons. Light. If he couldn't achieve his ambitions in a land of evil and chaos, devoid of hope, he would find his answer in the very place where hope resided. A place where denizens of chaos were scorned, hated, but most especially, feared. I will win, no matter what it takes. Chapter 40. It's finally time. Jared, you. I'll miss you. As Annabelle's sweet sobs rang in my ears, I stared lovingly at my mother. Somehow, why did it feel as though I was the father and she was the daughter who didn't want me to leave or something? I gave her my usual charming smile, the best a 12-year-old could come up with, and reassured my mother. I'll be fine, Mom. I promise. Besides, this is for the best, my voice trailed. As soon as I said this, my expression stiffened a little. She had to admit this was the best alternative, not just for my growth as a magic user, but for my safety. To know the reason for that, one would have to backtrack to the discovery the servants made early this morning. After the party ended late in the night, and our guests left, I was escorted to my room in order to get enough rest for my journey the next day. My mother also went to her room to relax, since she had exerted herself a great deal to accommodate guests. The servants took care of everything, making sure the cleaning and disposal of wastes were expertly taken care of. Since I was still mulling over the incidents of what happened during the party, I couldn't sleep. My mind was working, and I was studying various ways to alter the original poison I concocted to create a more potent dosage and reduce its circulation time. I could hear slight whispers across the hallway, excited sounds of servants concerning the party we just had, as well as the luxurious foods they got to enjoy as a result of the party. Out of all the things I overheard while in my study, something stood out. Who knows where Liliana is? I haven't seen her all evening. I have a brief sigh and continued studying, realizing that the truth was bound to be revealed sooner or later. And as I rightly guessed, it didn't really take very long before the servants found Liliana's corpse where she died. It happened early in the morning while they patrolled the area to ensure no single spot was overlooked. It was no understatement to say that everyone in the house was roused as a result of the loud shrieks brought about by the servants when they saw Liliana's shriveled-up body. I was told to remain in my room when the servants revealed the situation to my mom, but after insisting on seeing it for myself, my mother allowed me to witness the scene. When we saw her, she was like this. I don't know how it happened or what could have caused something like this, but... The servants spoke, clear emotions obvious from the tone they used. My body twitched when I finally saw Liliana after leaving her to die the previous night. It was just as I thought. Her body was dried up till the bone, and her bloodshot eyes were nearly popped from their sockets. To say she was just an empty husk of flesh and bones would still not do the terrible sight justice. As soon as Annabelle saw this for herself, she regretted bringing me to the scene, but as it was too late, all she could do was cover my eyes and whisper comforting words to me. I found her words a little ironic, considering the fact that Liliana's killer was none other than her. After covering her body up, the servants took Liliana to the morgue after my mother cast preservation magic on the corpse and told them to add spices and preservatives to ensure the body would be in perfect condition until it was analyzed. While Mana's shock caused Liliana's death, no one was aware of that fact yet. They never even considered it. Why? Because no one thought Liliana could use magic, to begin with. Not even my mother. The maids and servants were employed from lineages incapable of magic, i.e. inepts. In the first instance, magic users wouldn't be working as maids when one considered it well. That was why Liliana's death was bizarre. The mystery remained unsolved even as I entered the special carriage prepared for me. I'll make sure to investigate it thoroughly, Jared. So, don't worry about me or this household, okay? Just be safe. Annabelle smiled at me. I could tell that hidden behind that smile was the anxiety of a worrying mother. She was most likely scared to death for my well-being since another incident of murder had occurred within the Leonard estate, something that was rarely heard of among high-ranking nobles. My heart ached a little for Annabelle, but this was for the best. The autopsy and magic investigation will ultimately reveal her death to be from Mana's shock as a result of the lingering traces of Mana in her dead cells. Once that happened, Annabelle would slowly come to realize their ploy, and even though she won't understand why Liliana died without completing her mission to kill me, she'll be extra careful. The next time I return home, I'll be sure to find a much more impressive state of security. This way, Annabelle will be more motivated to protect herself. My thoughts trailed. Before I forget, Annabelle said, her expression depicting thought suddenly appearing in her head. She dipped her hand into her long robe and brought out a book from within it. It was dark brown, most likely made from good leather, and the parchments would also be high quality. Alphonse's gift came very late last night. You were already asleep, so I decided to wait till today, my mother said, smiling a little. Welp, I'm pretty sure I was still awake, though, I mused. I would have given you earlier, but this whole thing happened, and then before I knew it, the carriage was ready for your departure, and if I left her to herself, Annabelle was going to keep rambling and there was no way I could have that. There were better things the both of us could be doing. I get it, Mom, thanks. I flashed a smile, proceeding to receive the book from Annabelle. Well, it appears I've kept you waiting long enough. You should go before I hog you even more for myself. Annabelle laughed. I laughed as well, and for a brief moment, we stared passionately and lovingly at each other. The bond between myself and this woman, even though it was only for 12 years, was one I would forever cherish. By Jared, my child. I love you. Embarrassing as it was, I pursed my lips and opened them, responding with the exact same words as my mom. I love you too, Mom. And I absolutely meant it. The carriage suddenly started moving slowly as the coachman stirred the horses into motion. Jerked by the propulsion of the vehicle, my thoughts shook a little, and a question that had been puzzling me for years suddenly appeared. Bonds. Love. Relationship. So far, I had made so many, but the most bizarre one was still with my magic tutor, who was still a stranger to me. And so, as I slowly moved away from the loving gaze of my mother, curiosity got the best of me and I had to speak. Mom. My voice called out to Annabelle. Her eyes lit up in surprise, wondering what else I wanted to say. Who exactly is Alphonse? The burning question within me, and one of the few mysteries I had yet to uncover in all my life, was now laid bare before the one who knew the answer. Upon hearing my question, my mother made a spurting sound of laughter as she remained standing amusedly. Pfft! To think you're just asking me this now. As the carriage drew further away, her voice grew fainter, replaced by the sounds of turning wheels and the clamping of horse hooves on the ground. Still, my eyes were fixated on Annabelle's face as she gave me the answer. My eyes bulged as soon as I read her lips and heard the faint whispers of the truth that was never told to me all this time. Alphonse was your grandfather, and my own father. Chapter 41 Grandfather. I mumbled in disbelief as the carriage took me further away from Annabelle. She smiled lovingly at me, waving me goodbye. I was too stunned to reciprocate her energy, waving only in a stunned state. While her answer explained a lot of things, it caused even more questions. To think my own grandfather had been my tutor for so long, and I was left unaware. Mum calls him Alphonse. I called him that too. Other than the slight display of affection they displayed once in a while, I couldn't sense any kind of family bond. Still mumbling to myself, I looked at the book she had given me before I entered the carriage. Rubbing it slightly with my hand, I calmed myself. There had to be a reason for me not knowing of it. After I calmed down a little, I looked out the window and caught one final glimpse of Annabelle, as well as the few members of our household that saw me off. The rest of them were busy taking care of the mess that Liliana's death caused, as well as investigating similar incidents that might have occurred in other areas. My farewell was not as exciting or emotional as expected, however, this much was enough. Soon, the manor began shrinking in size as I drifted further from it. Perspective made everything appear very little, and my mother vanished from sight. Smiling at myself, I retracted my head from the opening of the carriage window and sighed. Phew! I've become quite emotional, Shrugging off the sentiments welling up within me, I refrained from taking unnecessary thoughts. The book, let's see what Alphonse's gift was, or should I call him grandfather now? I whispered. No, that would just feel too weird. Opening the brown leather book, I saw a letter on the first page. The envelope had a red seal affixed to it, making me slightly curious. Only nobles and distinguished families used such seals. If I remember correctly, Annabelle is from a very distinguished magic-based family. I suppose it's true that Alphonse is her father, I reasoned. I impatiently opened the envelope, curious about its contents. As expected, a letter was within. The parchment in my hands was made from very exquisite material, and the texture was soft, as well as firm. I stretched it out so I could read the contents of the letter Alphonse sent. Looking through it, I smiled in nostalgia, reminded of my tutor. Underscore 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 underscore. Dear Jared, how have you been? I'm sure by now you're on your way to the academy since my letter will arrive late. Knowing Annabelle, I'm sure she'll only give you in the morning, on your way to the academy. Sigh, that woman. I trust you've been well. It hasn't been very long since I left the Leonard household, but I already miss you and your mother. There are a few things I wish to tell you, so make sure you read attentively. Firstly, my gift to you is a book which contains several mixes of drugs, concoctions, and medicines. There are also poisons and harmful mixtures there, so be careful. You showed an interest in the formula for curing your mother's mana shock, and knowing you, it won't stop at that. To further assist in your research, I decided to give you this compilation of records that I made myself. I figured it would be better than just any old spellbook. As for the second thing I have to reveal, it is something Annabelle might have addressed, but in case she hasn't, I should explain it in length. Jared, I am the father of your mother, as well as your grandfather. It wasn't as though any of us intentionally tried hiding this fact from you, but you never asked. The reason you may not have noticed this is because of our family customs. Our relationships take on many forms, depending on achievement and circumstances. Annabelle once addressed me as father, and I called her daughter. However, that changed once she became a fully fledged magic user, and got my recognition to be a comrade in the art. That's why we now use our names to address each other. As for why I never addressed you as my grandson and didn't demand you to treat me as a grandfather is because I was brought in as a tutor, and had to act in such a manner. After your training elapsed, I recognized you as a fellow magic user, so there's no need for us to address ourselves in such a manner. It's funny how our family relationship never defined us throughout our stay together, and even after. If you take a good look at your name, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth, my name exists there. This is because my magic-oriented household's name is the Alphonse household, and my true name is Alphonse Gerald IV. We decided to hand over my daughter in marriage to your father as a result of an alliance between both households. As a symbol of our alliance, our family's name was incorporated into your family's name. I certainly hope this has answered some of the questions you may have concerning things. While I know all I have said may be too much for a child your age, I know you are a special child, Jared, and do not need to be treated like a normal boy. I certainly hope you act in a manner that makes both households you hail from proud. As a pupil who passed under my wing and as my beloved grandchild, I certainly hope to hear of your exploits in Inslark. Take care of yourself, Jared. Underscore 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 un underscore 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 un. After reading everything Alphonse said, I had two thoughts. The first was that this was a darn long letter. He could have told me all this during one of the times we goofed off. This is a lot to take in so suddenly, damn it. My thoughts rang. After taking a few moments to sort through everything I read, a smile formed on my face. The second thought I had after reading his letter was that of gratitude. I'm happy for this, Alphonse. I'll be sure to do my best. I grinned, a deep fire of determination burning in my eyes. Chapter 42 The journey to the Inslark Academy was estimated to take 5 to 7 days on carriage, even in good weather conditions. The reason for such a long lapse of time was because of the distance of our home from the school's location. Even though our family was a renowned noble family, a duke's one to be exact, our territory was quite far from the big cities in the Eastern Kingdom. How crazy was that? That was why my father often had to spend a great deal of time away from home, since it was inconvenient that he kept commuting from his territory to the bustling cities, where his attention was mostly focused on. I had no idea the cause of such an anomaly, but since someone had to manage the vast lands far away from the kingdom's hub, my father's noble lineage was placed in charge of it. I didn't mind much, though. It was thanks to this that we hardly had guests come over, and even though I was already 12, I hadn't for once left our territory. As a shut-in such as myself, what more could I ask for? Well, those days were over now. The real world awaited, and though I had read enough about them in books as well as heard stories from Alphonse and Annabelle, going into unfamiliar territory gave me the chills. Using detailed maps of the Eastern Kingdom, the path we would be taking was already plotted out. The inns we would be staying in were also decided. It was at times like this that I wished teleportation magic existed. Well, it did, but using it could only allow the magic user to traverse short distances. It was also very rare and complex. Plus mana consumption. Perhaps this would be solved once I grew more as a magic user. The thrill of solving so many problems welled up within me as I smiled to myself in ecstasy. He. It's funny how long 5 days can be when all you do is sit in a carriage. It was very tortuous, and my butt ached so much. We rested every once in a while and made stops to stretch, but a greater deal of our time was spent on the road. To pass the time, I read the book Alphonse gifted to me. It was very interesting, and I couldn't wait till I applied all I was learning practically. Still, there was a limit to merely reading and being unable to practice what was being learned. The urge to practice disturbed me greatly, but I calmed myself with meditation. Since the carriage wobbled every now and then, it was very difficult forming my 4th mana core. The process was slow as heck too, so I decided to give up on the venture. The days moved slowly but steadily, and finally, on the 7th day, we arrived at the city of our destination. Young master, here we are, the academic city, Inslark. My coachman said to me with excitement. I could tell that even he was relieved we had finally arrived at our destination. Other than myself, I felt more sorry for him, since he would be in even more hurt managing the ride. Well, my 2 escort guards were also to be considered, but they were mostly silent. It was almost as if they weren't even with us in the carriage. They must be following orders, maybe, my thoughts trailed. Still, laying eyes on the beautiful city before me, I couldn't help being in awe as a result of its beauty. Our carriage was greeted by the large city walls, totally unlike anything I had seen in our territory. This was a big place. We had passed by other cities on our way here, many of which were amazing too, but this was on another level. Amazing! My voice leaked out. Back in my days, such large structures were hardly seen, except in the palace, but my eyes saw several tall buildings within the city. Not to act like a country bumpkin, but it was still so incredible. Sure, it's been 528 years since I died, but to think so many things have changed. I beamed. The security at the city's gate looked quite troublesome, but my coachman was able to secure our entry with no difficulty at all. As we passed by the city's gates, I laid my eyes on the beautiful landscape of the city. It was truly a wonderful sight for the eyes. I looked out the window and saw a bustling city life. Structures such as cafes, many libraries, chill spots, shops of varying kinda, so many new things I hadn't seen back home and even in the past. As I took more exciting gazes around, my coachman interrupted my jumbled thoughts. Shall we head straight for the academy, young master? Upon hearing what he said, I ceased my sightseeing and appropriately comported myself. He must have noticed my interest in the city's structure since he bothered asking. As much as I wanted a tour of the place around, it would be selfish of me. Everyone must be tired at this point. Thanks to my discomfort on the carriage and requesting so many breaks, it took us 7 days to reach Inslark when it would have taken us way less. I couldn't impose any more on these people. Yes. Let's see where I'll be studying. I smiled. The coachman nodded. Maybe it was my imagination, but I could swear that the man heaves a sigh of relief. Moving at a steady pace, since we were in the city, our carriage trailed across the main road tiled with luxurious stones. The streets were clean, and the people around gawked at our grand entry. After turning for some routes, we headed down a straight path to the massive structure that I realized was the academy. I had seen many drawings of the place, but since it was my first time gazing upon the place in person, I was nearly breathless. Even from our distance, I could tell that this was beyond a doubt the best academy in all of the Eastern Kingdom, Inslark Academy. Chapter 43 Inslark Academy. When considering the epitome of power and ability, a person had to possess some form of education in whatever art or craft they possessed. As the institute that stands above every other in the Eastern Kingdom, where I hail from, Inslark is the dream of anyone who aims for the top. And there I was, standing before the gates of such a prestigious place. Having such a magnificent, shiny white surface, the large gate leading to the academy resembled a castle on its own. The towering building seemed to touch the clouds as the white gates stayed before it. A flight of stairs leading to the gates was cleanly arranged, waiting for us to climb. My coachman halted the carriage as we approached the gate, making a turn by the side so the horses stopped moving. Since it was directly beside the stairs leading to the higher platform where the gate was, I had no difficulty getting off. As soon as I got down, the 2 guards who served as my escorts did the same and walked beside me. The coachman nodded affirmatively at me and I responded to his courteous expression. "Have a safe and productive time, young master," he said, before driving off with the carriage. I was certain the guards would meet up with him at a rendezvous point after escorting me as far as they could to where I would be spending the next few years. Upon reaching the gate, we were met by elite guards. They were 3 in number, 2 holding swords and a single one dressed in garb. From his outfit, I already deduced him to be a mage, and a very skilled one at that. For only 3 personnel to serve as guards of such a prestigious place, it clearly meant they weren't ordinary. After showing them the deed and seal of my noble family, as well as the enrollment offer letter already requested gotten the academy, the guards gave their approval and allowed me in. With a sleight of hand made by the mage among the 3 guards, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. I watched the gates open as a result of whatever magic the mage cast. A glimmer of faint light emanated from the bars, causing them to rise and granting us access within the academy compound. You are to head directly to the admissions processing department. Keep walking straight down this path, you can't miss them. We were told. The guards nodded, not offering a single word, while I offered my thanks. Upon entering, we were greeted with yet another marvelous sight. A vast compound with several buildings across the area. A large fountain stood erect at the center of everything, while several structures made the huge place hardly vacant. As we walked down, following the instructions given, I couldn't get enough of the sight. Still, it was strange. While I spotted a few individuals, the academy was not as packed as I imagined it to be. Maybe I'll ask them at the admissions department, my thoughts trailed. Just as the guards said, we were able to spot the admissions processing department easily after taking a few moments to walk down the straight path. The building stood out well, greatly furnished from the exterior and having the signpost clearly telling whoever passed by of the business they performed. The interior was even more impressive, greatly decorated to appear plain, yet exquisite. The room was also large, having only a few desks and a counter where we approached. "Good afternoon, how may I be of service?" Our attendant, a middle-aged man, asked with a sincere smile. Even their service is satisfactory, I reasoned, wondering if there was any flaw in this educational system. Yes. I would like to begin my studies within this academy. All the necessary processes have been sorted out, I said, bringing out the documents I had shown the guards. Upon receiving what I gave him, the middle-aged man scrutinized the seal of my household and the deed containing an introductory letter from my family. Most importantly, I also had the academy's enrollment offer letter with me. "HMMN, these are all valid," he muttered, rubbing his cleanly shaven chin. I was a little surprised by the reason he was so flippant about the validity of the documents. Even the guards didn't take any special process in ensuring we weren't with any counterfeit. It's not impossible to try pulling a fast one on establishments like this. Why aren't they more serious about investigating if my documents are valid? I questioned internally. The man attending to us must have read my expression, since the next thing he did was smile at me and nod slightly. "If you're wondering why we aren't being a little more serious about investigating the genuineness of your documents, it's because there is no need to." I was a little stunned by the man's words. Fortunately, he proceeded to explain himself. "The letter sent by the academy is made from a special kind of parchment that can only be gotten here and is enchanted with a secret spell, changed every year, with only those in the know who are aware of it. As such, no one can duplicate them. The moment I came into contact with the letter, I already knew it was valid." I slightly let out, a little embarrassed that I didn't think of that. "Plus, the seal of your noble family carries similar properties. Even if the form is replicated, the magic signature can never be. As a result, we know you are the genuine article." The man smiled. Impressed by his words, I nodded in response. "I see. Forgive me for doubting your security and observation skills." No. It's no issue. I'm glad you took an interest. Most wouldn't even be bothered about it," the middle-aged man said. Afterward, he brought out a form and told me to fill it out. Information such as my name, age, family, moniker, and the likes were requested. I filled the form quickly, making my monoprint where it was indicated, and returned it to him. He placed his hand on it and chanted a spell silently, duplicating the form into 2 identical copies. "Here, take this and hold onto it well," he said, giving me one of the copies. What is this for? I mumbled. Chapter 44. It's a means of identification. After all, this letter you received from the Academy is a mere enrollment offer document, it doesn't mean you have been wholly accepted yet. He said. I nodded. Anyone could understand that much if they studied about the Inslark Academy. It was one thing to be offered enrollment, and it was another to be fully enrolled in the Academy. That's right. The entrance exams are coming up, so this is for that time. As a participant, that is your means of identification. Since you've shown me all the relevant documents, you do not need them anymore. That alone is enough. He added. I see. Observing the form closely, I saw the date of the exams printed on the back. It was barely a week from now. You have good eyes. That's right, you still have a bit of time before the exams actually take place. That means you've arrived too early. Oh. That must be why everywhere isn't as crowded as I thought. It's good that you arrived early and got this process over with, though. Others have come before you, but most usually arrive when it's a day or so before the actual exams. The middle-aged man made a dissatisfied expression, indicating he thought those kinds were troublesome. I didn't blame him, though. The crowd and pressure were bound to increase at an unbelievable rate since so many wanted their processing done at the last minute. I'd advise you to head over to an inn and wait things out. If you have any further business to attend to, also do so. In 6 days, return to the Academy to take your entrance exams. The venue has been given on the form, so there's no confusion. Thank you, I appreciate this. I smiled at the kind gentleman. He nodded politely. Now then, you may have these back. The man said, returning the documents I submitted to him. Upon collecting them, I took a few moments to observe them and make sure nothing was tampered with. After I was done, I handed everything over to my escorts, keeping the form within my breast pocket. I believe our business here is concluded. Well, then, you should be on your way. The middle-aged man said. I smiled, looking at him with a little bit of interest. Would you mind telling me your name? My sudden question caused the stares of the other workers who sat at their respective positions. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Even the man I addressed was a little flustered by my question. After taking a brief moment to consider, looking at my confident eyes, he gave in. My name is Legris Damien. He said. Thank you. You know already, but it's common courtesy to return an introduction. I am Jared Leonard. It's a pleasure. He bowed his head slightly and I did the same. Well then, excuse us as we take our leave, I said, walking out of the office with my escorts. We left the building which was yet silent, but I was not bothered in the slightest. My guards were the same, so it was no new thing. Young master, the coachman has already gone to secure the appropriate inn for you. Since it's a trustworthy place befitting of your repute, we will be heading there now. One of my guards said while we walked back to the gate. It was a shame I was leaving such a beautiful place so soon, but I would be back. Ah, I see. Let us go, then. I smiled, glancing a little in his direction. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the second escort looking a little peculiar, almost as though he wanted to say something. What's on your mind? I asked with slight curiosity. He remained mute, slightly shaking his head. I didn't know whether he was just being shy or rigid, but it still felt weird. I already had an idea of what he wanted to say, though. You're curious about the reason I behaved strangely in that office just now, right? I spoke more than I should have, treated someone with a far lower status cordially, and even requested for his name. You want to know the reason why, right? I asked. After taking a few moments of hesitation, the guard nodded his head. A smile formed on my face. Maybe my guards hadn't noticed it yet, but there was no way that man could fool me. The answer is simple, that mere attendant, is very strong. A smile formed on my face as the gates were opened for us, allowing us to exit. Legris Damien. I'm not going to forget that name. Ha 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 ha, what an interesting fellow. The man called Legris burst out laughing. This slightly startled the people who worked around him. Sir Legris, come on. Please control yourself. One of the workers made a slightly upset comment. The reason we even allowed this farce is because you said it wouldn't disturb our work. Another commented. Sigh, I knew this was a bad idea. One other worker slapped his hand on his face. You guys are no fun at all. Legris Damien beamed energetically. What was the reason for his good mood? It was none other than the young man who had just left. What an interesting kid, he muttered. Is he really? He seemed just like any regular noble to me. His mana wasn't too impressive as well. Someone made a passing comment. Legris grinned at the one who said that. Oh? So that's what you think? Well, I can't say I blame you. That was also what I thought as well. However, that kid, not only was he curious as to our criteria for judging genuine documents, he was also wary of the enrollment process, objectively scrutinizing his documents when they were returned to him. Legris said. The workers looked at each other. True, those were peculiar traits, but that wasn't enough to prove the boy special. As much as he tried to hide it, I could also tell, he was probing at my strength. That lad is more than he seems. Legris added. True, he even asked for your name, Sir Legris. The middle-aged man nodded, excitedly snapping his fingers. Exactly. He's the first to do all that. Legris had taken a keen interest in the child he just met, however, despite all he was just shown, there was one thing that stood out the most. Still, to think he's a pure white core, at this age. Awakened at 7 years, and from the Leonard family that hasn't produced a magic user in over 200 years. Interesting, Legris Damien muttered, still stroking his chin. No matter, we will meet soon again, Jared Leonard. Let's hope you pass the exams. Now I have one more thing to look forward to. Chapter 45. As expected, the inn had already been secured by my coachman, and the establishment was a pretty decent one. Since I didn't want to raise too high a profile, we rented 2 rooms. The rooms were fitted for 2 people, so one of my guards shared one with me, while the other was occupied by my coachman and the second guard. It was clean, spacious, and most importantly, quiet. The next 6 days should be over in a breeze. I grinned, taking a seat by the study that was located in a corner of the room. It appeared the inn owner thought of everything. Just as expected, the days went by quickly. Fortunately, the guards were usually outside or in the other room, patrolling and keeping a safe distance from mine while respecting my privacy. We only slept in the same room at night, but for the rest of the time, I was granted total freedom within the little space I was given. Food was provided for me after a thorough inspection by the guards in case of poisons, but I didn't mind. It was for my protection, anyway. Of course, I also checked the food for poisons myself. The more I familiarized myself with the book Alphonse gave me, the more I came to respect medicines and also regard poisons. Using my alone time wisely, I spent it accumulating knowledge and circulating the mana within me on a few occasions. After most of the days passed, I decided to take a break from seriousness and enjoy myself a little, though for me research was also enjoyable in certain ways. I would like to take a look around the city, I explained to my guards. With the next day being the Inslark entrance examinations, this would prove the best time to explore the city of Inslark. After all, things would get busier after I got into the academy. As expected, it was an exciting place. The academic city of Inslark. During my studies, I came to realize that this city was the 3rd largest in all of the Eastern Kingdom. The first was the capital, and the second was the merchant city. The academic city took 3rd place and stood as one of the firm grounds for the kingdom's power. As such, it was easy to deduce why I was so thrilled by the experience of burning the sights of every activity around into my eyes. Of course, this wasn't the only reason. My guards maintained a considerable distance from me in order not to draw attention to myself. Good grief, I sighed. Enjoying the evening breeze cooled the excitement that had built up these past couple of days since tomorrow would be the big day. I was going to savor every moment. However, this tranquility didn't last long. TCH, out of the way, plebeian. I heard someone say from behind me. Before I could even turn around to see who the stranger was referring to, he bumped into me. No, it was more like a push. Not caring at all about my well-being, this person used his weight and shoved me to the side while hurrying his way. My eyes darted behind me and I saw my guards glare from a distance. With a sleight of hand, I signaled to them to stop displaying their animosity. They obeyed, and I quickly comported myself, once again walking down the busy road. It's no big deal, it would be childish to fret over something of this level, I whispered. Judging from his demeanor, he was most likely one of the people Legris Damien spoke of. It was evening, yet some students like him hadn't gotten their forms for tomorrow's exams. With that fleeting thought, I continued my walk and soon returned to my chamber. Even with the unpleasant interruption I had, it was still an enjoyable experience. Now then, I wonder what tomorrow will give me. It was outstanding, to say the least, the examination venue. A very large building, resembling any educational structure for learning. Yet, this was merely a single hall in the whole academic grounds. The guards couldn't escort me any further, so we had to say our goodbyes by the gate. Of course, since I had made it this far, all that was left was getting into the main academy itself. You should all head back home, I said to them. After all, if I gained admission, I would immediately get lodged into the residential halls, and go through orientation, and I was most likely not going to step out of school grounds for a while. But, young master, we should stay until the exams are over. Just in case one of the guards tried protesting. In case what? I fail. I smiled. Such an inconceivable idea being considered by an attendant of mine. It was absurd. I was shocked and flushed with embarrassment. And no, that's not what I meant. The flustered guard muttered quickly, bowing his head. During the short time we spent together, I made sure to converse with my attendants as much as possible. They're good kids, they just have poor communication skills, I smiled, looking at things from my perspective. Both guards decided to place their faith in their young master and promised to depart to the manor. With the academy's security and my assured victory, there was no need for them to stick around. My eyes caught the multitude of people entering the examination hall, so I knew I couldn't be caught loitering for too long. Now then, I should go in as well. Welcome, everyone. A very loud and clear voice boomed. It filled the large hall to the point that no one could claim they couldn't hear him. Even from my seat at the very top of the seats arranged in a circular format, I could hear every single word he uttered. Sound magic, maybe? I reasoned. The hall appeared to have many stories from its exterior view, but upon coming inside, it had a different interior. There was only one word that described the place in which we all sat. A Colosseum. Chapter 46. It was a Colosseum. The moderator, whoever he was standing at the center of the large stage, while everyone else watched from their seat round about the arena. A total of 5,350 students obtained a form for this exam. A huge number of you are here to be admitted into this prestigious institute. However, you must understand, that of so many people gathered here, not more than 100 will ever see the inner walls of the main academy. This was met by a shocking response from the audience. We were never told this, not even in the texts and prospectus given out by the academy. However, if one was really observant, this much was to be expected. As the best of the best, clearly, IN's Lark Academy would only aim for the most talented and powerful. Still, one thing caught my attention. The moderator mentioned over 5,000 people registering for the exam. However, from the calculations I made of the seats and their arrangements, there should only be a total of 4,000 gathered here at the maximum. Maybe there are other batches, I reasoned. If that was the case, then why didn't they split the crowd more evenly? 4,000 people participating in the first batch and 1,000 plus in the second, that seemed uneven. Perhaps there was a special way they used to split the batches that I wasn't aware of. Well, this was in Slark Academy, I couldn't exactly expect something normal. Now then, I should inform you of the requirements for this exam. Of course, there are 3 major stages you need to pass before you can be admitted. Another outcry of surprise filled the air as thousands of students expressed surprise. Even I was a little surprised by this. I only know of 2 tests, my thoughts trailed. In the past years, we implemented 2 stages to pass. The written tests and the magic proficiency tests. However, after a slight educational reform within the academy, from this point on, a new test will be given which will determine not only your admission into the academy, but also your status once you've become a student. My eyes bulged as I listened. This was new, but not entirely unreasonable. I had already expected some discrepancies, so it wasn't too much. The third test will be the Monocore grade proficiency test. My jaw instantly dripped and the heart that was calm moments ago nearly jumped out of my chest. What? Of everything the academy would pull, I wasn't expecting this. Remember this, aspiring students, there is no such thing as equality in this world, especially when it comes to magic. As I heard the moderator, while he didn't directly say it, I understood what he meant. The third test was the most important since it would determine one's status in the academy. Plus, with the talk of inequality, I would be foolish to expect any leniency in this test. I had come into this place with absolute confidence. However, what remained were merely shards of the guarantee within my heart. After all, I possessed a pure white monocore grade, and in a test that tested one's proficiency based on that decisive factor, it could only mean one thing for someone like me. I'm screwed. Now then, without further ado, we'll begin the first phase of the test. The moderator beamed, not even giving me enough time to sort through my thoughts. The man snapped his fingers, creating a loud clicking sound. I winced a little reacting to the sudden noise, however, my eyes suddenly caught something in front of me. This is a piece of paper, I muttered, looking at the clear white sheet in front of me. You should all have received pieces of paper, 1 page each, correct? The mod announced. My eyes darted across the room, beside me, beneath, across the other side, and true to his words, everyone had indeed received the same piece of floating paper like me. With the snap of a finger, impressive, my thoughts trailed. Or so it would seem. However, it was a simple trick once you figured it out. To think the academy resorted to such petty methods to impress students. You are to pick up the paper before you. Written on it is a simple question. The paper is enchanted and responds to mana. You don't need a pen to write. Use your fingers and answer the questions written on the paper before you. Everyone mechanically obeyed his instructions, picking up the paper to read the questions. Sure enough, his words were true. I would desist from engaging in any form of malpractice since this place is being monitored entirely. Also, the questions assigned for every examinee are different and the time allocated for this stage is 5 minutes. The bewildered students expressed their displeasure concerning the sudden rush of information. However, the moderator wasn't even going to give anyone room to breathe. Your time starts now. Everyone instantly buried their faces in the paper allocated to them and answered the questions in the way they knew best. I paused for a moment to analyze all that had occurred. If Slark Academy had taught me anything, it would that I was never to expect anything simple or straightforward from them. This written test was no different. The flow of mana within the body is something any magic user can sense. However, controlling that flow from one's mana core is a different story entirely. To do that, you need to be focused and calm, I reasoned. The reason why no pen was provided was to test our apt use of mana in answering the questions given. The questions weren't all that difficult for anyone who studied well. That meant the true test was the ability to keep one's cool while focusing on mana usage and correctly answering the question while being under the pressure of time. It all adds up. When you think of it that way, the first stage becomes very easy to overcome. I grinned. 5 minutes? Ha! How laughable! I won't even need one. Chapter 47 Exam Question. As aptly as possible, citing the appropriate authorities, give a recount of the mana soul theory. Begin. 5 minutes? Hat, what a joke. I won't even need one. Okay, time's up. Before anyone could protest the moderator's abrupt words, the paper they all desperately wrote on vanished. That's the end of the first phase of the exams. I hope you were all able to answer the questions properly, he said cheerfully. Though he appeared happy, many of the examinees weren't. Looking around, I could see many uneasy faces full of tension. It's none of my business, I sighed. The fact that I was able to complete my task without any issue remained my primary concern. The only thing I had to worry about was the next phase of the exam. I won't be the one handling the next aspect of your exam. As such, I shall be taking my leave after introducing him to you all. Suddenly a gust of wind began gathering in the arena, drawing the attention of everyone, even the distraught students, to the vast stage before them. Taking charge of the second round is none other than one of the senior lecturers within Inslark Academy. Professor. My eyes bulged as I caught the sight of the man who appeared from within the tendrils of wind on the stage. He was one other than Legris Damien. The thousands of students all burst out in surprise as they all had similar expressions of shock at the sight of their second examiner. Nice to meet you all. Professor Legris Damien greeted, smiling at everyone with his usual cheerful grin. I was at a loss for words, yet I couldn't help but let out a slight grin myself. I knew he was no ordinary man, but to think he was a senior lecturer. That was shocking beyond belief. I suppose it's more accurate to say it's good to see you all again, after all, you have all met me at least once. He added. The aspiring students now grew more uncomfortable, shifting in their seats. It was clear from their reactions that most of them had treated him with disrespect during their encounter. Phew, this is why one should be careful of their conduct, I thought to myself in relief. Now then, without wasting much of our time, it's time to begin the second round of the test. The requirements are quite simple, really. Legris Damien said, looking at the moderator beside him, and gave a slight nod. The moderator nodded back, saying goodbye to everyone present. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from our sights, leaving only Legris Damien in our presence. The purpose for this second round, as most of you already know, is magic casting. As students of Inslark, it's important that you are capable of utilizing mana, and at your age, a certain degree of skill is expected of you, he explained. Everyone was absolutely silent, realizing they were in the presence of one of the most distinguished figures in the entire academy. You will each step forward for a demonstration and launch your most powerful or effective spells at me. I shall judge your abilities based on the Academy's criteria. I certainly hope you do not disappoint me. And so, taking advantage of the wave of unease affecting the voice of the students, Legris raised his hands slightly and a long scroll appeared in his grasp. The scroll stretched for quite a distance, indicating whatever was written there was quite long. These are the names of everyone present here. I will be calling you one after the other, so make sure you come quickly once your names are called. Since we do not have much time, you only have 3 minutes each to show me your worth. Many people's eyes bulged. 3 minutes was far too short for them to display their full capabilities. However, in the presence of such an awesome figure, who could complain? Even though the environment was tense, I had no idea why my heart was palpitating at such a rapid rate. It wasn't anxiety but excitement. Somehow, I was looking forward to my turn. I can't wait to show that guy what I'm capable of. I grinned. Still, something bothered me. Calculating the time allocated was 3 minutes, we were 4,000 in the hall. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way we would be done by the end of today even if we didn't completely use up 3 minutes. What's his play? However, just as I was making my thought, I felt Legris' gaze shift to me. It was only for a moment, but our eyes met and he smiled at me. I returned his gesture, feeling a little intimidated by his strange action. It was almost like he could read my mind. For those wondering if there will be enough time to test you all, you do not need to worry. Time is all we have bountifully here, he declared, addressing everyone. His voice caused some people to make peculiar faces, as though not realizing that time was not going to be enough in the first place. As they struggled to calculate, everyone began to realize that we were too many to grade in a single day. This hall is enchanted with a special kind of magic. Time in here is considerably slowed down. So, you do not need to worry. You should be able to conclude the entire exams before the sun sets. For real. I beamed. That meant they finally found a way to implement time magic as a conceptual factor. This was groundbreaking. Entirely surreal. I initially didn't believe it, thinking it was another farce. However, as unbelievable as it sounded, there was no reason for a distinguished senior lecturer to lie. It was true, time was slowed down here. While I didn't know the ratio, it was still an amazing feeling, nonetheless. Now then, let us begin. Legris Damien called us back into the realm of reality. The first is Chapter 48. The first is Maria Helmsworth. Step out, please. Legris Damien stated. I could see the eyes of everyone bulge in shock. Their faces moved in strange ways, making me wonder if everyone knew the person Legris was referring to. Their widened eyes were all focused on a girl who stood among the countless others seated. Not only were their eyes on her, watching every move she made, but the lips of people also began moving and I could hear those close to me make hushed statements. Hey, that's her, isn't it? She's the real deal. To think they would call someone like her first. Shit. If she goes first, no matter what I do, it'll be seen as trash. Sounds like we have us a genius here. I reasoned, deducing that much from all I heard. My eyes narrowed as I focused on the young girl who was already moving close to our examiner. Since she backed me, all I could see was her long flowing silver hair. Her frame was slender and tall. Her outfit was one befitting of the child of high nobility and I could sense an air of elegance from every step she took. She had to be from a duke's family at the very least. With the way everyone talked about her, and the confident stride she possessed, this Maria Helmsworth girl had already entrapped my interest. I was curious about what she had. Now then, as already stated in the instructions, show me your most impressive feat. Legris Damien said. His voice wasn't loud since he was only addressing the young lady, but through the use of enhancement magic, I was able to improve my hearing and sight to a considerable degree. I can read their lips and listen into their conversation. Now turning sideways, a distance from Legris, I caught a glimpse of her face. It was extremely beautiful. No, if there was a word that transcended that, then it would better fit the woman I laid eyes on. Her gleaming blue eyes accentuated the clear hair she possessed. She had a place complexion with very smooth skin, nearly like a frozen sculpture of beauty. I quickly shook my head, bringing myself out of the trance that I appeared to be stuck in. While she was a beauty and a rumored genius, in the end, it mattered not to me. What was more of a concern would be the magic she could display. Since the time is short, I won't be able to show you my best spell. I'll compensate with one that can fit into the limit set. Is that fine? She asked, her voice silky smooth, yet having a serious tone of purpose. Of course. Your time starts now. Legris Damien remarked. The moment he said this, the girl closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her lips began moving rapidly, indicating she had commenced casting the spell. Judging by the speed of her lips, they weren't normal. She was too fast. She's using enhancement magic to quicken the speed of her chanting. That's impressive. I smiled. Mana began surging from within Maria, and wind began swirling around the area where she stood. White light enveloped her and the winds became even fiercer, twisting and turning. The crowd could feel the pressure from where they sat, watching the magnificence of her spell. Before long, the wind had already become a whirlwind of considerable mass. It was nearly 10 foot, with a huge mass that encircled Maria entirely. Sylph's whisper. She declared. The whirlwind increased in tempo and twisted faster. Suddenly, she pushed her hands forward, sending the twister to Legris' location. The wind instantly moved from her surroundings and lunged at our examiner. Whoosh! The powerful tornado neared Legris at a frightening pace, but he maintained his ground, not flinching for a second. As soon as it got into close proximity to him, the vast cluster of twisting wind instantly scattered, nullified within a moment. The scattered wind rushed at everyone in the audience, causing us to slightly shiver due to the chilly wind. Maria Helmsworth looked surprised by the ease with which Legris dispelled her spell, but quickly got over it. Of course, I was smiling the whole time. It was a foregone conclusion that none of us present could create any spell to actually harm our examiner. Maria Helmsworth. The second phase of your exam has been concluded. You may leave this hall and head to the door straight to your right. You will undergo the third part of your exam there. Legris said, pointing to a hallway far to his left and her right. Sure enough, such a hallway didn't exist before. However, within an arena with a time-slowing effect, a hidden passage appearing suddenly was no surprise. Maria nodded slightly, not speaking another word as she departed to the hallway. While many may not have noticed, I saw her fists clenched tightly, most likely due to dissatisfaction on her part. Did she expect her power to have a better effect on Legris? How childish, I smiled, watching her disappear into the hallway. Her spell, Sylph's Whisper, was a basic one. Of course, it belonged to the highest class of basic spells, and judging by her use of it, she had reached the point of near mastery over it. However, compared to that, her adversary was a senior lecturer. Judging from the impression I had of him, it was certain that the man could use advanced magic as well. She stood no chance, to begin with. Next up, we have Masha's Desmire. Legris Damien declared, reading from the long scroll he had in his hands. And so, another candidate appeared. His appearance wasn't too shabby, and no real attention was placed on him. This meant his skills were either mediocre or underrated. Apparently, it was the former. Perhaps it was due to the performance given by Maria Helmsworth, but I found his spell too lacking. Still, to my surprise, Legris didn't make any expression of disappointment. He maintained his poker face and repeated what he told Maria. Masha's Desmire. The second phase of your exam has been concluded. You may leave this hall and head to the door straight to your right. You will undergo the third part of your exam there. Since the audience didn't look disappointed as well, I chalked it up to my high standards and reasoned that the boy probably also passed. Returning to the list he had, Legris began calling names again. Next, we have Chapter 49. Legris kept calling examinees one after the other, allocating exactly 3 minutes for each to display their worth. For those who risked it and went for spells that were very effective but took too long to cast, Legris stopped them midway. Surprisingly, he told none of the examinees that they had failed. He simply repeated what he had told everyone else and directed them to the hallway where they would be taking the third section of their exams. I guess it doesn't matter if they fail or not. The third phase will still be attempted by everyone, I reasoned. In the first place, not everyone was bound to pass the first stage, yet we were all included in the current second phase. It was most likely that our scores would be culminated in our final results from the overall achievements we made in all stages. And so, time passed even though it was slowed down. I began to grow bored of the pathetic displays I witnessed one after the other. Other than Maria and one other kid called Stefan, I saw no one really worthy of note. It was a shame that I couldn't find anything entertaining, but patience was a virtue one learned as they grew older, so I had lots of it. Instead of focusing on others, there was a matter of utmost pertinence that I had neglected since the second round began. What spell should I use? Once again, as though reading my mind or just messing with me, Legris Damien looked in my direction and smiled. Up next, Jared Leonard. My eyes bulged as I was welcomed to the center of the arena. I stood from where I sat and made my way to the center of the arena, feeling the intense gazes of everyone around. Surprisingly, they engaged in side talks and whispered about me. What's this? Could it be that I'm actually famous around these parts? My mind rang, inclining my ears to listen to their hushed words. Leonard? As in the Duke family Leonard. They haven't produced a magic user in so long, and you're telling me someone from their household is here. Pfft. They must truly be desperate. I wonder what method they had to resort to for their child to be here. He doesn't seem strong. Do you think he'll be impressive at all? Even if they miraculously produced a magic user, there's no way he'll be as high-end as the other families who have distinguished mages in their households. It'll be a miracle if he could even produce an average spell. Hearing their scathing comments put a nasty taste in my mouth, causing me to scowl a little. While I usually wouldn't pay any mind to weaklings, the fact that their words affected the image of my family, no matter how small, was a little unpleasant. We meet again, Mr. Jared Leonard. Legris smiled as I appeared before him. Seeing his face made me temporarily forget the foolish ramblings of the seated fools. I didn't know why, but I felt an aura of ease around this examiner. Who would have thought, should I say it's a pleasure we get to meet again under these circumstances? I asked with a grin. Legris shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's halt the small talk for now. Show me what you've got. Even though he tried to act disinterested, I could sense it in his eyes. This man was absolutely curious about what I would show him. The scroll he held in his hand vanished and he placed both hands in his pocket, looking at me with an air of confidence surrounding him. Are you supposed to be so relaxed in front of someone who's about to shoot magic at you? I asked. He shrugged once again. It doesn't matter. Your spell won't have any effect on me, so don't worry. Now, you may begin. Your time starts now. Even though the clock was ticking for my spell, I didn't make any motion for movement. A smile formed on my face as I slightly shook my head. You have it all wrong, Senior. I don't think you'll be able to take my spell so casually. At the very least, you'll lift one, no, two of those hands to stop it. Legris appeared a little stunned as I said this. This only lasted for a moment though, as he burst into laughter soon afterward. You're pretty amusing, you know? But, even though you seem to possess sharp wits, more than anyone your age, you're merely a white core grade. What could you possibly hope to achieve in such a limited time that would cause me to take you a little seriously? His eyes narrowed at me with suspense, still stunned that I hadn't even begun casting yet. Your time is passing, you know. I know. I snapped back at his reminder. The audience stared at me impatiently, wondering what was going on. Judging from their reactions, none of them had the capability of using a simple spell for hearing enhancement in order to listen to my conversation with our examiner. Hey, what's going on down there? Did the Leonard brat give up already? He hasn't even started doing anything and nearly a minute has elapsed. Welp, what did you expect from him? Maybe some could have used magic to heighten their senses to pick up on my little exchange with the examiner, but didn't think of it. How disappointing, my thoughts trailed. After a minute elapsed, I gave a short sigh, now stretching my body a little. Looks like your grace period is over. I smiled. My statement appeared to surprise Legris a little. Grace period? He asked. Yet. To take this exchange seriously, but it appears you won't. Well then, don't fault me for what happens next. Feeling up the 3 mana cores within my body, I smiled, releasing the mana reserves within them through my pores. After practicing for some time, I had gotten quite the hang of it. My level of mastery was to the point that no one would be able to distinguish it from a normal spell. Spellcraft. Chapter 50. After considering all the criteria for admission into Nslark Academy, I had already deduced that there was no need to worry about it. However, with the introduction of the third portion of our exams, that assurance vanished. If my guess was correct and our final score would be based on a culmination of the 3 areas, I needed to do extremely well in the first 2. I didn't intend to go this far initially, but I won't be holding back for this exam, at least not too much. My thoughts trailed. To achieve the most efficient result, I had to resort to spellcraft. Releasing the mana from my 3 mana cores, I resonated them with the environment. Fortunately, our very surrounding was rich in mana since hundreds of people had already used their spells before I entered the stage. Plus, the hall itself operated on magic. That meant I had a nearly limitless pool to draw from. Synchronizing my mana with the mana present around me, I created different reactions for 3 of my spells. I have the spell and formula in my head, I just don't have enough mana and speed due to my mana core grade. That meant the only thing limiting me, as well as most magic users, was my mana core. However, using spellcraft, that limitation was as good as gone. Sylph's Whisper. Ifrit's Breath. Heavenly Spark. I chanted simultaneously. 3 basic spells at the same time, all at the highest caliber. The wind hurricane that Maria had used during her round appeared in a flash. Mine was even more powerful, as all my spectators felt the breeze blow across their seats. Such was the power of my Sylph's Whisper. Ifrit's Breath was a fire spell that boasted the most destructive capacity of all basic fire spells. It took on the shape of a large ball floating high above my head. The heat was enough to send everyone sweating. The strong wind blew the heat across the entire hall, causing the uncomfortable heat to spread more rapidly. Finally, Heavenly Spark was a basic lightning spell, and like other spells I cast, boasted the highest destructive capacity out of all the spells in its class. Appearing with a roar above the examiner, my lightning stood still, waiting for the completion of my spell, which would cause it to immediately descend. With the 3 of the most powerful spells most people in the room hoped to achieve at my beck and call, the reactions of the examinees changed in an instant. What? That is. Impossible. How is he doing that? He's using 3 different elements at the same time. The spells themselves are top class. And he's using 3 at the same time. That's impossible. Of course, this much was expected of silly kids who were extremely astonished by Maria's display earlier. However, it was not their reactions I was looking forward to. Amazing. I always knew you weren't normal. But this, he muttered, looking at what I had conjured up for him. The surprise clearly written on his face and the unexplainable display of awe in his eyes gave me pleasure. A wide grin formed on my face as I replied to him. Oh, please don't be surprised now, Examiner Sir Legris Damien. I'm just getting started. His eyes widened more in surprise as he couldn't fathom what more I could show him other than this. Sure, with this alone I was guaranteed a passing grade higher than any that had come before me and most likely after me. However, this isn't enough, my mind rang. While it was impressive, 3 respective basic spells were still nothing in face of someone at Legris level. I wanted him to truly regret his decision of treating me casually. Plus, it would be a waste to settle for this, anyway. Once again focusing my mana that formed an integral part of the 3 spells, I sent more power into them, and slowly, connected the 3 spells through a mana channel. While invisible to the natural eyes, anyone using mana to trace the particles would be able to see it clearly. Just like strings tying various objects, my mana tied the 3 spells from their respective locations. Let us begin. I sent the roaring whirlwind toward Legris, at the same time pulling Igri's breath's flames to the spinning cluster of wind. Since both of them had been tied together and contained my resonating mana, both spells merged most fluidly. The transparent wind took in the bright orange-red flames and instantly turned into an intense whirlwind of flames. This instantly caused everyone around to scream in pain and fright, feeling the tingles on their skin. The fiery whirlwind increased in speed and neared Legris quickly, creating burn marks on the ground in its advance. Legris grinned excitedly as he watched the joint spell approach him. I could hardly see him due to wind pressure and the distortion caused by the heat, but Legris was certainly smiling widely, having bulged eyes. "I'm not done," I declared, controlling the lightning that was dormant above him. It crackled, drawing Legris' attention to the spell over his head. Fall. The lightning instantly descended, swiftly making its way to the ground toward its target. Legris took this as his cue and finally removed one of his hands from his pockets and raised it to stop the spell. Wrong move. My mind rang. Instantly pulling the lightning using the mana thread woven about it, I changed its trajectory, causing it to mix with the fiery whirlwind. Crackles and flashes of lightning from heavenly spark, roaring flames of Ifrit's breath, merged with the roaring whines of Sylph's whisper, all woven together sped across the platform and charged at the examiner with an unexpected new speed. Before he would descend his hand, the spell would hit. The look on his face confirmed it. He looked absolutely stunned beyond belief. However, I saw that he still had no intention of raising his second hand. Instead, he focused on the new spell, attempting to stop it with the force of his mana alone. "Don't even think about it,"